Uh-oh. Am I live? Am I live? Welcome to the Global Grief Conference 2025. I am your boy Heat Detector on the Unwrap podcast. I'll be providing some music to relax your mind and let your conscience be free this morning. Let's go. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Rise and shine, rise and shine. Rise and shine, rise and shine. Welcome. Relax your mind. Let your conscience be free. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We are in the building. Rise and shine, everybody. We're getting right into it. Big shout out to Tony Lynch. We are in the building. Global Grief Conference 2025. Let's go. Big shout out to Tony Lynch. Beautiful work, my friend, my brother. Salute. Get your morning coffee. Let's go. Let's go. Rise and shine. I got my coffee. Where's yours? Big shout out to the Global Grief Conference 2025. Let's go. Salute. We are locked in. We are locked in. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Global Grief Conference 2025. Wake up, everybody. Get your coffee. Let's go. Get locked in. You'll be seeing a lot of me. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Relax your mind and let your conscience be free. We are in the building. Go get your coffee ready. Light your cigarette. Light your cigar. Light your whatever. And let's get ready, people. It's a beautiful day. Let me guide you through this morning. Don't mind me. I'm just a DJ. We just chilling. We got a lot going on. Lectures, workshops, you name it. It's early. Wanna events coming up next. It's your boy Heat Detector. Unwrap the podcast. Check us out, like and subscribe. I'm a hip-hop producer out of Chicago, podcaster. My podcast channel, as you see, is Unwrap the Podcast. We do a lot of different shows on my channel, from sports to mental health. Check us out, like and subscribe. As I said, Tawana Yvette is on in just a few minutes. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We're in the building. As I said, I'm your boy Heat Detector. I'll be on throughout the day. I'll be talking more about everything that's going on with me, everything that's going on with my channel, possibly even how I met Tony Lynch. Great story there as well. Good vibes and good spirits, everybody, this morning. Going to be a beautiful one. After Tawana Yvette, we got Dr. George Ackerman. After that, we got Holly McCuster. And I hate to butcher anybody's name. I'll do my best. It's still early. I'm still on my first cup of coffee. Have a beautiful day, everybody. And keep your mind open. Let your conscience be free. This has been Unwrap the Podcast. Your boy Heat Detector. I will see you in a bit. Tawana Yvette is coming up next. This is the Global Grief Conference 2025. Good morning, people. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2025 Global Grief Conference. My brother from another mother, Tony Lynch, has done a wonderful job of putting this together. So let's give him a hand. Anywho, I am Tawana Yvette, otherwise known as Black Butterfly Goddess, and I'm going to share a little bit about my grief journey. My grief journey began when I was 10 years old, when my father killed my dreams by taking my virginity. He impregnated me at 15. I was thrown into the New York City group home, away from my family that I had always known. The ones that I knew turned their backs on me. The ones that I didn't, they stayed. Of course, I made terrible decisions in people, places, and things until things came to a head in 2022, where I was grieving so badly the loss of my mother, the loss of my hopes, the loss of my dreams, and the loss of myself due to an abusive relationship, that I tried to take my life. And I was serious. Well, long story short, spiritual awakening, went through my healing journey. Here I am. And I found out, guess what? I remembered I'm a psychic medium, in addition to a trauma recovery facilitator and a spiritual strategist. I help women on their grieving journeys now to go from ashes to ascension. So I am going to invite those of you who would like an oracle reading to the front of the line. Because see, a lot of times when you're grieving, you may need a message from the other side. You may need that hope that an ancestor or a spirit guide that you have not learned to listen to yet can provide. After 26 years of grieving my mother to the point of no longer wanting to be here, she's back with me. And she reminded me of how gifted I actually am at helping people who are grieving. Imagine losing someone and wanting to connect with them, but they're on the other side. You would call someone like me who can talk to them, who can bring them forth, who can give you the messages to bring you comfort, to bring you peace, where you can move on. Now, I know all of you are not grieving people who are gone. A lot of us grieve people who are alive, right? I had to do that because for 2 years, my children wouldn't even speak to me. My trauma and my grief had spread all into their lives, and they wouldn't speak to me. I felt there was a hole in my soul, but my only choice to get them back, the only chance I had of getting my children and my grandchildren back in my life, was to heal. Heal that grief. Heal that hole in my soul. Heal from that trauma. And here I am. So I am willing to provide anyone here that may need an ounce of comfort from the other side an oracle reading. And I bought this one just for you guys, with you in mind, because of the messages that are on them. Some of them share messages of hope, and some of them will tell you that it's okay. They are okay. A lot of times when we're grieving, we can't see, we can't hear, because the grief overpowers that. So whether you are grieving someone that's left your life and are still here, or someone that has gone to the other side and are still here, I can help. I coach women who are grieving all of the time. I am also a coach. I heal trauma. I help heal grief. And I help take people back to a place of living, not existing, living. There's a difference. I return smiles to people. I heal people's hearts and I set them free. So again, I offer, if any of you would like a card pulled, please put it in the chat and we are ready to go for you. We are ready to give you that message of hope that you need. We are ready to give you that message of love that you might need. But if none of you are interested, and I understand it's the first presentation, right? There's a little bit of hesitation. Some of us don't understand how I connect to the other side and things like that. I invite my brother from another mother to pop in the chat so I can show you how it works. Tony, are you there?
I am here.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Thank you. Mama thanks you. Pop-Pop's back there flashing and he thanks you. And we are just going to pull. Mama got jokes. We're going to pull a couple of cards to give you that message of hope, that message of love, so we can aid in any of the grief that you may be feeling. Because you've been through a lot. Mama got jokes. See, you guys, my mother loves Tony. She is the only gentleman that she has allowed me to become friends with who she trusts with my energy. So we're going to get one more card out. There's already 3. She said 4. I do what she says. And I just want to encourage you guys, when you're grieving, if your family has walked away, if friends have walked away, seek out someone like me, someone who's going to love on you, who's going to care, who's going to be there, who's going to take you from those ashes of grief to the ascension of actually living. So, Tony.
Yes.
The first 2 cards go together. And the first card is guilt. I release any beliefs that no longer assist in my soul's growth. The second card is death. I am learning that endings are merely beginnings. And Mama is saying there's still guilt over the death of a loved one. She wants you to release it. Okay.
Yeah.
The next card you have is humor, because we're not going to keep this heavy, right? This is the beginning of it. We're going to lighten it up a little bit, okay?
Yes.
The next one is humor. I choose to focus on the lighter side of life, which you do. You always bring humor into things. You always bring fun and good energy into everything you do. I've had the privilege of being by your side in different capacities for over a year now.
I know.
So ironically, the next card is friendship, and it's purple. I understand that a friend is in my life for a reason. Mama says she brought us both together for a reason.
Yeah.
And we are more than friends. We are brother than sister. Okay? Next card, happiness. I am aware that being happy means I'm on the right path. And man, let me tell y'all, This is the king of happiness. Okay. If you're feeling down or something, you call him because he's going to make you laugh. You're going to feel that happiness by the time you are done. I have called him crying and fallen apart, and he has brought so much happiness into my life. And I hope I've done the same.
Yes, you have.
Your last card is freedom. Freedom, brother, freedom. I possess the power and the free will to create my own happiness. You have freedom. You have happiness. You have joy. You have peace. You have love. And that's kind of how that works, guys. That's a micro version of how it works. He's seen when I have to do the whole thing. He's also seen my TikToks when I gotta kind of be not so godlike.
But you know, Tawana, sometimes those people have it coming too. You know, they really do. But you know, you touched on something because you know the guilt card. You know, and that was dead on. You know, because you know about my story, and those that know me know about my story. And first and foremost, I want to say thank you to everyone who's tuning in. You know, there is still a lot of guilt behind when my son passed away. You know, which is part of the reason why I love doing this work that I do, because it's a way for me to give back to people in a deeper way. It's a deeper connection for me, right? And to be able to provide things for the people out there that are actively grieving, struggling, or maybe even, you know, not even have a direction to go in, you know. And part of the thing about grief that I've understood on a deep level, that grief, the guilt and shame that comes along with that, depending on the loved one, can be very deep. It really can. We may not say anything. Look, I'm a men's grief coach, and it's still hard for me to go through life without imagining if I could have done anything different, right? Because as a man, I always feel as if my job was to protect, to protect my son from any and everything in this world, but to also allow him to go out into the world and make his fair share of mistakes. And so when he passed, I carried that with me because I always thought to myself, what could I have done differently?
Right.
And I say that to say this because I know there's other people out there like myself. I do. I know there's other men and women like myself that have gone through this horrible thing.
Yes.
That carry this with them. And like you said, you know, letting go is probably the hardest thing that you ever do. It really is. It's probably the hardest thing that you ever do, because I'm going on 10 years now. And I still sit back and go, wow, what could I have done?
Nothing.
And I know. And look, reality is, I understand that. Perception as a human being, as a father, it kind of carries a different meaning because, you know, reality is what it is. Perception is always going to be, that was my heart.
Yes. Always
will be. And I would give anything to have him here with me today, but I don't think if he was here, I would be here. So there's a sense of acceptance that come along with that. And although I have healed and continue to heal, I will always carry that with me because it's always going to be a part of me.
Yes.
But I still find ways of, as you said, making people laugh, including myself, because it's fun. And the people that I'm around makes my heart smile. This makes my heart smile to know that we are doing something on such a grand level for so many other people that I can sit back and go, it was never about me. It's about these individuals. It's about the presenters. It's about the communities that we serve.
And that's the same way I feel with my grief journey. It's about helping others to heal their grief after I healed mine. So I love what I do. It does not feel like work. I love sitting on the other side of the screen when I'm coaching people because I am a trauma recovery facilitator, which is a really pretty name for a coach. And I sit across the screen and there's this point where sparks come back in people's eyes and smiles come back to their faces. And it's just beautiful. So
can I ask you a question, Tawana?
Anything,
because we talk about our gifts and everything, and you have a very unique gift. Can we talk about the gift of spirituality and knowing that most of us possess but don't really tune into it because most people aren't ready for that energy?
Mm-hmm.
But you've embraced it.
Oh,
Can you share with the audience what does that mean?
Embracing your spirituality. Well, I've known I was a psychic medium since I was 2. My pop came to me first. And my mother nurtured my gift until I was around 9, until my father came looking for me. And I remembered my gift when I moved into my sister's house shortly after her loved one departed. And I would see him around the house and I'm like, oh my God, is this happening? Or have I just officially gone? And when I moved into my apartment, my mother's voice got so loud that it was no longer a question of, is this happening? This is happening. And I have to embrace it. Mm-hmm. Because see, with me having no choice but to heal, to get my children and my grandchildren back, I had to embrace whatever my authentic self was. And this is me. This is my authentic self. My gifts are gifts, not given to me by me. This is not a skill I picked up like when I was an EA for White House appointees. This is something that the divine and my ancestors have waited hundreds of years for. There comes a time where you are at a crossroad and you either embrace your spiritual gift or you go back around that spiral and see that same situation with different faces. Mm-hmm. I wasn't willing to get back on that merry-go-round. I needed my babies back. And I needed me, whoever that was, because I didn't know at the time. Never knew who I was. So embracing my psychic gift allows me to help people turn that corner. Because see, when someone's sitting across from me in a coaching session, I'm listening to what they say, but I am also listening to what the divine says that they're not saying. And it kind of fast tracks it. Because in that I can say, okay, and this happened too. Let's unpack it. Let's unpack this grief. Let's unpack that grief suitcase that we put in the back. Let's get it out. Let's deal with it. And my gift has been a gift to thousands. I can't keep that to myself.
Yeah.
It would be selfish. My gift has been a gift to thousands. So that's who I am. That's what I do. And for everyone who is grieved or is currently grieving, know that Tony has a lineup of people for you to choose from. We are all waiting with open arms, ready to receive and give you love. We are ready to receive and embrace you with love and help you, hold your hand, hold you up if we have to. If it's so painful you can't even stand, I will pick you up or I will sit on the ground with you to get through that and heal that hole, or at least get it to a point to where you can find joy and happiness in the everyday again.
Now I got a question, because as you were speaking, I was talking with someone the other day. We were talking about ancestors, right? And I've done a lot of work understanding ancestors, breaking the ties from them, in order, as you said before, to be free in this world, right?
Mm-hmm.
To not feel confined to past traumas, and things like that. And a lot of people never really think about that. They never really think about ancestral trauma and how we carry it in the day to day, right? And one thing that I've done, or something that came to me, one day I was sitting with my grief, and something just said, "Go back to the beginning." Right? Because as in the present moment, a lot of us may feel as if we are carrying burdens, but we never understand where they're coming from. And a lot of times we never even put two and two together. So this is just something that I started thinking about. And I thought I was crazy for a minute until I began to allow myself to go to the beginning. And what I realized is that there were still ancestral chains holding on to me that was binding me to those past things. And I was just like, no, I can't do this. I have to let this go. And I began to ask the question, how do I let this go?
Yes.
How can I begin to breathe again in a different way, to explore my authentic self through these things? But how can I extract that knowledge from them as well? So I began to have conversations with them.
Yes.
And I for the longest time, Tawana, I thought I was crazy. I really thought I was crazy. I was going, hold on. This makes absolutely no sense, but it makes sense. Can we talk a little bit about those ancestral traumas and how it binds us to our present day burdens?
Healing ancestral traumas is one of my specialties. Because I'm going back. Like I said, I'm listening to the spirit realm when I'm across the screen from clients. But ancestral trauma shows up as, why do I do this habit? Why do I have this habit that I don't even, where did I pick this up from? And we have to break those chains. So as an example, I shared a tidbit of what my father did. He was an ancestor that I wanted to make sure never had access to my bloodline. I had him bound by a shaman. We have to go back, as Tony said, to the beginning. Where did my trauma begin? Him. So I was like, I got a little granddaughter. I have all daughters. You will never have access to their energy, and had a shaman bind him. He can't even come into this realm anymore. He's not even in the ancestral realm anymore. We have to look back and see where the patterns come from. So for example, struggle love, thinking that you need to remain in a relationship and struggle with it. Stay true, ride or die. We call it a lot of things. Back home in Brooklyn, we call it loyalty. That's ancestral trauma. Love is never meant to be a struggle. You don't have to sacrifice yourself for the happiness of someone else. There are other things, even down to daily tasks that we do. Like, why do we watch certain things on television? Why do we clean a certain way? Like, how? I bet you if we were on a Zoom screen and I said, raise your hand if you get up on a Saturday morning, put on music and clean, I'd have 1,000 hands up in the sky. that's coming from back there. That's not something you necessarily want to do. And so in order to change those habits, you have to talk to them. But in order to talk to them, they're always there. They're always watching. And sometimes they're like, oh, wait, I think she's coming to talk to, oh, darn it, she's in a circle again. Now we got to watch another pattern. That's literally how they are. But you ask ancestors, please come forward. And you just talk. You just speak to them. And the ones that you want to stay around, you always say, ancestors that are here for my highest good, please come forward. And you make sure that you repeat that anytime you want to talk to them. Only those that are there for my highest good may remain in my home, in my car, in my energy field, so that you only have those ancestors that love you and cheer for you around you. Because, you know, Uncle Joe 2 generations back wasn't a good person. You don't want him in your house. Or Auntie Mabel. You don't want her in your house. So we always want to make sure that those that are there for your highest good, which means they want to see you win and will provide you, give you all the guidance, push you towards your best self. Please come forward. And you can call on them like that and they'll be there. Ancestors, I need you. I can't take this. There was a time where I laid in bed and I was like this, and I felt my mother's hand rubbing my back just like she used to when I was a child, and cried. They're there waiting for you. But get rid of the bad ones, okay? We don't do those. Only those that are for your highest good are allowed to stay around. And again, I repeat that over and over again so that people understand. Don't call all ancestors forward. All of them are not good. And those are the ones we have those bad habits from, or negative traits. Those are them. So we want to break that and only keep those who want what's best for us. Keep those who said, there's going to be a child born on February 14th, 1975, and she's the chosen one in the family. She's going to break the chains and the shackles that we have been in our whole lives. She's going to be able to speak because we can't. Those are the ones that you want around. And my pop-up agrees. He controls that light. I don't. I'm nowhere near it. So I thank you, my brother, for giving me the honor, the privilege of being here with you once again today. Anytime we're together, it's beautiful. And I thank all of you for listening to me, for hearing my message. And if you need help, reach out. I'm always listening.
Awesome. I want to thank you for being a part of this year's Global Grief Conference. Now, before we wrap it up, take a couple seconds and let people know how they can find you.
I am Black Butterfly Goddess on all platforms, even the website, there's another website that was just created, and it's Heal Her. If you're a lady who's grieving, healher.biz, and there's a summit coming up with that.
Awesome. Guys, we're going to catch you guys in the next one. Tawana, thank you again. Everybody reach out to her. Go check out her YouTube channel. Check her out on her social medias. Up next, we got Heat Detector. He's going to be up here at 8:45 to give you guys some more music. He's going to be up here at 8:45 to give you guys some more music. But guys, sit back and enjoy it. Get those comments ready. Ask those questions and enjoy. All right, we are live across all platforms. Taiwan, again, love you, my sister, and we're going to see you guys in the next presentation. All right, peace.
What if you could hit reset? A place that actually feels like home. Because here you can finally breathe. At Rock Lake Earth Lodge, we let nature do the work. No pressure, no distractions, just space to process, to heal, to find your way back to you. Because life doesn't come with a manual. And healing doesn't have to be complicated. When you are ready to reset, we'll be here.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. I am your boy Heat Detector. I'm back again. Global Grief Conference 2025. We are just getting started. I'll tell you a little bit about me. I have a podcast channel called the Unwrap podcast channel. I have multiple shows, like 8 or 9 different shows that we do. A different show every week. Tonight actually is the main show of the channel, which is Unwrap the Podcast, and where we interview artists, hip-hop artists from around the world. A lot in Chicago is where I'm based at. A little bit about me as well. I'm a hip-hop producer. I've been doing it for a very long time. I've been signed. I've traveled all over the world. Done a lot of music with a lot of different artists. I still do music. Like I said, I've been doing it for a very long time. When I say a long time, I'm well over 20, 30 years doing it. I came across Tony Lynch through my mother-in-law, and I've been very honored and blessed to meet Tony, and we share a similar background, a similar journey in life. I was an extreme alcoholic. When I say extreme, I mean extreme. I didn't drink for fun. I drank to black out. And I haven't had a drink in almost 3 years, but it was the drinking that really was a problem, especially doing music and producing. I've squandered a lot of deals, a lot of money, a lot of relationships, and I'm just happy to be alive. I grew up with an extreme amount of violence, abuse, you name it. I'm just happy to be alive. I'm blessed to be alive, and I'm here. And blessed to have Tony as a friend. as a brother, as a comrade, as a peer. So let's groove out. By the way, all of the music you're hearing are compositions that I did. Let me stop bragging. Let's go. Shout out to the Global Grief Conference 2025. Let's go. Like I said, good vibes this morning. Shout out Overdose Music. My boy Q in the building. Good morning. Salute. Salute everybody. We're just gonna vibe out. Don't worry, I'll talk more. It's early still. Shout out Mr. 20% on the block early this morning. What's good? Don't mind me, I'm just vibing, having coffee. Make this day better than yesterday. You're in charge of that. Let's go, people. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Feel the energy. Feel the vibe. I know Tony wants me to talk more, but I'm vibing right now. I know, Tony. I can see you right now. You want me to talk. But I can't right now. I'm vibing. I'm happy. And I'm feeling blessed. Good morning, everybody. Let's get the vibe right. I see you, Tony. I know you want me to talk, but I can't, baby. Vibing. Shy City Sheba, what's up, girl? I see you. Hey, stay tuned. It's the Global Grief Conference 2025. Pay attention today, sweetie. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be beautiful. It's all weekend long. Chicago's in the building. Shy City Sheba. Hey, Sheba, there's a lot of stuff going on today. Make sure you stay in tune. It's the Global Grief Conference, lectures, workshops, good interviews, all day long until this evening. Capping the evening off with Unwrap the Podcast. And then tomorrow, same thing. And then Sunday, we back at it. Pay attention today. It's a beautiful day. We vibing. Hey man, shout out to me for being the dope ass producer. Gotta pat yourself on the back sometimes. If you're watching on my channel, stay tuned. It's going to be a beautiful day. A lot of inspirational stuff. A lot of stories, a lot of journeys, a lot of information. Right up after me, we got Dr. George Ackerman from 8 a.m. to 8:45. Stay tuned for that. Get your vibes right this morning. We're kicking it off well, mentally and physically. Get your vibe right. Shout out Tony Lynch. Shout out to Global Grief Conference 2025. We're just vibing right now. Dr. George Ackerman is up next. Tune in for that. It's your boy Heat Detector. Unwrap the Podcast channel. Salute to the Global Grief Conference 2025. We are in the building.
Morning, everyone. This is George Ackerman. Honor to meet you all, and thanks for this opportunity. Hopefully these slides will now show. There you go. Well, it's an honor to meet everybody. I hope you're all doing great. Thanks for your time today. Thank you, Tony, Ada, and everybody today sponsoring this beautiful event. And I'm going to get ready, and we're going to begin in one moment. So my name is again Dr. George Ackerman. I'm going to be presenting today. Unfortunately, it's a tough topic. This is very important to me and to all of you. I'm so grateful again for your time joining us. I want to thank again Tony and the entire crew here. Also, your incredible DJ for the morning. I'll be presenting today on a son's journey. Unfortunately, I have to wear glasses. It's not to look cool. Had some eye issues, but again, I'm just glad we don't let anything ever stop us toward a cure for all diseases. But today I'll be touching a lot on Parkinson's disease. My story is from Parkinson's disease, caregiver to advocate. My best friend and mother, Sharon, passed on 1/1/2020, unfortunately due to Parkinson's. And I felt when she passed, part of me also unfortunately felt like I also lost a part of myself. So I started a website called togetherforsharon.com, and really takes you on a journey of grief. A little bit about myself. I'm an attorney and police officer in Florida, and I've dedicated my life before the world of Parkinson's disease to advocacy, but for family members of homicide victims. So a lot of my career was dedicated to helping victims of crime, but also the families, because they're often forgotten in the criminal justice system. I shifted, of course, my entire life when my mother was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. And that's where I am at today. It's really I devoted my life to advocacy and to find a cure for all those battling Parkinson's today in memory of my mother, but also because I don't want anyone to ever feel alone in this journey, and also, to ever have to go through what my mother has. So purpose today is really about grief, and I know everybody out there is going through something. So I feel we're all family in this fight together. Doesn't matter what loss you might have suffered or still battling, we all have to be together. And that's why I really am grateful for this conference, for Tony, for all his friendship, and everybody here. It really means the world to me. I often found myself feeling alone. I kept a journal the last year of my mother's journey, because even today it's difficult sometimes to speak about it. Seeing your loved one go from a strong, independent woman, being able to walk several miles, to a really debilitating disease known as Parkinson's disease. I'll take you through the journey today. I wrote a book on my mother's journey. Didn't really want to write a book. I've written books before on criminal justice, but kind of really felt that there was a need for this. And I felt that my mother should never be forgotten, or anyone being due to a disease, being lost due to the disease. And that's why I wrote this book. It's one of many. And again, I don't really want to write a lot about this, but I find there's a big need in society and in the world to be aware of Parkinson's disease, because if we are aware, I feel we'd be closer to a cure. I wrote this book. Again, it's a heartfelt, sometimes painful book to read, and it just describes the entire world of Parkinson's disease, if you haven't heard of it. Ironically, my family's flying right after this call to New York City. Every year we participate in something called the Unity Walk, which I welcome everyone there. It's free. It's put on by the Michael J. Fox Foundation, and it's in New York City in Central Park, where we walk and remember all those battling Parkinson's disease, and also those we've lost, unfortunately, due to it, like my mother. But welcome everyone. There's a party. We'll all join together tomorrow. I think it is tomorrow morning. It's rain or shine. Unfortunately, I heard the weather's not going to be good there, but it doesn't stop us from advocating and also being involved. So I wanted to really reach the world. I feel that that's the only way. It's not just locally, but also nationally. And you'll find out shortly in this presentation that Parkinson's disease affects 1.2 million people in the US, but also 10 million people around the world. And also I want to thank each and every one of you for listening and joining us, because unfortunately my mother passed on 1/1/2020, but I'm still grieving even 5 years, 6 years later. It just doesn't seem to stop. There's just some memories of us together in my mother's childhood. What is Parkinson's is an important question. So if you're not aware of it, you might have seen the famous actor Michael J. Fox, a hero of mine who I met a few times, and he might be there tomorrow. If you want to attend that event in New York City, feel free to reach out to me. You can find me at togetherforsharon.com. The first signs of Parkinson's disease, again, it's so different for each and every individual, and it differs. That's why it's such a difficult disease for doctors to find a cure. Not every individual will go through the same areas. And to be honest, as I grieved seeing my mother deteriorating her health, I felt as I had kind of secondary Parkinson's. So although a caregiver might not have the disease at the time, you still feel like you're literally going through it. And it was very tragic. Even now I'm still in shock as to what just happened and why it accelerated. Mother was only 69 years old when she passed, and very strong, too young, in my opinion. And one of the main signs is she had it for 15 years, but only talked about it after 7. So I really wasn't even aware what Parkinson's was until the end of her battle. She had a lot of stiffness in her left arm and internal tremors. So it's something you couldn't really see. So it was more internal, and she was frustrated at that because she thought people might not believe her. Some of the symptoms, again, I have to go over a little of this is because you might need to understand Parkinson's. Grief is not something you just get after your loved one or someone passes. It's something that really started, I feel, while my mother was battling Parkinson's. Seeing her, again, go from someone who could walk a few miles to the last few years, she went to a walker. Cane, then walker, then wheelchair, bedbound in matter of just a year. And I still am not sure why. Even medical science can't understand it. So some of the stages of Parkinson's, again, to talk about grief, we have to understand, what sends us into that world of grief or grieving and loss. Mine, unfortunately, was my mother's battle with Parkinson's disease. There's different stages. Obviously, we won't get into them all, but the first to the third stages of Parkinson's, the individual can still live independently and still can really live a life, even possibly work. Unfortunately, when it reaches the 4th and 5th stage, you see inability at times to even function, whether it's showering, living alone, eating. The falls are very, very dangerous, and that's something I was worried about the whole time. So it really wasn't just Parkinson's disease, it was all the symptoms, and also things that were caused from being a caregiver were also detrimental to even my health. There are treatments, but no cure, which is why we still have to fight. And I really am grateful for everyone here live and listening to this recorded to allow me the time to talk about Parkinson's disease and my mother's journey. I do feel she lives on, or at least her memory, through each and every one of you. So it means the world to me, as I still, again, miss her 24/7. We had an interesting relationship. We spoke 10 times a day. I always said I should have showed up today. My shirt says I'm proud to be a mama's boy, but anytime I had a question, she was there. So when she passed, I kind of felt that even today there was a hole in my heart and lost, part of me forever. There are some treatments for Parkinson's, but no cure today. Physicians, you can see doctors, medications, therapy, and also speech. A lot of individuals will go through some of the signs, symptoms of Parkinson's, but there are ways to kind of treat it, but no cure, which is the problem still today. One of the most important, really world-renowned photos is the Parkinson's iceberg. This actually is used for other diseases as well. they have one too for grieving. So maybe if we have time, we'll get to that. But on the outside, what you might see are people as tremors. So that's where an individual, it's uncontrollable shaking and movement. Rigidity, lack of facial expression. So someone might be happy, but they just can't show it, outside to the world. But on the inside, what people don't see is even more shocking and tough. Stomach, so from the medication, stomach and the gut is destroyed. Panic attacks, loss of smell. My mother, unfortunately, toward the end had hallucinations and delusions. So again, it's not even just the Parkinson's, it was all these side effects. And then, talk about caregivers and our health also really was very, very tough. So this is some of the examples. And again, delusions, hallucinations, I use a cute picture of a cat there. If you look at the photo, because it's cute, but it's really tough. I don't know if you're aware of delusions and hallucinations. Not everybody comes across these during their journey with Parkinson's. Unfortunately, my mother did. I'm not sure if she had late onset dementia on top of that, but these are something I've never seen before in my life. Delusions are where you might see an animal or a person in the room. My mother did say she saw her parents, but they actually were not there physically. And, as a young caregiver or any caregiver, hearing that, seeing my mother kind of battle with, sometimes it was positive for her, but it wasn't. When you're sitting there, your mother's saying she sees her former animals, like dogs, who aren't present physically in the room. They passed away decades ago. It's very tough. Then on top of delusions or hallucinations, this was tough because it caused depression, sleep problems, not just for her, but for me too. And I'm also, we didn't get too much into it, but my background is I'm an attorney and police officer. My PhD is criminal justice. So I've had training in these areas, but not for my own family. So my mother actually, towards the last year, we had to remove the phone from her home because she thought people like the aides who we hired to help her were harming her. And it was, my mother was very positive her whole life, never lied, so very honest. And when she was telling me she was being harmed by people, I believed her. And, you always want to believe your loved one. So these were some of the, again, tougher areas to think about and to discuss. But these were the realities of Parkinson's disease. My caregiving, brings us to an important area, and, that's what we're here also about. There's still search continues. I'm still doing this today. I obviously can't bring my mother back, but really this today, speaking to all of you, being here with you and having the opportunity for you to share and listen, and feel free to go to togetherforsharon.com. It's completely free. We don't want anything but a cure. But, this actually helps me grieve. If I could leave a message at the end today, really thanking you all, not thanking me, please, but thanking you all for the time, because it literally epitomizes the term grief, the grief conference for me personally. I hope to be a part of this for many years to come if everybody enjoyed my talk today. Hopefully next year I won't have classes. But caring for company. So my mother, unfortunately, did not just suffer from Parkinson's. Our family suffered from good care. And this caused me the most. I don't know if I had the most stress, depression, anxiety, feeling like I failed, trying to help find a cure for my mother, but just trying to find people. I was there. She lived nearby. We didn't put her in a home, but we lived about 5 minutes, 10 minutes away. But I had my own family also to care for my 3 children. Sometimes I couldn't be there for my mother, so we hired a staff, and that cost a lot of money. Normal individuals, we need more support for caregivers. It was probably $12,000 the last few months just to have people, and they weren't really trained with Parkinson's, which was shocking, but they were just there to make sure she didn't fall. But finding a care company here in South Florida, where I'm from, was a horrible experience. We went through about 15 different companies, fired over 60 aides who just didn't understand Parkinson's or really how to care and take care of my mother. This is where my book comes in, the journal. The final year of my mother's life was something I couldn't talk about even today. I'll be walking for Parkinson's awareness tomorrow, and sometimes I might be 6'2", 200 pounds in law enforcement, but I still cry. I still miss my mother. Some days I know all of us wish we didn't have to be here, but this brings us together for a positive reason. I think this is so important. And I don't see as much grief, aid out there in the world. And that's why I thought it's so important to be a part of this beautiful event. I hope you can share it and also attend in the future years. One example is in my book, I wrote the one chapter is the journal, and it's something that I kind of wrote about each and every day when I was going through this with my mother and her journey. And it was so hard to talk about, I had to put it down. And just an example, on June 12th, 2019, my mother called at 7 a.m. She asked me to take her away from her home so she can live with me. She said people are harming her. And I actually installed, as a police officer, video cameras throughout the house because I actually, believed my mother and wanted to make sure, and I didn't see any neglect or abuse, thankfully. But she asked me to watch the cameras, and I assured her she's safe. But Parkinson's does horrible things to the mind, and I was able, unfortunately, to see it firsthand, and it really did make me sick. So I really don't think the grieving started when my mother passed away on 1/20/2020. I think it started, the last year of her life because it was such a struggle. I personally feel, and I could be wrong, feel free to write me, but I think we grieve even before our loved one might pass. Now, after that call from my mother, I was trying to live my life, but it was difficult. Even if I tried to escape for an hour or two, I would be at work with my children, eating dinner, trying to just for mental health of my own, work out. But when I would get a hysterical phone call from my mother all hours of the day, I would drop everything and run over just to rescue her. But, at times I forgot it was the disease. And as you all know, you have to take care of your own health. Even today, as we're still going through our grief journey, it doesn't end. You have the original journey, helping your loved one. Then you have the journey afterwards, and then it's just ongoing. So a lot of you, I think, also would agree that our own health suffered. In this slide, you'll see I sacrificed my own health to make sure my mother felt at least, comfortable, because I knew that we didn't know how long she had. We were told by 15 professional medical doctors, neurologists, that, they quote all the time, you don't die of Parkinson's, you die with it. But my mother had no other illnesses or any medical issues. So whether it was a complication for the medicines or whatever, I'm not a medical doctor, it was definitely caused by Parkinson's. So you can see the cost financially. It was very tough. I had no time to do any exercise. Even my own job was sacrificed on my family. Thankfully, and I hope you all have too, a support system in your own family who will be there. My wife has been a tremendous support and help. So I was able to still accomplish things, even though sacrificing my own time and my family. This is an aspect I didn't even think about. Someone once pointed out that, male caregivers are also rare, which I don't know if I fully believe. Maybe they're just quieter, but we do need to talk a little bit in the future about male caregivers. They also suffer from things like challenges, depression, exhaustion, stress, fear, sadness, and resentment. I think I went through every single one of those. Obviously, I can never resent or be mad at my mother, but I was furious and angry, even still today, at the disease, to see what it does to your loved one. And also, never be scared to ask for help. I'm asking all of you right now for help by allowing me to speak to you. You're actually helping me, and you don't even probably realize how much, again, this time today with you means to me. Family, that's the most important thing. There's some photos of my mother and my brother. I miss those times that we kind of remember. We can never lose those memories, but we still have to push forward. Family support is a chapter in my book about that. My wife, Greta, is actually usually in the room. She's not here right now. But, caring for my mother and even grief today still affects our relationship. It affects your family. Having your spouse, if you have one, supporting you is also important. And emotional resources. My mother, to me, still lives on through each and every one of you, and through this grief conference helps me ensure she'll never be forgotten. These are a few pictures of our family. These are my children, and I'm actually right now writing a kid's book, because even today, you'd be shocked, maybe not, but 5-6 years later, I still have trouble telling my children where their grandmother is, why she's not here, and what Parkinson's disease is. Again, the children, that's, that drives a lot of us. I don't want any of our children, even every one of you, to ever have to go through getting a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease. So we still have a lot more work to do until there's a cure. Our children, I have 3. They were my mother's best friends too. My youngest was a baby, so thankfully my mother did meet him. But even today, he's now 9, doesn't remember her, which is heartbreaking. My middle, Joshua, remembers her, and my oldest, Brooke. My mother and my daughter were best friends because my mother she had 2 boys, me and my brother, and no offense to us, she really dreamt of having a girl. So when I had the news, my wife and I, first baby was going to be a girl, my mother cried. We all cried in joy, and we're all so happy that she would be able to buy dresses now for a little girl. And some of the favorite time, Sunday mornings, was where everybody got together and blew bubbles in the backyard. And even now I'm sitting here looking at the backyard, and that's not possible anymore. So grieving is something that, again, I don't think I'll ever be able, they say, which I don't agree with, in a little while it'll heal and you'll move on, but that's not true for many of us here today. I don't think you have to move on. We can have grief conferences, we can support each other, and there's so much also we can do to continue to ensure their memory is never forgotten. Great caregiving is important. I felt like I was thrown in like the wolves to the wolves. I didn't know what the word caregiving was. I didn't know what it meant, and it definitely changed my life from ever. As you see, I moved my entire career and focused today on finding a cure for other families and ensuring that they never feel alone as we felt. Out of the darkness, as many of us here today are here, because grief is not always positive. There's a lot of sadness. But it brings positivity too, which is shocking to say. But I mean, one individual, again, to shout out, Tony, has been a family friend of mine now for over 2 years. It's sad how quickly it goes, but we've worked together, we support each other. I always share all the work he does. So please, again, support his show. And all this wouldn't have come about if not for the journey my family and I have gone on. So we keep fighting on in memory of all those we've lost due to this disease. Ironically, I actually published a few books now. This is my newest one. You can see it's not even out yet, but it's called An Empty Seat at the Table. And this one actually was more on, today I talked to you as an advocate. I don't have Parkinson's, and I'm no longer a caregiver of someone living with Parkinson's. So I feel like we're on the third category, someone who lost a loved one due to Parkinson's disease. And often I do still feel forgotten, which is sad. I love the Parkinson's community. I only have good things to say, but there are those in the world who often don't want to hear about our loved ones who passed. They do not want to focus attention on our loved ones who passed. Obviously and reasonably, we want to focus on those still battling and their caregivers, but why do we forget the people who we've lost due to the disease? Why isn't there more of a seat at the table, literally, for people like myself and you all who do make up a huge population? I always say, if there's 1 million people battling Parkinson's today and 10 million worldwide, I bet you there's about 50 million people who've lost somebody due to Parkinson's, or maybe not due to it, but who had it when they passed. Guess what? If we had all those people back into the discussion and the advocacy, I feel we would be closer to a cure. But that's what this, again, new one is about. It actually focuses more on those we've lost, which there's no book, in my view, on it out there in the world today. And I actually weaved in artists. I don't know if you can see, there's an artwork of people who have Parkinson's. So there's actually artwork throughout the book of people who have Parkinson's. And also one of the areas is actually stories, if you can see this one, of people. It's called the In Memory. It's hard to see, but In Memory, and it's stories of other individuals who lost their loved one due to Parkinson's. So, again, I'm not looking to write, but I see that sometimes the specific areas that there's a great need in society to bring about. And thanks, Rosalind. Yes, ironically, we'll get to it, I hope, but I have a show too now, podcast, and David was on our show. So I had the honor to meet him. He's an incredible person. Shout out to David Leventhal and all the work he does with dancing for Parkinson's. The final week, this is really, honestly, if we had a point where we play some song music, it might be sad music, but this is the final week of my mother's life was one that was the toughest, even to talk about in this live conference. It's tough. I wrote about it in The Son's Journey, which is the one that you'll see behind me, book. December 2019 was probably one of the toughest days of my life. And this is the journal entry I wrote. This past week, Mom, she has not been able to function. We're really relying on the hospice. Has taken over, and the nurses feel she only has days or hours left. Basically, my family and I sat for 6 days waiting. My mother had just a heartbeat, but had nothing else. She didn't breathe. She breathed. She didn't eat. She didn't speak, and she couldn't move her eyes. She was really just not there. And, but even to the end, she was so strong. There, she was unable to open her eyes or eat, likely in a lot of pain around the clock. The nurses only kept giving her morphine, which to me wasn't really helping. And it was excruciating to even see. It really felt like torture. And to me, that's where the grief, was already occurring, not after she passed, but way before. And then on January 1st, literally 2020 was the final really journal post I ever had for this. And I wrote, Mom passed away 6:05 p.m. January 1st. She can finally have peace, and I'm still in shock. One odd thing with grief is, selfishly, we want our loved one to be there because we love them and we don't want them to be gone. But in a positive and sad way, if that could be possible, I was a little not happy, but relieved that she passed because she was being really tortured by the disease, by the medicine, by the care people, by everything. And it was time to just allow her to rest. And that's, something that's very hard as going through grief to understand, and today, several years later, even to talk about. The aftermath still continues, even several years later. We're still doing a lot of things to ensure she's never forgotten. I wear this pin like literally 24/7. It's the Parkinson's Disease Awareness Month this month, April. So this has been really a long month, tough month, but one where we, make sure that the world knows about Parkinson's disease, because each and every time one of you listening here or recorded, or please share the conference afterwards if you can, each time everyone is aware of togetherforsharon.com or my mother or anyone who's battling Parkinson's, I feel come closer to a cure, but we never forget. 4 months after my mother passed, which again, these are really important topics for our grief talk today. Many of my fellow colleagues speaking, I'm sure will talk about these, but grieving again continues after my mother passed or a loved one. I remember I didn't even think about this, but clearing out my mother's house was horrifying. So it felt like a horror movie. I can really give a good example. Just felt like something, and it wasn't just part one of the horror movie. It was 2, 3, 4, like several horror movie series, because it just didn't end. Luckily, my mother, I'm an attorney and we don't have the time, but a lot of legal issues you should definitely discuss with your family before, because if you do it after, it's even more difficult on your family. Wills, power of attorney. Today, what I do, again, like speaking today, is fighting back in her memory, but also the new beginning, meeting all of you, which really has changed my life for the better. The mission forward is important. I've had the honor to be a part of some beautiful things like this conference. I had the honor to meet Mr. Michael J. Fox a few times. Unfortunately, he's been battling Parkinson's, and he has something called young onset, which is he had it in the age 30, and he's still out there fighting for a cure. The Michael J. Fox Foundation has raised over $2 billion, not million, but $1 billion towards a cure, but we're still far, unfortunately, from it. But there are other things that can be done, like exercise. Thank you. And participatory grief, anticipatory grief. There's so many areas of grief that we just never have the time to get to. But as you can see here, Michael J. Fox, many of you might know Back to the Future, Family Ties, and he's a hero of mine because, a lot of individuals can, have a diagnosis or lose a loved one and move on, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But others like Mr. Fox have fought back and been able to, really give back to the community. And again, tomorrow, we're going to be at the Unity Walk. You're all welcome to join me and say hi. New York City, Central Park, even rain or shine. We're flying there actually after this show, after this conference, and hopefully you get to see Mr. Fox again. But he hasn't been doing well, which is also tragic. And it's tough seeing your advocate or your role model not doing physically and well due to Parkinson's again. And we've done a lot of advocacy locally. This is my family. We do a lot of the walks. So the American Parkinson's Disease Association, Parkinson's Foundation, I've become an ambassador for something called Drive Toward a Cure in California. They actually do auto racing and raise a tremendous amount of money, again, to go towards a cure. We've donated most of the money from the sales of books to these various organizations. Again, my goal is that these books are out there for awareness. That's the number one goal. I'm so grateful to each and every one of you, Elaine, Rosalind, everybody, Protection Fitness, Tony, Ada, everybody out there, my fellow speakers, because without all of you, I don't think I'd be able to function, especially my wife, my family. They always support what I try to do. Some days, it's hard for my own health. Look at my eyes. And, I feel like giving up, but you realize that there's something more that you just can't give up. We have to be, again, a family in this fight for a cure. And the only way that it will ever come is if we all, again, work together. So these are some of the most important areas. Just checking on the time. I could talk for 10 hours and then Tony won't be my friend anymore or any of you, but again, I'm grateful for the time. Continuing onward, this is a message to everyone listening and to your families. Join. There are things you can join, support groups. I wasn't aware at the time. You can do a lot. I have a message I always end my show, everyone. We're up to 220 shows in my podcast, which is all completely free. If you go to togetherforsharon.com, hopefully the organizers can share that, but you click on podcasts and you'll be able to see shows from around the world. But there's a lot of things you can do. And I always say, a message for everyone listening, we love you, we support you, we care a lot about you, and you're never alone. I will advocate for you, and together I feel our voices are so much stronger. And I always say I'm just getting started, because even though I've been doing this for 6 years or 5 years, every day I wake up and see people like each and every one of you doing things and, out there in the community, and Tony and Ada and all my fellow speakers. Really does help me grieve, but also pushes me to continue to fight till we have a cure. And it's not just Parkinson's disease, it's for all diseases. This is our movement with togetherforsharon.com. If you go, it's spelled out right here, togetherforsharon.com. I thought 3 or 4 people would see the website and I would have been fine with that. But we've had over 45,000 people worldwide visit, which has really been touching. And again, until we find a cure, that's the goal. Once we have a cure, I'll stop it all, probably rest, retire, but we still have, again, work to do. We have a few shows. It's become a TV station. I have Together for Sharon podcast. It's my wife and I. And then Q&A with Sharon St. George, where I speak one-on-one. We've had celebrities. We've had James Brown's daughter has been on, had U.S. Senators, Bernie Kosar, NFL quarterback legend. We've had a lot. We've actually had Jeffrey Weissman, who plays Marty McFly from Back to the Future's father. We've had political individuals. We've had entertainers, athletes. So it's becoming really bigger than just all of us. And if you go back to look at that slide with Michael J. Fox, he's actually wearing this. It's a band we created when my mother passed to remember her. And it just says togetherforsharon.com, Parkinson's disease awareness. But to have, Michael J. Fox wearing it was something that was not just touching, but helped me. I'll never forget the first time I met him. It was in Orlando. And when I met him, I was, it's that time when you meet imagine, your favorite individual, honor meeting your hero. But I kind of left there and had little people on my shoulder. One was so happy, but the other was so sad. I had to go into the bathroom that moment and cry because he's not doing well. And it's, again, because of Parkinson's disease. And in a way, I saw my mother a little bit in him. So I hope he's doing well now. So the other shows, the Together for Sharon podcast, again, my wife plays a major role. I wouldn't have gotten through my mother's journey without her. Write about it in the book, A Son's Journey, but also we have a show once a month, which is actually fun because no offense to the guys, but we like to hear the female perspective too. So this brings both sides of the caregiver. And again, it's free on togetherforsharon.com, completely free. This is some of my contact information. So the nice thing is it's just me. It might look like we're a big organization. We're not. I just don't sleep and talk about grieving. Some nights I don't sleep thinking about my mother, thinking about all of you who now become my family. So welcome. Not a family everybody always wants to be in, but it's one that's important and you need to support once you are. That website is literally go right to all of everything. You can also go to Linktree, which brings you to social media. I use every single one. If you follow me, I'll follow you right back. Because again, we have to be a family in this. We're on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or X. Even Blue Sky, which I don't know what it is or why, but we're on that, and some others. It's just you got to be on everything these days. Because if we just reach, even today in this conference, if we reach one person out there, we've changed the world for that person. One thing that's been beautiful too is can't just do it myself. So we've actually had the honor to have many, many, many celebrities join in. And you'll actually, if you go to Together for Sharon, click media and then look for PD warriors and celebrities. We have literal voice messages and videos from some of the biggest celebrities in the world. Brett Favre, the famous NFL player, just recently released news that he has Parkinson's. Kenny G is my mother's favorite musician. He played a saxophone song in her memory. Jack Osbourne is the famous celebrity father, Ozzy Osbourne, who the world loves. I love. Unfortunately, he's battling Parkinson's. You have Rashid Ali, who left a message, and all of you might be aware of Mr. Muhammad Ali, who passed, and he had Parkinson's. There's many others too. Michael Buffer, Bernie Kosar, so many more. If you have, and again, it's free to check it out. It will not cost you anything, just for awareness. And here you'll see my picture of Mr. Fox. So I wish I had the technology. I could play one of them, but for time's sake, feel free to head to togetherforsharon.com. Click on media. I believe it's under MEDIA, and then you'll see some beautiful messages. Just last week, we had one from Jennifer Gardner, famous actress. She's amazing too. Books, again, I don't really want to write any more books. I'd rather find a cure, but we have published several, and I'm actually working on a few more, and then I might wrap up and not write. For now, I'm thinking of writing one on grief, because that's one that means a lot to me. It's out of the Parkinson's area, but I sat back a few years ago when I lost my mother, and I have some access to the world like we all do, and I don't see certain things. So my first book, A Son's Journey, is the most important to me. It's my mother's journey, my journey as a caregiver, and then today as an advocate. But I saw, as a police officer, I was shocked when I found out, and I did a research book on police and how lack of awareness law enforcement throughout the United States is towards Parkinson's. And I don't want something bad to happen, as we've seen in the country. I want everyone, of course, to be united, but if police are not understanding that Parkinson's disease is an involuntary disorder movement, one of the fastest growing neurological diseases in the world, then we're going to have a problem, because an officer, and it's not their fault, they just weren't trained properly, might pull someone over, and the individual who has been diagnosed with Parkinson's might have involuntary movements, cannot respond to commands, the police, unfortunately, in my research, think that the person with Parkinson's driving is drugged or DUI or intoxicated, and that's not true. So we really need to I wish every department in the world would have this book, The Power of Policing, but it's been very difficult. I have to self-publish because a lot of publishers just aren't aware, again, of Parkinson's, and that's been a big issue. And that's why I ask all of you to please purchase them. We'll share a tremendous amount of it with the Parkinson's community, all funds, and really just for awareness. These 2 books on the side are 2-book set. What I found is after my mother passed, I knew there were about 1.2 million people in the U.S. with Parkinson's, but I was kind of heartbroken and shocked the second time. I felt really sad when I found out my mother wasn't alone. There were 10 million people worldwide with Parkinson's, and that was, again, shocking. So, we're in this world of US and things, but Parkinson's does not discriminate. It affects people worldwide. So I wrote 2 books, and these are actually other people's journey. So this covers people in Africa, India, Spain, UK, and all their journeys and advocates around the world and their battle with Parkinson's. Because again, I realized 2 years after my mother passed, and I'm still grieving, it's not just about me and my mother, it's about you, it's about everybody. And we have to be, again, a family in this fight towards a cure. So as we unfortunately wrap up, and I do hope in the future, if everybody enjoyed this, I can come back and present. Just again, I'm still grieving today, and without all of you, Tony, Ida, and everybody out there, and all, thank you for the beautiful comments today. But if it wasn't for all of you, I don't think I'd be able to get through my days. So I send the love and thanks really back to each and every one of you. And this is just to wrap up, one person I feel can make a difference. Each one of you is. One person can also bring positive change. So let's keep fighting until we find a cure for Parkinson's disease, and for innovations and research today until we do find a cure, because many people are still battling, and obviously there's no cure, but there are other things that we can continue to do. And also remember, I'll be advocating right by your side. You can always count on that. And I go by Sharon's son, George, because I don't think I would be the man I am today or the person I become if it wasn't for my mother. And I do think, again, she lives on through each and every one of you. So just want to thank you. I think we have a few moments if anyone had questions. I'm not linked to the chat, but I can speak and try and respond. But please visit us, and from my family, my mother, memory, and me, we send our love and thank you and support.
Inspired by our Community Impact Center in Old Town Fort Collins, where 12 nonprofits collaborate to address pressing community issues, we're replicating this model here at the Loveland Youth Campus. Our vision extends beyond individual programs. We're breaking down barriers by creating community hubs where families can access multiple resources under one roof, and nonprofits can streamline efforts, share expenses, collaborate in new ways, and ultimately put more resources into impactful programs. Essential services like literacy support, mental health care, and access to nutritious foods will all be offered under one roof. And that's in addition to quality care for children ages 0 to 18, provided by our partners at Teaching Tree Early Childhood Learning Center and Boys and Girls Clubs of Larimer County. Our efforts to unite nonprofits and services in community hubs countywide are truly redefining what it means to be a Larimer United. When we all come together and pitch in, we have the potential to be part of something greater than what any of us can do alone. We can build a brighter today and a more resilient future for generations to come. The opportunity to thrive is the bedrock of the American dream. At United Way of Larimer County, we are dedicated to turning this dream into reality. Thank you for joining us in being a Larimer United for healthy kids, healthy families, and a thriving community. Inspired by our
We are back. Thank you to Dr. George Ackerman for that very informative piece on Parkinson's. And let's keep that vibe going, or keep the vibe going. Let's go. You know what it is. I am Heat Detector from Unwrap the Podcast. We're just going to keep a beautiful vibe going. Got a lot coming up. Thank you to everybody watching. Keep the good vibes. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Ada. Salute. Thank you to Tony Lynch for your amazing job putting all this together, bringing all these wonderful, beautiful people together. This is definitely a vibe. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is the Global Grief Conference 2025. I am your boy, Heat Detective from Unwrap the Podcast channel. We are just keeping the vibes. Good spirit, good energy. Don't worry about me. I'm just having coffee and vibing. Up next, we got Holly McCuster. Uh-oh. Coming up here in a few. We're just keeping the vibe going. Just relax. Go get your coffee. Go get your cigarettes. Go get your THC. Light a couple of candles. Turn it on. Walk through your house. Clean up. Vibe. Listen. Big shout out again to Tony Lynch for putting all this together. I am Heat Detector of Unwrap the Podcast channel. Producer, hip-hop music, podcaster, father, husband, friend, and newly grandfather. Lift your spirits up. Let's vibe. don't know about y'all, but I'm feeling great. I feel amazing. Vibe with me. Shout out to Riot One, my brother. He's in tune. Not gonna let anybody break my vibe today, or my spirit, or my soul. Not today.
What's going on, my brother?
What's happening, Tony?
You know, man, sitting back, watching everything, vibing with you and everything. Hopefully everybody is enjoying themselves. You know, we have an amazing lineup today, man. And, you know, man, everything is good, brother. Everything is good, you dig? And, man, sitting up here just catching these vibes with you, you know, doing our thing and man, just feeling it, man. Just really honestly just feeling it.
I'm feeling it, man, and I'm so grateful to be a part of it, man, and just play some music and vibe out and my thoughts are to everybody to just vibe, feel the music, get in tune with yourself, get in tune with the energy, and feel good, learn some things, you know, all of the above.
Yeah, man, most definitely. And you know, I was just sitting up here thinking about it, man. While you was up here vibing, I was like, you know, your podcast, you know, based around mental health and everything, man. How did you get into wanting to do something about mental health? Because as men, it's something that's really not talked about, you know.
Man, you know the story. I see you over here trying to pry information out of me. You know, when I started, I made the pivot right after COVID from producing into podcasting, something that everybody had told me I shouldn't be doing. But I had the show that I called Sunday Sit Downs with the OGs, and I thought to myself, it would be a platform to the older generation of hip hop producers, MCs, and everything to bridge the gap with the new generation, because there's always been this gap of, you know, the stain between the two, if you will. And I had just quit drinking as well, and so I was going through a whole lot of mental stuff, and so that show was done every Sunday. And what happened was one Sunday as we're doing it, and it was only like a half an hour show. So one Sunday as we're doing it, I was having a real fucked up day. When I tell you, it was one of those days, you know, where I just felt like, you know, in all honesty, anybody could get it. And before the show, we did a, you know, technical difficulties type of thing, just make sure everything's working right beforehand, as you know, we're doing this kind of stuff. And the dudes that I was doing it with, they were like, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And I'm like, "I don't want to fucking talk about it, blah, 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 blah," you know. And before I knew it, anyways, it was time to do the show. And so we just went on, and everything that we were kind of talking about spilled over into the show, which had to, you know, didn't have anything to do with mental health, but it just all spilled over. It just all this anger and everything. And we talking about it. And, you know, before I knew it, the show that was normally a half an hour was now 3 hours in. And the show that nobody ever even looked at now had people in the comments, and they were talking and everything else, and, you know, the support and everything. And what happened was the next morning I woke up and I was like, that's it. I'm changing the name. It's going to be called The Check-In. I'm going to focus my energy on mental health. I'm going to focus my energy on men's mental health. I'm going to focus my energy on being better, on doing better, and helping other people that may be going through the same things that I've went through in my life and in my journey right now of being better.
Yeah.
And that's where it is, and that's where we are, and that's how I, you know, how I got here with you.
Most definitely, man. And I've been on your show a couple times, man. And so, man, I got a question, because you've been in the music industry for a while, right? You know what I'm saying? And so do you think that those that are in the music industry struggle a lot with mental health? Because we hear about the horror stories and things like that, you know what I'm saying, the struggles that music artists have, and you've been around for a while. You know what I'm saying? Big shout out to you, man. You know what I'm saying? I got to give kudos what kudos is, because you got indoctrinated into the Smithsonian Hall of Fame for hip hop. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and I catch your show, you know what I'm saying? And I hear the stories and things like that. So, you know, like, what do you think it is with the music industry that our artists struggle with on a day-to-day basis that people may not even open an eye to, right? Or may not even know?
Well, I think, in all honesty, I think as artists, we all struggled, you know, with things. And, you know, there's that old saying, you know, great artists have great struggles, you know what I mean? That perpetuate and move our minds to work the way that they do. But also the music industry itself is crazy. You know what I mean? And crazy loves crazy, misery loves company. And if you're not really prepared for the fame, the notoriety, and all the traps that come with it, it can be really detrimental to someone's mental health. And it's a big deal. It's a big deal. A lot of people aren't built for this, you know, because of the trappings and all of the stuff that comes with it. You know, any type of celebrity, there's a lot that comes with it, and you lose yourself in it. You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, man, it runs rampant. Find me an artist that is not going through any mental health, or tells you he is not having any mental health issues, and I'll show you a liar. You know what I mean? It's just a matter of us understanding it, dealing with it, confronting it, and being accountable.
I can definitely dig it, man. I can definitely dig it. You know, we got Holly coming up here in a couple more seconds, man. I'm gonna go ahead and let you finish vibing out, brother. Thank you so much, and everybody else who's been tuning in, guys. You guys already know what to do. Share it along with your friends, but get those questions, comments. This is a live stream, and we'll be sure to answer them as we go. Now, sit back and enjoy the show. We're gonna see you guys here in a bit.
It's a vibe, baby. It's a vibe. Salute Tony Lynch. Salute the Global Grief Conference 2025. Let's go. Salute Riot One, Sound Scandal Music Group. You're in the building.
Hi, I'm Holly McCusker, and I am the founder of Love Prescriptions, the Relationship Institute. Today, I am here to talk about breakup grief and how to utilize it as a catalyst for growth. I'd love to introduce my guest.
Good morning.
Hi,
Hello.
Paige. Lovely Paige, who is an amazing coach, and we've been in the relationship industry for quite a while now.
Yes, we have. Good morning, Holly.
Good morning, and thank you for being here to talk to me about this important topic. We're talking about grief and breakups. So I'm hoping we can see the slideshow. But, oh, here it is. Look at that. You speak and the universe works. So yes, I'm glad to have you on here because I know we've talked a lot about this in our coaching practice, and we have a lot of clients who come to us. Sometimes it's been years since the breakup, but they actually have a lot of grief left over because they haven't worked through it. So today I want to talk with you about ways in which people can not only use this for growth, but really transformation, like become a much higher version of self. So excited to talk about that. So we'll get into the first slide. And by the way, just this image, it reminds me of like how you feel after a breakup, right? So like alone.
Dark, a little desolate.
Yeah. Isn't it true? It's like, oh my gosh. And then like all the safety is gone, the connection is gone, and it's just it's like a holy moly moment. Yeah. So
Holy moly. Well
holy
said.
moly. What the heck just happened? It's like a rug just came out from under me. Okay, so let's talk first about the roadmap because I think it's so important to understand where we are in the grief process. And because breakups are like a death, they really are. I mean, in some ways, they're even more so, right? Because that person is still alive, but you have potentially no access to them, and you're like, it's just gone in an instant, right? So you're grieving a lot. You're grieving the loss of the relationship, the person, maybe they were your best friend, the future that you thought you had. So there's so much loss happening. So I think understanding where we are in the process of grief is so important because as we just depicted on the street, it's like your emotions run rampant and they're just sort of all over the place and your nervous system is like going wacky, right? So knowing where you are and not judging yourself, but just getting into a place of curiosity is so important. So when we look at these stages, we might start in denial, maybe not. We might start in anger. We know grief is not linear, so we could be all over the place with this, right? But a lot of times there is anger. And then there's the bargaining stage, which can be, I feel like that's sort of like Dante's hell, like where people can get stuck right in there, right? Because that bargaining stage is almost like limbo. It's the place between hope, heartbreak and hope, right? And we tend to like stay in the bargaining stage because it keeps us tied to the relationship, right? Because if we let go and eventually get to that acceptance stage, we have to admit that it's all over, correct? So
Yeah.
I'm curious your thoughts, like where you see clients getting stuck the most in these stages.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just going to speak to is well, and also before I speak to that, you were talking about, or what I heard you say was that grief isn't linear. And so that the stages might start and end at different places. Is it also true that you can skip back and forth to those different stages?
Yes. And have more than one stage at a time, right? You might be feeling a couple different pieces of this at one time.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely see the bargaining being the place of being stuck. It's all the what ifs. What if I had done? What if they had done? What if we had done? And that's as opposed to where am I now currently in the place that the only place that exists, which is presently.
Yeah, it takes like a lot of bravery because, our nervous system and our ego wants to keep us safe, right? So what safety, it's sometimes the pain, the familiar pain feels safer than the pain of the unknown. So when we get into this depression, or very, like, I'd call it like sadness, like an array of emotions, we get into that stage when we allow ourselves to just sit in the pain. This is where the transformation can really happen.
Yeah.
You know, it's like our emotions all have messages for us, right? So even anger, which is a secondary emotion, there's something underneath that, but we won't know. Like, we get stuck in our anger because it's our ego. But if we sit with the anger and we say, okay, what is this? What are you trying to tell me? And there's lots of things it could be, right? Maybe we're mad at ourselves because we self-abandoned in relationships, or we allowed things to go on for too long, or we, look for things outside ourselves to fill a void. So what is that anger trying to teach us? And all of these stages eventually and hopefully lead to this stage of acceptance. But, as we see people not getting to that stage, and then repeating cycles. So I want to skip into the next slide, because this is where we turn the headlights on, and this is where self-awareness becomes huge. This is where, we're sitting here faced with this horrible time. Like, it is, we're not going to deny this is so painful. But the gift in all of this is what we get to learn about ourselves. So what do you see in this stage? What do you see as so important with self-awareness in the breakup?
Well, I think that there's a very big difference between being conscious and being self-aware, because self-awareness takes it goes back to what we have agency over and accountability over, and those are the hard things to, in my experience and what I've seen, and in my own experience as well, is to really take heed to what a part we played in the whole transformation of the relationship. And also just being aware of where we are ourselves in the process of grief. Like, what is the anger telling you? I feel like so many times we want to stuff all of those feelings as opposed to using them as a guide. All of those feelings, like where we are in sadness, and where we are in anger, and where we are in bargaining, like all of these things are guides.
Yeah. And I love that you say that self-awareness and consciousness. Yeah, because we often too, we after a breakup, we're like, God, I thought I knew all these things. Why is this happening again? And it's like, wait, what have I not embodied about this? And what have I not, like, really, I might know what's happening, but I maybe didn't do the work to heal what's happening. And I think that's where we get stuck in patterns and dynamics. And so it's a great opportunity to look back through the thread of relationships and say, oh shit, I see, like, this emotional availability piece keeps coming back up and up again. Like, I've kept all my journals since high school, right? And I've looked back through time and been like, wow, I keep saying I need someone who's emotionally available. I need someone who can hold space for my feelings, and, like, who's willing to do, the hard work in a relationship and communicate openly and honestly. But wait, I keep attracting the same type of person. What is going on? So then it allowed me to see, oh, this wound is much deeper, and I'm just using these relationships to try to heal this wound. But this wound goes way back to, young self, young Holly, who was told your feelings are too much, your emotions are too much. And so what did I do? I continued to attract partners that confirmed that for me, right? So I see the emotion. I knew I wanted somebody emotionally available, but because I hadn't actually done the healing work myself, I was looking outside myself for that. So there's, like, this amazing opportunity to see, what is it we're doing? What dynamics are showing up for us?
Wow, what a revelation. Thank you so much for sharing that. That is And you were seeing that through your journals. You were seeing that pattern repeat itself
over and over again. Yeah, it was crazy because it was like, I know I've been here before. I know I've like said this before. So what am I doing? And I can also remember, I remember just looking in the mirror one day in the middle of a relationship and tolerating the shutdown, the abandonment, that over and over again. And I looked in the mirror and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, Holly, what are you doing? And I realized this was so much bigger than the actual relationship. This was me trying to get my father's approval, my father's acceptance of my needs, emotions, right? This partner was just not, didn't have the capacity to do that, right? But it was only because I was seeking this outside myself.
Yeah. And I mean, the fact that we do this work all the time and still there are things being uncovered and still there are things to learn. It takes a lot of self-awareness and doing the work, and also having somebody guide you along the way, like walk with you and coach you through the process. And that's why we're here.
Yeah, because this work is really hard to do alone. Of course, we can do some of it alone, but the coaching piece is amazing. So I am so grateful to have our community of coaches that, can really help people through all of this.
Yeah.
And just to kind of speak to the other side of this, so what we see is that nearly 70% of people jump into a new relationship before they've healed, okay, or done any healing at all. And I understand why, right? Our nervous system wants to protect us. They do not like this feeling of unsafe, the lack of safety. They do they want what's familiar. So they jump into a new relationship. And of course, what do? They repeat the same patterns over and over again with a new poor person, right? Poor person that gets to deal with the leftover grief that they didn't heal. And this is where I get really curious, right? Because, okay, so if 70% of people are doing this, obviously this leads to the divorce rate, which is a 50% on first, and then marriages, and then we go jump to 67% on second and 73% on third. Okay, so this is so clear that 70% of people are not healing or understanding their dynamics or their patterns, right? So then we have that 30% left. Okay. And I just asked ChatGPT. I was like, what do you think about this remaining 30%? Because we know also that probably half of that 30% is going to just shut down and go in the opposite direction where they don't even put themselves out there again. They, victim mode, or just, continuously resentful of that person or that experience. And so they're never out there. So then we have that brave 15%, and that's the people who do the work and take the time to do the healing. So I want to jump into this next slide. And this is the reason I want to talk about this anxious avoidant loop, is because I know you and I both see this quite a bit in our clients and the experiences, but this is the anxious avoidant loop. And without getting too much into attachment styles, but again, very important to understand, we go further into detail and with this in our workshop, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But this attachment style is how we connect in relationships, especially intimate relationships. And it's typically formed in childhood. So what we see a lot of in very difficult breakups is this anxious avoidant loop. So there's fear on both sides of the coin here, on the avoidant and on the anxious person. But we tend to attract a partner who mimics the qualities of that caregiver we had the most difficult relationship with. So if we had an emotionally unavailable father or a mother, we may attract someone who is avoidant, right? And then that makes us become more anxious in the relationship. So the anxious seeks connection, and they kind of try to latch on. They need reassurance. They want to know that they're safe in the relationship. But what happens with the avoidant is they have a more difficult time with the emotional capacity. So not only are they struggling with their own emotions, they're struggling with the emotions of their partner. So they start to pull away And so that's where the cycle begins, where the anxious tries to latch on and then the avoidant tries to get further away, right? And nobody's wrong in this. It's just the way that we started our connections early on. And if we are not aware of these patterns, this will create a lot of havoc. Like this is a brutal one, not only in the relationship, but in the breakup as well, because you'll see that the avoidant probably shuts down again and like maybe even tries to erase the entire relationship. They're more apt to like jump into a new relationship quickly to avoid the pain of this and just do the cycle again with somebody else. So I'm curious your thoughts on this dynamic and what you see.
Well, I was just going to say, not just with my clients, but also in my own world, in friendships and romantic relationships and family dynamics, and these exist. This loop exists, and it's. I mean, it all goes back to self. The first step is knowing where you are in this, and that right there, that one step, then you adjust accordingly, you learn accordingly. I was just talking to a client yesterday who was talking about somebody who is avoidant, which triggers his anxious. And so in the past, historically, he would then full throttle get into the stories of why did this happen, and I've got to connect with this person again, I've got to make it work. Wow. And he had an experience with somebody who just kind of dropped off and ghosted, and instead because he has self-awareness now, and we've been working together for about a year, he shifted and was like, oh, okay, this is how this person is going to respond or react to the situation. I'm not going to react. I deserve more. I deserve somebody that is going to show up. And so that was that. And it was like, whoa, that happened within 72 hours. You've decided this. That's amazing. So it's possible to get into, to grow into secure.
Oh, 100. Yeah. I love that example too, because I think it does, obviously the awareness and then embodying it, but it's like when we don't do that, we are just like the chase becomes healing that wound. So that the wound of I'm not enough, maybe my feelings are too much. So like you're constantly chasing that person for the affirmation, and again they're running away. So yeah, saying, wait, this isn't about, like your client did, this is not about my worth. This is about that person's capacity to hold space or, understand or sit with big emotions or navigate through big emotions. Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, taking the focus off the wound, because now we're aware, we know what we need to do to heal ourselves. And it's not to say that, and again, attachment styles are not fixed either. We, like your client, can absolutely work more towards secure. But when you see this pattern coming up, it is a big indicator that there's something much bigger for you to heal. So if you're, this is what I noticed. I was like, oh my gosh, because I would typically think I'm pretty secure. And then I'm like, I am like becoming anxious in this relationship. What is happening? And it was like this constant chase to get this person to just be like, no, your feelings are not too much. No, your needs are not too much. I can certainly meet your need for communication, that type of thing. So yeah, awareness. And then I think, when you're able to understand this about yourself, understand where it comes from, share it with a partner. So if you're anxious, they can give you more reassurance. And if they're avoidant, you can give them the space they need. It doesn't mean days to figure this out, but it means like, hey, give me an hour or so to regulate, and then I'm going to come back and be able to talk about this with you. Yeah.
Compromising for both parties.
Right. So yeah, there is a way to make it work, but without the awareness, it will not. It will just wreak havoc.
Yeah.
So, Yeah, so now I want to get to this. This is so important because I know we've talked about this page, but like we often hear clients say, and we've said the same thing, gosh, I do all the work, I read all the books, I understand the concepts, I know myself. Why do I keep doing this? And that is because transformation happens in the body, not in the mind, right? We can't think our way into something new. We have to feel it. And that is why regulating the nervous system is so important. I think it's like 80% of our response comes from the nervous system. So when we're responding from a dysregulated nervous system, that again is going back to the attachment and the wounds and all of that. So we need to learn how to regulate the nervous system. And I want to talk about a couple ways that we can do that, right? And again, this is a very big subject, so we're only touching on it a little bit here. But one of the things that I use quite often and is so helpful is the VU breathing. And it's very simple and it can be used in any state of dysregulation. So you don't have to like wonder which state you're in. It can be used. So it's basically an inhale in, and then when on the exhale, you just make the VU sound, right? But the exhale is always going to be longer than the inhale. Okay. And so it vibrates in your body and it regulates the nervous system. And it's like this miracle thing that happens. And if you're out in public and you don't want to like be out there making the VU sound, you can actually do it under your breath. But it really is a miracle. Have you tried it?
I was just going to say, shall we do it together?
Yeah. Ready?
Anybody else out there?
Yeah. We can all do it together on 3. 1, 2, 3. My kids are gonna see this and they're gonna be like, "Mom, come on!" They're always making fun of me. They'll say, "When in doubt, VU it out, Mom. VU it out." So that's.
Do you want to see mine?
Yes, I want to see yours. Yes, please.
The thing that I like to say is do a foot drop, the foot from your head to your heart. So get into your body, get out of here, because the head tells you stories on a loop often, but the body really tells the truth.
Yes.
And so when you check in with your body, it totally tells the truth. Mine is so ridiculous. Definitely do it out in public because everyone will laugh at you and you can laugh at yourself. Or don't.
I'm doing it at the club this weekend.
Yeah. Mine is starfish shrimp.
Yep.
So starfish, shrimp. You can't see me, but starfish, just imagine I'm curling up into a shrimp.
I love it. I love it. Tell me what that does for you. What do you feel in your body when you do that?
It's exhilarating. It definitely, I mean, you can't stay up here if you're starfish shrimping.
Yeah.
It's possible. It's like, it really takes, and also I laugh every time I do it.
Yeah. It's
sometimes
so true.
I tell my clients, you don't even have to do it. You can just picture me doing it.
I'm gonna do both. I'm gonna picture you and I'm gonna do it myself. I start a new trend out there. I think the other thing too that I was like, wow, this really works, is just to like give yourself a hug. Just to do that. And like as you're doing that, letting yourself know you're safe. I've got you. You know, all of this goes back to relationship with self, because, you know, we're always seeking things outside ourselves, external validation, you know, connection, reassurance, things like that. But when in these times where we're grieving a breakup, we're grieving the end of something, we have this amazing opportunity to tune back into us and build this incredible relationship with self. So then when we do go back out into the dating world, if we choose to, then we come from a much more regulated space in the nervous system, and we have the tools to really help regulate. And all of that is just going to help you align with the partner that you truly desire, someone who's more aligned on core values and character and and things like that, because you're not coming from a place of lack or scarcity. You're now coming from a place of wholeness and abundance.
Yeah.
And then one more piece to this, because, you know, we can regulate everything in the body, but then we have all this stored up emotional energy that gets stuck in the body. Often this happens because we don't grieve. So when this happens, we have to go to the somatic healing, and this is where we let the emotions out. So one of my favorite ways to do that, and I see it now on TikTok too, the shimmy, shimmy, shake, but like we shake it out of our body.
Yeah.
My kids just bought me, and I was like, I need this now. My nervous system needs this now. They just bought me a trampoline for Mother's Day. And my son nearly killed me putting it together, but it's amazing. So I get on there every morning, right first thing in the morning, I get on there and start jumping and shaking. And that helps remove some of that energy from the body, because otherwise it does get stored up. And that's often what leads to disease and health issues. So it's important to not only go from the head to the body, and then let it go. Let it go.
Yeah. Get it out.
Yeah. Okay. So next, yeah, I think that we've talked about this a little bit, but this is a question that came in from the audience. So how does a breakup impact my nervous system, and why does it feel so overwhelming? And that goes back to what we were saying about all of a sudden you've lost this connection. So your nervous system craves safety. It craves familiarity. And so now we're going from, we're just out there on the street in the unknown. So that's where, again, these tools really help to come back to self and really give yourself what you need, as opposed to going back to that familiar pain.
Yeah.
Okay. So next, now that we're, getting all this self-awareness, we're regulating, this is a perfect opportunity to start doing some more of the inner work. And this is where we're looking to connect back to self. And again, looking at the emotions underneath the reactions that we're having, right? And so often when we're triggered, it's a great opportunity to, a triggering moment isn't about just that present moment, right? It's about, where does this come from? So this is a great opportunity to kind of look at our origin wounds, to see like what happened in our earlier days that really shaped us. We're up until the age of 7 of the most transformative, shaping moments of our life. So what in those years made us feel like we were too much, not enough, unworthy, right? And that's going to provide us the blueprint of where the healing really needs our own healing. So I'm curious what you have some thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, this is the uncomfortable stuff about looking so far back. And it's also when there's understanding of where it comes from, then there's the opportunity to move through it and forward. If we just keep stuffing and not paying attention, and then that's where the cycle continues. And so if you want to have better relationships,
Yeah, it starts with, what do I need? What do I need to comfort myself in this moment? And you're right, the distraction piece is where people go to first. So it is uncomfortable, it is difficult, but I promise you, start slow, small, like little meditations. And I know for myself, revisiting the inner child, holding space for that child, and going back over and over again to that child and seeing what they needed in that moment. Because like when the trigger comes up, you recognize, what is the emotion? Where did I feel this emotion? Where did I feel this early on? You go back to that time and you access that child in you. And it's such a beautiful moment where you can just sit there and give that child what they needed in that moment. It's not to fix it, but it's just to say, I'm here for you, and you don't have to seek this outside yourself. And there's just, it really does make such a difference. And again, I always say, when you find yourself going outside of that, like going outside of yourself to seek something, it's like anchoring back to self.
Yeah.
Because when we don't do that, and I'm going to skip to the next slide. Often what we do is that we're in our ego, right? So when we're in the healing process, we're going through the breakup and we're doing all these things. And again, it's not to be critical of self when we step outside of this process, or we get into our anger, or we get into our ego. That's totally fine. We're going to fluctuate between our ego and our higher self. The goal is to have more moments in our higher self, right? But now we're in the driver's seat. So who do we want to drive? Who do we want to drive this life? And so our ego might say, oh gosh, I mean, I'm just gonna, this breakup really did me in. I'll show him. I am gonna look so damn good. Like he's gonna just regret everything. This is sometimes what we hear from our clients, right?
Wait a minute. What? I've never said that before.
Oh yeah, no. I've never even had that thought. So I'm gonna look so damn good. He is going to regret. That's what the ego says. The higher self says that shit doesn't matter. I am so focused on my growth that by the time I am ready to date again, he's not even going to be a thought, because my higher self is going to align with the partner that truly is for me, is in alignment with, and now is going to, and it's not going to be so hard. It's not going to be so brutal and like just trying to get somebody to see me, to love me in the way, like just accept me as I am fully, right?
Because I do.
Yes.
Yes.
100, because I do. And that's what matters most. Yes.
Yes.
All right. Next slide. Okay. Forgiveness. And I know this can be a dirty word because not everybody, this is hard. This is very hard. But what I want to say about forgiveness is not for your ex. Forgiveness is for you. Forgiveness is for your liberation. Because if you can't do the forgiveness, you cannot get to that last stage of acceptance. So forgiveness often starts with forgiving yourself, because most likely you did self-abandon in the relationship. Most likely you did tolerate too much and all the things, right? So forgiveness is for you. It's to stop carrying around the weight and the burden. And when you don't forgive and you keep carrying this into new relationships, that's what happens, is that you project into the next relationship. And again, going back to that 70%, you just recreate the dynamic over and over again.
I think that this can be a really hard place to move through, because the dirty word part of it, this idea that forgiveness is like, and this comes from ego as well, like letting somebody else off the hook, or being in that victim place. Like, if I forgive, then I'm not going to ... But, and it really isn't for anybody else. It is really so that you can open up and have experiences without holding on to anything of the past. And it's kind of about giving grace to ourselves too, forgiving ourselves in the process as well.
Yeah. 100. It might have to be forgiving many relationships back many times in relationships, right? but it allows you to move forward. That's why we have this windshield. Like we're moving forward now. And it allows you to take back the control too, because when you don't forgive, you're leaving some of you with that person, right? You're letting them have control over your feelings and emotions. And, it's like you said, it doesn't mean you forget or accept some of the things that they may have done, because I know people can be awful in both relationship and breakups, right? So it doesn't mean you have to say that's okay what they did, but forgiving is letting go and moving on and moving into that better life for yourself, for sure.
Yeah.
And so I think we already answered that. So then we're here at the last mile marker, and we have this choice. So going back to that 70%, do we want to go back to the old, repeat the same patterns and cycles, stay in our anger, not get to acceptance? Do we want that, or do we want to choose the new way? And the new way does require work. It requires us to really take accountability, right? Everybody has accountability in relationship. It doesn't mean anybody's right or wrong. It's not about that. It's just about like what is happening and how are we showing up. And also like really understanding that some dynamics are gonna hinder our process of healing, because we're never fully healed. We're gonna continue to heal throughout life, right? And so when we choose a dynamic like that anxious avoidance cycle, when we know that we're choosing a partner who's going to bring out that potential anxious or avoidant side of ourselves, we have to understand what we're getting into. But when we create that self-awareness, when we sit with our pain, when we really allow ourselves to move through all of this and get to the higher version of who we're meant to be, that's the new way. And it's really quite a beautiful way.
And the higher version of who we are meant to be also brings us to the higher version of who we want to be with. What's the idea of, I've written a list and a description of what my partner is, and I've journaled about it, and I've created this person, and then you stop and you think, wait, am I the person that's going to attract that person? Have I done the work? Have I grown, become, created all of the things that would actually attract this person? Because we only have agency over ourselves.
Yeah.
And that is the old way, somebody else will fill me up, versus the new way, I'm going to fill myself up first and attract the person that I want to be with.
100. And I love that you say all that, because looking back at the relationship and what wasn't working gives us an opportunity to say, wait, where was I falling short for myself? Where was I not fully accepting all parts of me? Because it's a mirror. That relationship was a mirror for you to see. So where was I not? Where was I not being compassionate with myself? Breakups are the perfect opportunity to enhance the most beautiful self-care. And I don't mean bubble baths and massages, although those are great. But it's like, what do I need in this moment? What do I need to give myself? It's so important to really be kind. There's like kindness and curiosity in this process. Kindness to give yourself what you need, and the curiosity to understand what was happening so you can move forward in a different way. All right. So here's this QR code please click on this, that we have a free gift for you. It's a 7-step process for moving through breakup grief. Also on this page, you'll see there is a sign up for a workshop. We would love to take this a step further with you all. It's a very transformative workshop that we've designed, and it's to help with the healing process, to help you work through some of these patterns and dynamics. It's there are 2 opportunities for dates on there, but we've created this because we know the breakup process is so difficult, and we want to be supportive of you through that. So make sure you click on this code to at least get the free gift. We also have a Facebook group, so if there are any questions that we don't get to today, feel free to join our Facebook group, and we'll answer any questions that you have there. And
There
this
are
is,
some that have come through as well. Just
what's that?
there are some, a couple of questions. that-
Questions. Okay, awesome. And then just a reminder, like people who seek professional support, coaching, whatever that might mean, are 60% more successful to have an emotional recovery. So keep that in mind. We're here for you. Okay, so we do have some more Q&A. Let's see. What do we-
Yeah. Do you want me to read it to you?
Sure.
What are your thoughts on emotional awareness, emotional intelligence, and emotional regulation when it comes to relationships?
Right, and I think we certainly covered that. I think it's of the utmost, right? All of those things keep you in the present. So being emotionally aware, and if that is important to you yourself, it's really important that you're attracting that type of partner as well. And what else part of that question?
Well, there wasn't another question, but there was definitely a comment about the reminder of self and the importance of healing, because healing past equals present.
Absolutely.
Which I appreciate.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I did see this question. This question is, how do I know if I'm healing from my ego or from my higher self? Which we talked about a little bit, but yes, ego. We talked about how that was the, "I'll look so good, they'll regret it." And then the higher self is, what can this teach me? Okay. Let me know if you see any more questions. Otherwise, I'm going to just go through these that we have here already.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So here's one. My ex moved on really quickly, posted it all over social media. Why does this hurt? Why can't I stop spiraling? Okay. Well, first of all, how quickly someone moves on is not a representation of your worth at all. It is most likely their inability to sit with their own pain and emotions and potentially some shame. So people who move on quickly, I know it could feel like you've been erased or replaced, but it's really about their capacity to deal in their pain. And I think, the whole idea of making something so public so soon, it speaks more to their emotional immaturity and their also their potentially their character, right? Because if they're not afraid to like put this out there, they know they could be hurting you. So that like probably is a great indicator that they were not the right person for you if they would do something like that. Any thoughts on that, Paige?
Oh yeah, for sure. There's all of these the protection, the walls that we put up just to shield ourselves from hurt or hurt, really. Hurt, fear, all those things. And so most of it isn't, it's not a reflection on truth.
Yeah. And honestly, it feels to me like a real indicator that you made the right decision, because like that's not like there's no safety in that. And someone doesn't have to be mean and cruel, right? It's like have consideration. Anyways, I think that's true. Here's another one. How do I know if I'm truly healed or if I'm just avoiding relationships? When do I know if I'm ready to move on? And I think this is a very personal response, right? I think it's okay to like dip your toe back in the water when you think you might be ready. I don't think you're going to know until you start just kind of putting yourself out there and trying.
Exploring.
And always anchor back to self. Because if you're out there and you're feeling potentially triggered by something, maybe it's a rejection or, you're like, oh, I still am attracting the same person. Are we time's up? We're time's up.
We are.
Oh my God. Thank you so much.
Yes. So much. So many great reminders and such very enlightening. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you so much. And thank you for being here today with your wisdom and your love.
um, well, thanks everybody that was here.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Single fathers, we are the chief cook and bottle washers of our entire family unit. It also means that we're blessed to be seen in our children's eyes as superheroes. We get the chance to participate in all the milestones of their lives. Now, the single fathering experience, it may be difficult during that parenting journey. The benefits, they greatly outweigh the challenges.
And we're back. We are back. We are back. We are back. I am your boy, Heat Detector. This is Unwrap the Podcast. And we are live with the Global Grief Conference 2025. I might have had too much coffee. But thank you so much for everybody tuning in. Hey, that right there was real informative. If you've ever been in a breakup, ever had a problem, that was very, very, very informative. Thank you guys very much for that. Hey, let's keep the vibe. Good spirits, good energy. Let's go. We're alive, we're breathing, and we're blessed. I'm all coffeeed up. Jay Lewis is coming up next. Stay tuned. Right now, let the music ride. Go get yourself a snack. A nice coffee like myself. Just vibe. It's a beautiful day. See me, I'm over here just vibing. Let's keep the good spirits, the good energy. Salute to Tony Lynch. Salute to the Global Grief Conference 2025. And thank you for everybody tuning in. Great way to kick off the weekend. Your boy Heat Detector. This is Unwrap the Podcast. A lot of shows on this channel. Like, subscribe. Every Sunday night we do the check-in, which is the men's mental health show. Well, everybody mental health show, to be honest. Talk about life struggles, stress, accountability, respect, emotional, intelligent. We talk about everything. It's a platform for people to either watch or get involved, but the whole point is to help. That's what we do it for, right? We are vibing. Good energy. You gotta excuse me. I'm all geeked up on coffee. We got a whole weekend of this, people. It's gonna be guests. It's gonna be lectures, workshops, good conversation, information, all of the above. Shout out to Tony Lynch and Ada, all the way in Puerto Rico. Shout out to everybody in Chicago watching. We're live all over the world, broadcasting from Chicago. We are in the building. We are all locked in. Take in the music. Take it all in. Yeah, excuse me, I'm just vibing. Music soothes the soul. Got me all geeked up. I'm ready to start rapping or something. Vibe with me. Single fatherhood coming up next. Y'all see it. We all need to listen. Single fathers out there, tap in. Mothers with children, tap in.
Don't you know, no? Please, don't you know? Keep the texture, stop fucking doing that shit.
We all want to thank everybody for tuning in. It's a beautiful day. Thank you, Ada, for having me. Thank you for Tony Lynch for having me. Thank you for everybody listening. You'll see a lot of this. Me just nodding my head. Taking in all the information. Vibing. Putting out good energy and good vibes to the universe. Let's go. Salute Perfection Fitness. I appreciate you. Like and subscribe to the channel. Unwrap the podcast channel. We are in the building. Nothing but love and good vibes. Come on, y'all. Feel the vibe. I can't be the only one feeling good right now. Hey, like and subscribe to every channel you see, not just mine. Like and subscribe to every channel you see. We're global with it today, baby. Feel that vibe? Let's all get in the right frame of mind, the right space. This is a safe place. I'm going to say that again. This is a safe place. Feeling good. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling fantastic.
What do Postvention Collective and Journey Through Grief have in common? They are two businesses working hand in hand to educate, advocate, and support people left behind after a suicide. The act of suicide is surrounded by stigma, and that stigma trickles down to those left here to grieve. I'm Tracy Ozer, and my job is to bring resources and coaching services to the moms, dads, siblings, children, and others battling through this devastating loss. Postvention Collective is the premier education company bringing suicide bereavement trainings to our businesses, schools, behavioral health workers, faith organizations, and any others who want to learn ways to eliminate this public health crisis. Our mission is to equip communities with the tools and resources so that they can go on to support their family members, their colleagues, their friends, and any others within their circle of influence. Journey Through Grief is your one-stop shop for suicide bereavement support. Whether you want to try coaching to get your personal life back on track, or hear stories of loss and healing through our podcast or our YouTube channel, there is something for everyone. But most importantly, if you've lost someone by suicide, know that you're not alone, and we've been there too. Come into our community and let us earn your trust so that we can love you through grief.
Hey, everybody. My name is J Lewis III, and I talk to people about single parenting. Really, particularly being a single father. Single fathering is one of the most interesting situations you can be in. It is extremely pressure filled. You have to be on point 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And at the same time, you have to make sure that you are managing your children as well. The CDC, it talked about the disease that is related to single parenting, especially single fathering. And when I say disease, they're talking about how children are affected, how emotionally and mentally people are affected, because it depends on the type of loss that you have that will allow you to, I won't even say allow, that'll put you in a circumstance where you're going to be challenged emotionally. Look at it this way. If you are single parenting, whatever the circumstance that you have gone through has created your single parent situation rather, is what I should say. And you are now placed in, how should I say it, placed in a situation where you have to react in a certain way. For instance, if your single parenting was due to a divorce, you have to act in a certain manner. You have to tell yourself that you need to raise your emotional intelligence so that you can effectively co-parent and that you can deal with the challenges related. Because at one time, this was a person you loved, you care about, and you probably still love them and care about them, but you couldn't get along. But because you have children together, you have to make sure that you are emotionally in control so that the two of you can co-parent effectively. If your circumstance is due to some type of loss, maybe the person in your life, you had no intention of leaving. But life happens, circumstances, and they pass away. When that happens, it puts you in a challenging situation because you're wondering what has occurred. You're questioning the universe, God, whatever you believe. Why did this happen to me? Your emotional challenges are incredible because you were connected, bonded. It warrants with your mental challenge. I mean, literally, your brain meshed with the brain of the person you fell in love with. Your neural connections were based on the fact that, you met each other, you know each other, you spent time together. All those things have to decouple. Now, at the same time, you are dealing with your children's emotional and mental wherewithal while you're managing yours. Then at the same time, on top of that, as a single father, you're learning how to become what I call a nurturer, how to learn how to manage your children. At the same time, you still have to be the breadwinner. You still have to make sure that the rent is paid, the car note is handled, then any extracurricular activities that your children are in. You have to find a way to make sure that they maintain them because, again, the mental challenges and the emotional challenges that they feel, they just might push them over the edge. And those extracurricular activities may keep them within a certain bounds. That may be the only time that they can express themselves. So as a parent, you want to make sure that you're keeping them in that. And now that's a financial commitment on top of it being a time commitment, because you may be in a situation where you have to take them to these different places while at the same time you're still having to do other things, like maybe work, like do something for a group or association that you've committed to. And you have to find the time because at one time you split these duties. And like I mentioned before, financially, that can be a travesty. If you were used to having two incomes to support the household, well, then now you're down to one. And that means you have to figure out a way to make it work. So you have two choices. Choice one, reduce all of your expenses. And that means that everyone else suffers as well. There may be, like I mentioned before, activities that cost that may have to be eliminated. And the children may suffer. You may suffer. Because there was something that was allowing you to release yourself that you can no longer do. Maybe go to the gym. Maybe spend some time somewhere with some friends. You couldn't do that anymore. Or find ways to increase your income. And that's another time commitment, another obligation, another learning experience. Either way, you are going to be in a situation where you're going to be forced to learn something different. Now, I talk to single fathers, excuse me, about the fact that communicating with your children, that is essential. In order for you to effectively parent, you have to be able to communicate properly with your children. And communication is not just that verbal, hey, do this, do that type of thing. It's not that. Communication is way more than words. There are 7 communication styles or communication types rather, that are important, especially when you're managing your relationship with your child. Like I said, there's a traditional verbal, hey, do this, do that. Then there's the nonverbal, where people don't realize that over 80% of our conversation is nonverbal. Your hand gestures, your facial gestures, your movements. Then you're dealing with that inner voice, the intrapersonal conversation. The one you have with yourself, the one that says, hey, I'm great today, or I'm having a hard day. As a single father, you have to properly balance that. I recommend that every day you affirm yourself. The minute you wake up in the morning, before the day starts, you affirm yourself by saying this is going to be a great day. And no matter how the day works out, you stay committed to making sure that day is going to work to your advantage. Because doing that allows you to be able to navigate through your circumstance. The interpersonal conversation is key. And then, of course, everybody does what we figure communication should do, which is have that interpersonal conversation. Be able to have a way to speak to the next person and make sure you get your point across. That it's vital because, again, that is the core and crux of communication, making sure that people understand. Then there's written forms of communication, and that's important too, especially as a single father, because there are times where you're not going to be able to speak to them directly. So you're going to have to write down. Or there are times where you just want to make sure that you're caring about them. You're thinking about them. Right now, writing down something, putting it in a special place for them, it's important. Then, of course, there's the visual communication where you have to see it. It's like the stop sign. No, but that's a way of communicating. Making sure that you know what to do, what not to do, because you see it. And then there's one form of communication that almost 97% of the world have a hard time with. According to the APA, there are a lot of people that would rather die than do this. And that's public communication, public speaking, being in front of a crowd. Now, obviously, that's not of major importance when you're dealing with your family, unless you got a massively large family. I mean, I knew someone that has 15 brothers and sisters. So her father had to be a master communicator in the conference setting, is what we should say. And then to complement those communication types, you also need to learn to marry it with the proper style of communication. For instance, you can't be the angry guy, because it makes it difficult to get the communication across. And especially when you're dealing with children, you need to make sure that you find a way to marry your communication style with your communication type. Each has to fit appropriately. You have to make sure that you're communicating your information to them. And you have to make sure that you're doing it in a manner that is not ultra assertive. Now, being assertive, that is a style of communication. And being able to be assertive is actually key, because you want to make sure that you get your point across. And that's when you mixing that particular style with a type. Say you're, using nonverbal, you're pointing. That is cascading communication. And when you're speaking to children, you need to make sure that they understand that information. Then also, you as a parent must understand them. They're not going to give you the type of communication that you would normally see from another adult, or someone at the work, or your boss. It's not that. It's being able to understand what it is that they need. And children, a lot of their circumstances rely on their emotions. So their communication style and type are based on how they feel. You as a parent have to understand that. So if they come in angry and they're upset and they're talking to you in a certain manner, you have to learn how to navigate through that and not retaliate, not fight fire with fire, because then that's only creating more animosity and bringing you farther apart. You need to make sure that your communication bridges the gap between the two of them. I want to say something real quick about making sure that we get this kind of information out. So hit like and subscribe and share this information to as many people as you possibly can. Let the algorithm know that this information is important. Not just what I'm saying, but we have an entire weekend of people, experts, professionals, who are talking about one of the most important things, something that we're all going to go through. No one has a trouble-free existence. We're all going to face some sort of grief. May it be related to death or some type of financial issue, something in that circumstance. So like I said, please make sure you like and subscribe and share this information out to everyone you can. Force that algorithm to say, you know what? They definitely need to be boosted higher. I'm done with my PSA. Let me go back to what I was talking about when it's related to single fathering. Single fathering, it's important to understand that We are not natural nurturers. We are not by nature. That women have been not just not bred, but they've had children. So there's a biological connection. For men, that connection, in order for it to properly mesh, a man has to create that, again, neural connection with their child, starting from when they're born. When you attend the birth of your child, that actually begins the neural connection between you and that child. See, there are a lot of single men out here that, unfortunately, they haven't had the privilege of being able to see their child being born for whatever circumstance. Maybe they didn't choose to show up, or maybe they just weren't invited to be there. But whatever it happens, that puts them behind the 8 ball. They have to learn how to build that connection up with that child. So I do recommend to single fathers, I recommend that to prevent becoming a single father, that you build a relationship with the mother of your child, letting them know you're going to be there. Now, even if you don't end up making it and being together, and you do become a single father, make sure that you spend your time letting that woman know that you are going to be there. It allows you to broker your relationship better over time. So now, 6 months later, you want to see your daughter or your son, you can call up that woman. And she's going to remember the fact that, you know what, he was there. We didn't make it, but he loves his kid. And I definitely don't need to be giving him the drama. I need to make sure that we can co-parent effectively. There are so many areas that single fathers need to learn how to master. And they're not circumstances that are of the norm. If you are in a relationship, then you will rely on the other half to help you out. They complement you. They are that person that offers you the assistance when you need it. That person that gives you the help that relieves. When you are a single parent, I often say you are the chief cook and bottle washer. You're that person who's responsible for each and every aspect of the circumstance that you're dealing with, from the moment you wake up in the morning to when you go to bed. And that means that what you're doing with work, you have to dedicate yourself to that. What you're doing in your personal life, you have to dedicate yourself to that. What you're doing in your family life, you have to make sure you dedicate your time for that. So it means that you have so many things going on at one time. And each time you have to dedicate 100% to it. What I recommend is that a single father creates a list that will allow them to create a time schedule. From here to here, I'm going to handle this. From here to here, I'm going to do this. From here to here, I'm going to do that. And then if other circumstances get in the way of that, you can move it around accordingly. You have to be absolutely on point when it comes to your schedule as a single father. Because you have to remember, you're not just doing this for yourself. Your children who don't necessarily care about what you have going on, but you have to accommodate them. If little Timmy has football practice, you have to figure out a way to get him to football practice. Now, you may have something going on at the same time. What that means is that you need to rely on outside support. Your tribe, there's the old adage, it takes a village to raise a child. That, as a single father, it means so much. And find out who are those people, responsible people in your village. Create your tribe. You may have to go to work and you don't have time to take the child to practice. Find someone who you can trust to be able to take them. There are ways to be able to navigate your single fathering ventures. You have to get out of your old way of thinking. See, the comfort zone you had before you became a single parent, before you became a single father, it does not allow you to have this luxury now. So the fact that you used to be able to go out and hang out, you may not get that opportunity as many times now because you have this obligation. And here is where a lot of single parent men fall short, go by the wayside. They end up zoning out because they feel that everything is too much. There's a heavy situation when it comes to doing things like drinking, when it comes to taking drugs or doing some illicit acts. It's all an attempt to get away from the responsibility for a moment. And you get away for a minute. The problem is when you sober up, that monster returns and it's much bigger. So now you continue to do your actions to reduce the situation, and it creates this effect. You become an alcoholic, you become a drug addict. And all those things are difficult, while at the same time, you're still a single father. That means that these things are not being handled in a proper manner. Your children end up raising themselves. And that can be a true problem. Because at that point, your children feel like they don't have to listen to you. They don't have to respond or deal with you. You haven't been there. I know how to raise myself. And then they make adult decisions with a child's mind. What's interesting is, just recently, I had a birth doula on my podcast called Navigating Single Fathers. And she talked about the fact that there's been a decrease in teenage pregnancies by about 2%. But what's interesting is it's still out there. And a lot of single fathers, they say to themselves, how this happen? How? Again, it might be the fact that you didn't utilize the proper communication techniques to be able to address some things with them. And then you also have to understand if it happens, even if you use all of the best communication techniques, you married the styles and the types and you did everything. You put love into your child. She still gets pregnant. Well, now, as a single father, you have to nurture. And that means that you now have to spend time with your daughter. And instead of hitting her with the, I can't believe you got pregnant, this is not, instead of taking that anger approach, using that particular communication style, you have to shift your style to become a little more of a nurturer, a little more empathetic. Say things like, sweetheart, we're going to get through this. We're going to navigate this. Because mind you, she's young. And so is father of the child. And he may not be ready to take on his responsibilities. So you have to understand that as the single father, you have to take over that. And not take over his role, but be there for your daughter as she's navigating through this extremely challenging time. And again, that's in the event that it goes that way. If you have a young son, he gets himself in trouble. You have to be able to address that with him and let him know the consequences of his actions. This is the reason why you must be an effective parent. Doing things like drinking, getting into drugs, zoning out for a minute, it presents too much of an opportunity for things to go wrong. Make sure that you address what needs to be said and what needs to be done. And then you need to address yourself, because in addition to you being able to properly communicate with your children, it goes back to that communication style of intrapersonal communications. When you're inebriated, well, it makes it pretty easy for your mind to play tricks on you, to tell you how worthless you are, to tell you how weak you are. You have to get those voices out of your head. And being in some situation that temporarily gives you that escape will not help you over the long term. Now, let me tell you, I talked about the fact that it takes a village, and it truly does. And I know a lot of men, especially if we're single fathers, we don't want a lot of people in our business. There is an unfortunate truth here. We have to have people in our business, because we're not going to be able to effectively raise our children. And not just effectively raise our children, we're going to have a hard time managing ourselves. Because as I mentioned, depending on the reason why you became a single father. Divorce is a pretty hard thing. And when you're co-parenting, you still have to be able to navigate through, because there may be some issues that you have to deal with, some financial components. You might have to pay out alimony, you might have to do these, and you may be in a financial challenge. So what you're going to need to do is to increase your emotional intelligence. And I keep saying that, and I keep putting it on you as a single father, because you can't be worried about the way your baby's mother reacts. You can't be. When you focus on that, it becomes too much of a problem. Listen, there is so much information that I can unpack, but right now, I just want to let you know that if you need to reach out, if you have any questions, contact me. Go to my website, jl3motivation.com. Book a 15-minute consultation with me, because everyone in everything, we may think we can do it alone, but we need a coach. Put it this way. I'll say this real quick and then I'm going to head out. Michael Jordan, one of the best basketball players in the world. Kobe Bryant. Steph Curry. They're all masters of their game, but they still rely on a coach. Serena Williams, one of the best tennis players of all time, still need a coach. The bottom line is, you can go in on your own and hope to handle the situation to the best of your ability. Or you can say to yourself, let me get someone who has some understanding. And I have understanding. I've been there and I've done that. Look, I've raised 2 daughters successfully ever since they were 14 and 17 after my wife died. And I have one right now who is in law school, and I have another one who's a full-time school teacher. The point that I'm making is that you want to be able to build a strong relationship so that when it's time for them to fly, you can say, here is what I've been able to do to help them open their wings. You want to make sure that because you're the only parent, that you cascade the proper information to them. That is the most important relationship that you're going to have. You may meet another woman. That's fine. But there is no relationship more important than a father and his child. And when you're a single father, you need to make sure that that relationship is tight. You need to build an incredible bond so that you can come to them when you have any issues and they can go to you. You guys are going to have to be symbiotic in that respect. You're going to have to be able to feed off of each other. And as you walk your journey as a single father, there are going to be times where you're going to stumble, you're going to fall. There aren't going to be any other friends around, but those children will be there. And they're going to help pick you up. And when they have a hard day, you're going to turn around and you're going to say the same thing. Give me a sec. Let me put my glasses on. I'm getting a couple of, ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting a couple of information pieces. So, and I'm an old guy, so please let me put my glasses back on. Oh, hey, thank you very much. I mean, listen, it's interesting because I'm so glad that people are taking some time to listen to the information that's being provided. It's allowing them to be able to talk about this. And you might not even be a single parent, but you may know someone who is. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say thank you so much for your time. And again, please like, share, subscribe. Make sure that you're able to get this information out. Because there are so many great presenters that are going to be able to give a lot of information on different aspects of grief. Again, I just want to say thank you so much and have a good night.
Hello and welcome. I am Michelle Marie Bonilla. They call me MJ, and my company is called Frequencies y Mucho Más. I am a global shaman, and today I come to talk to you about grief. Grief is not just an emotional experience, it's an energetic imprint that lingers in your body, mind, and our cells. Traditional healing methods often focus on moving grief. But what if, just what if, we can transform it into a deeper level? Quantum frequencies offer a revolutionary approach, helping us shift the vibrational patterns of sorrow and loss. By turning into specific frequencies, we can gently release stored pain, recalibrating our nervous system and creating space for true healing. Relearning grief means understanding it is not something to suppress, but an energy that can be transmuted, allowing us to move forward with grace, clarity, renewing our sense of well-being. At Frequency and Mucho Más, we are master shamans dedicated to healing you, transform and realign your highest self using a combination of quantum frequencies, sound therapy, shamanic healing, and QHHT past life regression. We guide you in shifting your energy, releasing blockages, and restoring the body and your mind back into balance. Many people carry unresolved grief, trauma, and energetic stagnation that can disrupt their natural flow, causing emotional and physical imbalances. These blockages may even stem from past lives, affecting your current reality in ways you may not fully understand. Through our powerful healing modalities, we help you clear those energetic imprints, allowing you to breathe freely, step into your power, and experience deep and emotional healing. And I'm so excited to be here, to be able to be part of this grief conference and talk about using quantum frequencies to shift the grief and your body. I will be on live April 27th at 5 p.m. Mountain Time, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, and I'm so excited to share this experience with you. Thank you.
Oh, it's my turn. Sorry. Caught me off guard. But I'm here. Let's get healed. Damn. Caught me off guard eating Reese's peanut butter cups. But I'm here. It's a vibe, baby. Salute to Mr. 20%. Salute to everybody that has been on the panel today. Salute to Tony Lynch. And salute to the Global Grief Conference 2025. There's a lot more in store today, tomorrow, and Sunday. We are just getting started. I am your boy, Heat Detector, from Unwrap, the podcast channel on YouTube. Like, subscribe. Matter of fact, like and subscribe to every person you see here today. See if my mic is on. Yeah, my mic's on. I just had lunch. Still got my coffee. I'm still vibing. We still here. Got a little station identification break. Vibe with me. Go get your refreshments. Take a quick break. Go use the restroom. When she said goodbye. Vibe with me. When she said goodbye. You are now listening to the sounds of Heat Detector. Unwrap the podcast. Global Grief Conference 2025. Vibing. Good energy, good spirits. Let's go. Up next, we got Q, Overdose Music, Naughty Naughty. Gonna talk to you guys. Have some fun. Keep that energy. We are definitely locked in. We are in the building. Blessings and love to everybody. Big salute, Tony Lynch. Big salute to Ada Morales. Big salute to the Global Grief Conference 2025. This is the Super Bowl of mental health. Beautiful. Beautiful. I'm in the zone, baby. I'm in the zone. Salute Overdose Music. We in here, baby. We in the zone. Zones. But that boy cold. Never afraid. When she said goodbye. Yeah. Ah.
I'm that black SUV that be been in the block. Talking dark tinted, been in savage, tearing the spots. I mean, everybody can get it, and everybody's a target. And every hit
Sun rap, baby.
Give a fuck with the block. Street brain came when I spit is insane. Every man, woman,
Shout out Ernst 13.
My brakes on any line. You're feeling it, Annie. I'm flooring it through any stop. Books for the panties drop. I'm the cop, so I'm looking.
Salute, Swipe God.
Just got my pop. Somebody's getting popped. Somebody's getting played. And
Somebody getting sprayed.
Thugging started bugging. Now somebody's getting sprayed. Ain't nobody said shit, seen shit, done shit. No matter what good I hit, same gun, same clip. I ain't getting caught, they ain't looking at me. Niggas swear they my feet, but it's shook as conviction. Algo que faltó de entender es el por qué sienten el deber involucrarse con mi ser.
Shout out Ill for real.
Métanse a mi cabeza, está a punto de oscurecer el don otra vez. Split your way quicker than your mama did when you was a kid. All the flashbacks gon' kick in while I kick in your intestines. Nurse ain't gon' need to inspect shit, but if she did, I left it spilled out for the South horror. Charisma Zorro, vibe blackout mortal. You could be more armed than Goro. I go when you white like Goku on Moro Bodo. You might be goaded, but a real bobo. Que me miras, it's trucks over Nike or Adidas. I'm Olivas, antes de que te despidas, mija, te cuidas. ¿Crees que hay otro como yo? Te chingas, la cifra de mi Kima leaves up this man like Vegeta. My power level higher than these tweakers. Más mexicano que Selena, el verdadero santo. Mi nombre por definición, soy legado de Dios.
Hey, don't get mad at me. We vibing. Bring the energy up. That boy cold. Heat detector in the building. Let's go.
Heat detector. Door.
Woohoo! They should have never let that boy play music. They should have never let that boy play music. He too cold. I swear you can't break my vibe right now. You cannot break my spirit. You cannot break my soul. Salute to everybody watching. Peace, love, gratitude, blessings. We are in the building. Salute Q, Overdose Music, my mans. Huh. Let's go. Let's pick that energy up. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Like, follow, share. Let's go, people. Turn up. That boy Cole. Woo. I said we're going to pick the energy up. Let's pick the energy up. Let's do it. Woo! They should have never let that boy play music. We are definitely in the building. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm vibing. Let's go. We are definitely in the building. Salute to the Global Grief Conference 2025. Shout out Tony Lynch. I am your boy Heat Detector. Unwrap the podcast channel. Look at that. I'm all geeked up on coffee. Let's go. We're raising the energy. We're raising the bar. Oh. We are definitely in the building. Tune in to coming up next. That's Q, Overdose Music, Naughty. We're about to have some fun. Hey.
I ain't everybody's cup of tea, and here's why. I have spent the past decades traveling, digging, and delivering. the truth. What is that, you ask? Here at the Niche Nation, it's a 360-degree, no BS, self-discovery destiny. It's real, it's raw, and it's uncut. We deal with pain, struggle. We deal with the rock bottoms like no other. No age, no gender, no journey too deep for us to hold space. We are here as life tour guides to lead you to the calling. Grab a cup, take a sip, and enjoy the once-in-a-lifetime journey here at the Niche Nation.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are around the world. Welcome to the Global Grief Conference 2025. We are your entertainment for the hour. This is Smoke Break Radio. I am your hostess with the mostest, Snotty Notty. That's super fly and raw, too cool to thaw chick that gives you the groove you need to proceed through your day. And I am here with my special guest, Quaalude. Introduce yourself, man.
It is I, Sire, Richard of Nottingham, Quaalude Overdose Music himself, here with Snotty Notty. And we got this beautiful Global Grief Conference.
Yeah. How you doing today, man? How you feeling?
Shit, I'm here to get my mind vitamins. You know what I'm saying?
Your mind vitamins?
Yeah.
Strengthen
That's
your brain?
what we're doing right now. Mind vitamins.
What those vitamins look like? A dose of what?
Good energy, good bud. And my Jesus got gold teeth. That's it.
Right. Good folks. Good conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All that stuff. All that stuff. We're gonna have some fun on the show today, y'all. We are gonna play some games. We're gonna play a little bit of music. We're gonna kick back for a little bit and elevate your mind with some dope content. You want to get into some music, or you just want to hop into a game? What you want to do?
It's up to you. What you want to do?
Let's get into some music. Welcome everyone. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to everybody watching. Shout out to the podcast. Global Grief Conference 2025. Welcome to the show, everybody. Let's play a couple of jams.
You got it, I mean. It's time to turn up. Shout out Heat Detector. Appreciate you. Shout out Tony. Shout out Tony. Yes, sir. You know, he got a new name, though. I can't call him Tony no more. That's Black Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Shout out Swipey Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Now, Swipey, you got an uncle now. Swipey got an uncle now. That's Black Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got to come up with a new name for Heat, man, because I don't like that name, Heat Detector. I don't like that shit at all.
Nah? What you like? What you thinking now? What you thinking?
I don't know. I just thought of that lately because I don't like his name. That was just a good thought that came through my mind right now. You asked this is Global Grief Conference right now, and I'm just thinking about it. I don't like his name no more.
A new one is coming. I don't have my sound effects. Yay!
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's what I'm here for. Some told me that's why he wanted us to pull up, man. He know I had something to say. My heart had said I don't like his name no more.
That's what's up. Well, I hope you like Snotty Notty. I hope you ain't into to change.
Yeah, Snotty Notty Smoke. Yo, you see, I got that. Ever put a booger on a door handle, watch somebody unlock it? You know what I mean? Snotty Notty. That's you know what I'm saying? Shit. I used to have garbage pail kids when I was a kid. So Snotty Notty just sound like the name of a garbage pail kid. Don't lie.
Yeah, it does.
Hold up. Was that a real name of a? I'm gonna look that shit up. Yo, you might have stole that name. I'm about to look that up right now.
Nah, my cousin gave me
might
that
be
name.
a real.
He drew me a picture of a big nose, just like you said, with a booger hanging out of it, and he was like Snotty Notty, because it was hard to find names that rhyme with Notty. Padia was a big one back in the day.
I think your cousin robbed you. I'm about to find this out right now. I'm about to find you, garbage pail kids. That sound. I'm telling you, that sound like a name.
It sure does. It sure does. I'm trying to get the music going.
You
I'm
got
sorry,
you
I
got
am
Snotty
totally-
Sally, Snotty Scotty, Snotty Dotty, Runny Nose. Ain't no Snotty Naughty. But that
Ain't no
definitely
snotty,
sound
'cause
like the
there's
Garbage
only
Pail
one.
Kid name.
There's only one. There's only one of me, man. One snotty naughty ever. I'm the best me I could ever be. Yeah? You still looking?
Yeah, I was looking. Yeah, I'm still looking. I'm like, yeah, it gotta be a Snotty Naughty. Hell yeah. Nope, it ain't. But that, yo, have you ever seen Garbage Pail Kids?
No, but I think I was a little too young for
Nah.
Garbage Pail Kids, but I know what they are. I know what they are. I never got into
No,
it.
they were the cards that had everybody like the crate. I don't know how to explain. You remember the Cabbage Patch Kids?
Mm-hmm.
They were the funniest looking Cabbage Patch Kids with the weirdest names. And they was all card sets, like baseball cards.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was a sticker. Garbage Pail Kids.
I remember Cabbage Patch Kids. Let's get into it, man. Let's get into the fun because we in a good mood right now. Things are starting off right. Let's get into our top 5. Let's just go ahead and get into it while I figure out this music stuff. Top 5 things that instantly make you feel good or lift your mood. Global Grief Conference 2025. Tell them what makes you feel good.
Top 5?
Top 5.
Music. Good energy, laughter, good weather, seeing my loved ones smile. I see my people smile, I automatically smile. That make me feel good. You know what I mean? Yeah, off top.
Okay.
So that's 5.
So for me, it's animals. I love seeing animals do cute little things. They
I
always
wake up
make
with
me
animals.
smile.
I left that out.
Let's see. Ooh, so Family Guy, there's a certain scene where he says Gugardo. Totally makes me laugh. Dumbest, corniest thing ever, but every time he says Gugardo, I fall over. I get pains in my stomach, a little bit of gas. You know, I'm laughing so much. Of course, good people. Good people instantly lift my mood. Something else that instantly lifts my mood. Ooh, a Red Bull. I could be
they
having.
make your stomach hurt. You drink too many, they make your stomach hurt. You gas.
Yeah, not too many. Definitely a Red Bull. The flavor, the smell, the energy it gives me. You know, when I'm having a bad day and I feel drained, I have a Red Bull, not too many, and I make sure to drink lots of water.
You know what I'm about to figure out? I just had an epiphany. I got like a half a slushie right here from yesterday, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm about to put this in the freezer and re-slushy the slushy.
Is that gonna lift your mood?
Mm-hmm.
That's
I don't know, but something. I just think in them ways. Something told me that's an epiphany. You could re-slushy the slushy.
You could re-slushy the slushy. And it'll make you feel good for the day. Let's see.
And it'll make me for the moment. I'm a
IKS.
popsicle nigga. I love popsicles. I can't have no freezer without no popsicles. I'm dead ass. I'm a popsicle nigga, man.
Popsicles. Now I like the sherbet, not the sherbet, the strawberry shortcake ice cream pops with the little sprinkle.
Oh, with the fuck where it tastes like real strawberry in there.
Mm-hmm.
I hate them shits. Yeah, I hate them. I hate them things. I like the fake ones, man. I don't like them when you eat the real and you get the strawberry seeds in there. That ain't supposed to go to pop. You ain't supposed to be doing it with no popsicle.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I get the best ones. See, I'm a mud baby. Listen here, the best ones is that big ass box of Flavor Ice. Trust me, you walk by it every day. They came out on the back when you was a little kid. Listen, those are the survival kit. If you ever got a hangover, I promise you, 4 of those will knock it out. 4 of those, 5 of them back to back. Listen, knock it out. Guess what? You gotta, I'm telling you, that is adult Pedialyte.
Yeah. Pedialyte, man. Pedialyte is nasty. You know what? I'm trying to play some music though.
That's why you gotta give your baby Pedialyte popsicles.
Nah, I don't like those either. I had Pedialyte one time in my life ever as an adult. Ever. And it was nasty. I will never take it again. I'd rather be sick than drink Pedialyte.
Nah, you're not supposed to drink the Pedialyte as an adult. You're supposed to drink the popsicles. That's what get us.
No. All of it's nasty. I'm trying to get
I'm
into
talking
this
about
music.
popsicles,
Is
regular
this working? Let me know if you can hear this. Can you hear that?
Nope. You got to share the screen.
It is shared. I need my host.
Oh, yo, Black Jesus. Black Jesus on the ones and twos.
Black Jesus. Yeah, we need to get this music popping, and my screen ain't being shared.
Yeah, we got to have Black Jesus do the ip and make himself known.
While we wait for Black Jesus, let's play some this or that. Let's play some this or that. Then we are gonna play a fun game where I'm gonna see how quick you are on your feet. Okay? While we wait for this music to get up and running. This or that. Mental
No, he said
health.
it won't share with the media.
It won't share with the media? What's that mean?
I don't know.
Boo. Let's try one more time. There we go. All right, this or that. Global Grief Conference 2025. Writing your thoughts or talking it out with someone. Which do you prefer?
Talk it out.
Why?
Because if I just write it down, then that's just me. I'd rather get to it, address it.
I would take you as a writer, as someone who writes it out, because I've listened to your music and I've listened to how, like, in detail you go with your experiences and how personal.
No, my music I do, but you said with a person. Didn't
Yeah,
you
would
say
you
with
rather write your thoughts out or would you rather talk it out with a person?
Yeah, I'd rather talk it out. Music, I'd rather write it out.
Okay. So any issue you have, you rather talk it out. I think I'm going to agree. And I'm going to agree because sometimes when you're like in your head, right? And you're having these conversations with yourself or even writing it down, it doesn't feel the same as when it comes out of your mouth and you can hear yourself. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes when you speak, you start to catch yourself and you start to realize, you know what? I see why I what am I trying to say? I see why I couldn't figure that out, or I see why I was struggling with that issue, or now it seems clear because I was able to talk it out with you and get it out of my head and get it heard. That's what I like about talking to people. The notebook is cool. You know, it's nice to go back and read what I've written, but it just doesn't hit the same as talking to a person and instant feedback.
Exactly.
Yeah, you get that instant feedback.
And you can gauge, for me, you can gauge body language and all that, you know?
Can't
get none of that through just, especially with like text, is like that take the emotion out of it. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. I'd rather pick up on the energy.
Yeah, I can take that. YouTube, what we got on the YouTube side, IKS say he likes both. It's good to have both as an outlet. I agree. Both is nice. I'm gonna get a little personal for a minute. I remember when I used to journal, and I used to be in therapy because I deployed when I was in the military. I came back. I had a little bit of PTSD. I was struggling with some things, and so I started going to groups. I started going to therapy, and they had me write it out, and then we would come back to the session, and I would read what I wrote. I wouldn't read it again until I got to my therapy session. And then I would kind of hear like my negative thoughts or the things that are blocking me, you know, the things that are keeping me from finding a better solution. You know what I'm saying? No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Were you
Hell
muted?
yeah.
So yeah, I like a little bit of both. I have to agree with everyone else. Oh, we have to tell them about ourselves. I'm sorry. This is Smoke Break Radio. I am Snotty Naughty. I had prepared to have music for you today, but this afternoon I will, so don't y'all worry about that. Y'all just gonna kick it with us. I'm Snotty Naughty. I am from Texas. I consider myself a creative. I do music, I do video editing, I do live streaming. I am a military vet. I actually did mental health in the military. I worked on the psych unit for about 8 years. Deployed to Afghanistan, did the same thing with the troops out there. I went to different bases, different FOBs, different cops, and I went out and I talked to the troops. A lot of them had come back from missions, and unfortunately, sometimes they had lost people, and I had to help them grieve. I had to help them get through their tough time. I learned a lot about people. I learned a lot about myself. It's different when somebody talks about something than when it hits you. You know what I'm saying? When you go through it. So that's a little bit about me. I'm Snotty Naughty Quaalude. You go ahead, man.
I'm Quaalude, artist, producer. Just getting into the online streaming thing, but I'm from Albany, New York. I've been playing with this music thing for a little while, and I don't even want to bring up the affiliations and connections and all that from the past. Through this new journey right here, you know, through meeting some of these unique, beautiful individuals online, I ended up forming some genuine relationships with Heat Detector, and he took me on a journey, man. And I just came back from Chicago. I did a show out there with Crucial Conflict and Do or Die, and so many other artists, man. Big Taco, Sweet Juices, a bunch, man, a bunch of people, man. And they embraced me. They embraced me for more work, more, you know. So yeah, man. And then all that started from, you know, good energy, sharing good energy. They ain't had nothing to do with no music or no shit like that. It came from, you know, sharing relationships and people believing in the journey, the transition. So yeah, that's a bit about me.
Snotty and Quaalude. With everything that's going on, because you've been talking about your moves that you've been making, all the connections that you've been making, gratitude. How do you express your gratitude for all the good things that are going on in your life right now, to keep you from thinking about the negatives and the roadblocks and all that stuff? Like, how do you practice your gratitude?
I mean, taking it one moment at a time, and through the grace of God, I got a couple good people that allow me to you know, vent the negative, and they come with something immediate, strong, and positive. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like my nigga IKS. That nigga's been he's been a fucking pillar. He's become a pillar in my life, man, where, you know, that's the one individual I met that knew both sides of this, you know, the street and, you know, the transition of doing the right thing. You know,
Right.
Heat Detector along with that, you know what I'm saying? And both at the same time, you know, not boys, men, you know, that still living life on life's terms, taking care of responsibilities, got families, got, you know what I mean? And at the same time, ain't fantasizing about, you know, the hell that we all know too well, you know? So
okay.
Yeah, I got some people that popped out of nowhere, you know, and been a hell of a support network. Because if not, you know, I don't understand the internet. I don't understand a lot of weird things. I'd have quit a while ago, and a lot of these
Right.
things never would have came to life, you know.
Right. Speaking of the internet, that kind of helps me segue into what we're going to talk into next. Question from the chat is, what are our thoughts on mental health challenges in the world today, and how can music help heal? I think one of the biggest challenges today that our generation is not used to is the internet, the social medias, the cyberbullying, the presence that you have to have, all of it. I couldn't imagine being a teenager, you know, in this age, and dealing with not only the physical bullies, the physical nonsense that you have to deal with, right? In addition to what you have to deal with on the internet. And for a lot of people, the internet is a place where you go to find your peace, that you go to find your joy. Like, let's talk BandLab, music, for example, like his question. So I enjoyed BandLab for a while, and then certain people started to get in my space, and I didn't view, it was negative energy, so I didn't view the internet the same way, BandLab the same way. I didn't have my joy anymore. So what I had to do was find a way to keep my peace, keep my joy, and enjoy what I'm doing, and not get caught up in the internet hype, in the internet perception, in the fake internet lives. You know what I'm saying? Am I making any sense to you?
Yes.
What, I don't know, it's tough. I think it's very tough today for these kids. I wouldn't say tougher than it was for us. I would just say it's a different set of challenges, you know?
You know what's crazy is I think, see, we were raised different if you're older, because there was a moral compass that people stood by regardless of what. And parents instilled that in their children because their parents instilled that in them. And I think nowadays, you know, a lot of the times, you know, I think a lot of the parents would rather be friends with their kids than be a parent. You know, I think a lot of them forget that due to internet and being so sensitive, I think we are in the most sensitive times ever as far as a human being. People are so sensitive, it's ridiculous. But I think a lot of times people forget that you don't need permission for authority. You are the parent. So instead of trying to appease your children, be the parent that you are, because from a child's eyes, they don't have a choice. You know, you are their sun, moon, and stars. So be the best you. But when evolution is in process and a child is really being around a parent that is not, you know, supportive, loving, or evolution, to the point where by the time that child is 20, 21, you in the same damn clubs as your mother, you know, something is off. I think people nowadays don't, that perception and entitlement has gone too far, where people don't value themselves any longer. The moral compass has disappeared to some extent.
That's why we have conferences like this. You know what I'm saying? To light real people in, give people guidance, help people with their struggles, to help people get back on the right track. I was going to comment on the music. How does music help you heal? It goes back to the question I asked earlier. What works for you? Writing thoughts or talking it out with someone? Music, for some people, when they write it down, it gives them a sense of release. And then I think when you hear yourself, you hear the final product, it gives you a sense of accomplishment. That's me. I did that. And it actually sounds good. So it's definitely a confidence booster. You know what I'm saying? For me, what about you? How do you think music can help people heal mentally?
I mean, for me, I can only do music off of feelings. I can't just write because somebody said, let's do a song. You know, the energy got to be there. And regardless of what track I do, it's going to reflect that feeling at that moment. And on the flip side, I use music as therapy, because many of situations that you can't act out or you can't bring to life, you know, you express, may it be aggression or sadness, you know. So I can express my sadness through a song in detail or aggression, you know. And once that shit is like venting, once you get it out the right way, move on.
Right.
But I definitely use music to express my thoughts and feelings. I do, because I'm such a hermit. I'm such a loner. I have to use music to express it.
It's definitely a good outlet. It's a great outlet for me, but I'm not very personal, let me say that, in my music. I prefer to use it as an escape. Sometimes. Like, just like a fantasy. a fantasy world where I can go and kind of get off the ride of life for a second and just breathe and enjoy myself and use my imagination and just feel free. Just feel free with no limitations. So, yeah.
Yeah, my music always feelings.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that a deeper way, you're asking a deeper, let me read this word for word. How do you feel these platforms can be used to connect with others in a different way, in a deeper way?
In a deeper way.
In a deeper way. You build relationships, man. That's it. You build relationships with people. You take time, you get to know them, you find a commonality. For example, BandLab, that's how we met, right?
Yeah.
We both have a love, both have a passion for music, and then eventually we find each other's interests through collaboration in music. We exchange cell phones. It's networking, except it's a little more.
Yeah, and it's energy.
Intimate. Yeah.
And it's energy. You know, being able to find that proper energy. You know, but to connect with people deeper first, I mean, that's a tricky question because, you know, at the point of you saying connecting deeper. First, you got to connect. You know what I mean? And this right here is the darkness to me. It's blind. You know, so I don't know what I would have to get a level of what you comparing connecting deeper to in order to properly answer that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I don't think I think the internet is too widely used and undervalued, and you know what I'm saying? It's weird, man. It's just the go-to for anything. And I don't believe in it yet. That's just me. I don't believe in it yet. You know, I don't see how, like some people, how they say like it's a way of life. I understand. I see a lot of people and I call them digital babies. You know, I see a lot of people that are just digitally inclined and that's it. And I don't understand that. I don't agree with it, none of the above. But at the same time, I don't know the solution other than trying to understand it. So, yeah, that's why I would rather communicate than text.
Yeah.
You know, I'd rather see you face to face and give you a hug than emoji.
Yeah. We turn it into a Q&A. This is cool. I can dig it. You want to take that question from IKS?
Yeah. Is easy access to social media networks a problem in a society today? Yes, I agree so. Yeah, because again, that entitlement and perception, and it's too much. It's like people creating platforms to reflect themselves to keep up with people or an illusion they don't even understand. And it could change by the moment, you know? Hell, not yet. Yes, I believe that. That's why I don't rock with it.
I wanted to ask you this. It's a comment that you made earlier. You said that people are more sensitive now. So do you think, knowing that people are more sensitive now, that people give more empathy or less empathy in today's society? Because I feel like those go hand in hand.
Less,
you know what I'm saying?
Less, because that goes with entitlement. Less, much less empathy, because everybody, the majority are on some feel sorry for me. So even the ones that had the ability to get some empathy or show some empathy or sympathy, they're not willing to do that, man, because they are on perception and entitlement. Whoa, I got some empathy, but hold on, man, where my feel sorry for me? Motherfuckers want you to feel sorry for them and they ain't even sad. They're like, hold on, man, let me get in there. You know?
Yeah.
That's just my perception anyway.
And then I think when that happens, No, I was going to talk about empathy. How do you practice empathy? We talk about it all the time. But what is a time in your life where you practice like genuine empathy?
I mean, it depends on what kind of person you are. It depends on what kind of person you are. I mean, to empathize with somebody, I mean, I practice that regularly. You know, that's why I'm able to pick up on people's hustles feel sorry for me, because I get stung for being empathetic to an illusion, you know, to deception. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be able to say that if I ain't get the bad end of the stick. But you know, what was that question again?
How do you practice empathy? You
Oh,
said you always get the bad end of the stick. So how do you navigate through that? Like, how do you know when to trust, when to let your guard down? Does
I'm learning
empathy
that
have
now, should I
anything to
say.
do with that?
I'm learning that now because to practice empathy, that's a way of life for me. So it's not one specific thing. I do that regularly. You know what I mean? It make me feel good to see people smile, man. It make me feel good to spread the love. You know what I'm saying? I'm not the type of person to be like, yo, man, I just went to a party and tell you about it. I want y'all to come to the party too. You know, if I'm laughing with you behind the scenes, you know, that's the type of individual I am.
Yeah.
But I'm learning now that people don't move with their heart, you know, or that wearing a heart on the sleeve or whatever else have you. So
I think that for me, I try to practice empathy, but in all honesty, it's exhausting.
yeah,
It is exhausting. So you still have to do that self-care. You still have to take time for yourself. You still have to have people in your corner, you know what I'm saying, willing to support you when you need that boost of energy.
yeah.
So going back to the empathy, how do I practice it? How do I practice it? Of course, putting myself in someone's shoes, giving people the benefit of the doubt. I had one that I really do. I was trying to think of it the other day. I totally lost my train of thought, man. But what I was getting at is how exhausting it can be to just constantly try to tap into people and trying to feel what they're feeling. It gets draining, especially if you have your own weight to carry. So how do you get off for a second? Remember how I asked you things that instantly improve your mood? What are some things you do to just kind of get off the ride of life for a minute, recenter, reground yourself, and get ready to attack life again?
Music, period. Whether it's writing something, producing something, mixing something, you know, art also.
Right.
But not like music. Not like music. No, I have to say music, no matter what. The go-to avenue I've been using for the last year has been music. 190%. Yeah.
Something weird that has been working for me as I get older is silence. I just go in a room, I get rid of all the thoughts, I close my eyes, and I just be for a moment. I just be. Have you ever tried that?
Every day when I'm in the bathroom, I just be.
Well, that's
Or
one way.
Or a day.
That's how I get grounded. Like, music does it for me, of course. Like certain vibes to fit my vibe. But nothing. Silence is golden, man. Silence is golden.
Sometimes, man, I done had the one-on-one thought so hard. Sometimes my legs done went to sleep. I mean,
Let's
doing
check
the real pose like this, like the dude from Atlas. Greatest thoughts in the world, bright and early in the morning.
Let's catch this chat. Mr. 20% IKS said most people move with a hidden agenda, and it makes trusting others problematic. Facts. But you can't put that jacket on everyone because there are genuine people that you can lose opportunity with. So let me ask you then, again, how do you know when to put that jacket on someone? Like what? Yeah, how do you know when to let your guard down? Because it's scary when you've been hurt. I would say boundaries, first off. That's my number one, boundaries.
You know what? That's crazy you say that, because I'm always in so many situations where you would think I would put my guard up, due to going through certain shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I remember telling somebody a couple days ago, like, I'm not that person no more. And that shit go against, the nature of my being. I don't wanna wake up saying fuck you to anybody. I don't want to wake up thinking, oh man, if that person, I don't want to think that. So even if somebody did me filthy, don't get me wrong. It's not like, I'm on some old pastoral or pastor, whatever you call that word, being a pastor. It's just, I ain't got the energy for that, man. And I heard this saying, revenge is like grabbing a flaming hot red coal. You know what I'm saying? To throw at somebody. You're the only person that get burned, man. That shit might burn a hole through your hand. But I'm just learning my DNA. I'm learning my makeup now, and valuing it. Other people always saw it within, but I'm beginning to value that. And I don't got the energy to wake up tomorrow and be like, yo, you know what? Yeah, you did me filthy. I'm gonna keep on thinking about that. For whatever reason, in my life anyway. For whatever reason that something happened to me when I've been genuine, since I was a child, God opened up a whole nother avenue of doors. Not a door, avenue of doors, a whole nother, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it has always manifested itself physically, so it ain't no different now. So all I could do is continue to, as I said, wake up every morning, make that decision. Am I going to be a good man or a bad man?
Right.
And it feel good to be a good man. And guess what? I'm tough enough. I used to be, tough for all the wrong reasons. You know what I'm saying? Like, who got this block? Who, whatever else have you. Now it feel good to be like, you know what? I'm going to be adamant about laughing in your face if I had to. You know what I'm saying? Because I know where that pain come from. And I'm no longer waiting or looking outside myself for laughter or to feel good. I'm going to make sure I feel good first. Fuck that.
Right.
Straight up. So therefore, I now gravitate people who want to feel good. If you don't, then all right. Be gone.
That's a part of self-care, man. That's a part of self-care. Good for you. Keep that good energy. Good people around. I know what I wanted to go back to is something you said earlier when you were talking about doors, not just doors, avenues open for you. And it takes me back to what we were talking about earlier. How do you practice gratitude? And I know one way that Quaalude practices gratitude. You want me to tell you?
Yeah.
He pays it forward. When you have good things happen, you pass that goodness on to other people. And in turn, more good starts to happen, right? I think it's a matter of attitude. I don't want to use the word perception, but yeah, kind of the way you view things, how you view problems. And if you keep that positive attitude, you know what I'm saying?
See, for me, believe it or not, it really ain't paying it forward. I mean, it comes out that way. But for me, it ain't that. It's again, man, like, okay. You ever heard that shit like everybody get their 15 seconds of shine or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Being a foster kid, right? Being alone as a kid and growing up into an adult, right?
Mm-hmm.
You learn different ways to make yourself relevant. So you figure out different ways to stand out from others and all that, right? Now, in the hustle game, it's the same structure. Make a long story short, for whatever reason, due to me not having, the same background as others, family and all that other, God gave me creativity, and music became my parents. My mother and father became music. Creativity was what my craft was. And that's how I maneuvered life. I didn't know this before, but within the last 8-10 months, it finally made sense. Like I was telling you about that Footsteps poster. That's really my life.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't no reason why I should be here. And I'm talking about all kinds of street wars and scars, punishments, all that. Ain't no reason why I should be here. But for whatever reason, God said, hold on, man. That man ain't get the regular chance. And for whatever reason, that was always my biggest weakness. For whatever reason, it don't matter what kind of hell I got to go through. Knowing that you ain't willing to travel this country with me to really risk to get this bag. But guess what? When I get over here in this maneuvering, I'm always going to welcome you. And I've seen it so many times. I'm not willing to commit the crimes you commit, but I want the benefits and I'm willing to. But the crazy thing is, man, I've never had that family. So for me, I know how to do the average thing that people, look so forward to just to shine. I know how to do that shit easily. But when you don't got anybody to share it with, it's different. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
When you don't got nobody to enjoy that with, it's different.
Yeah.
I know how to move alone.
Yeah.
But it don't feel good moving alone. You know what I'm saying? I'm good in my own skin, but it feels great to make sure you're smiling. And that's always been an L for me. You know what I mean? Even down to the last 2 contracts, I brought team with me, Same way it was like with that Band Lab thing. I met a bunch of people I never knew from a day in my life out there in Dallas. And just accumulating them from this studio to that studio to this studio, created a squad.
Mm-hmm.
Started a label, brought them to New York, got it popping. Come to find out, everybody didn't share in the same dream.
Yeah.
They wanted in. So I don't know. I mean, I'm just learning. So I don't have none of the proper answers. That's why I was all willing to do this mental health thing right here. It's all kinds of groups that I wish I could be a part of that, don't exist. Well, they may, but I don't know where. Like for grown men that don't know what it is to have a mother and a father. For grown men that stay away from family structures. Because I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't have that. Even though I have it, but it's different. So, yeah, there ain't no groups for that. You know what I'm saying? How does it feel to be a convict knowing every day, no matter what, if you try to go do the right thing, you're going to get so many different X's and shot down. Then you look into your past and all this. Oh, are you still on parole? Oh, hell no. We get 0 opportunities, man. Knowing that your heart and I'm not trying to do this just to break bread with you. I'm trying to help this one and this one. And like I maneuver my mind, think differently. But I got so many strikes against me. The playing field ain't level. So I got no other choice but to dream on top of living regular life.
Yeah, your
Straight up.
energy's crazy, man. Your positive energy is crazy. Your outlook on life is contagious.
Yeah,
So,
appreciate you.
Yeah.
Thing is, that's that energy, all that negative energy I used to have for the streets to accomplish whatever. I'm telling you, and I said it when I first met you. Somehow I'm going to create the VFW, where it's a bunch of us enjoying life in a nice black living room, chillaxing, laughing our way to the bank. Well, hold on.
I enjoyed the
I can't say
conversation.
just black because I forgot my man heat detector is yellow, so he a Puerto Rican. He a Puerto Rican, and then shout out Ace Vito. Ace Vito is Mexican, so we got a few different cultures, and then shout out guess what? Shout out Heat mother-in-law. She is a Lakota elder. I learned about that when I was a little kid in social studies, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I had a good time, but that's our time. It's Global Grief Conference 2025. We're telling you our takes on mental health, kicking back, relaxing, having a good time, giving you entertainment between the big dogs presenting their stuff today. Smoke Break Radio, Snotty Naughty, Quaalude. You got any final words?
Y'all better stick around and pop back and make sure you tap that like, share, subscribe to that Unwrap the podcast. And tap back in with us, and we're going to give you some more mental vitamins later on. Mm-hmm.
All right. We out.
It's me again. Caught me off guard once more. But I'm back in it. Thank you very much, Snotty and Q. That was dope. Super dope. Gave some great insight. I am your boy, Heat Detector. Shout out to the Global Grief Conference 2025. We just vibing.
What's going on, Big E?
What up? Look. Oh, snap. We done got everybody up in here. Hold on.
Hey, man. You know what? I was sitting up there vibing with everybody. I was putting comments up in there, man, and I was just loving the feel. And I was like, man, this is all family right here. So it wouldn't, you know what I'm saying, it wouldn't do justice to not bring the family up here and just enjoy this moment with everybody, man. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
Q came in, Scotty came in, he, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, it's been a vibe, man. It's been a true downright vibe all the way through. We watching presenters from across the world. I got, you know what I'm saying? I mean, come on, man. You know, and we talking about something so deep that we all have experienced across the board, right? Mental health, grief, trauma, you know what I'm saying? Abandonment, all of these different things. And what this does is shows people that no matter who you are, you're not, you know what I'm saying? You're not exempt from this.
I'm down. I ain't gonna hold you. I was ready to leave. Bro. That's why we was rocky. I'm like, hold on. Snotty has said what I said behind the scenes, Snotty. Because I said, hold on, he didn't tell me that. We were supposed to be entertainment. She said, nah, you know what? Did he tell you? He wants you to talk a little bit about yourself, you know, the pain and trauma. I said, what? Man, we put this entertainment. I got the gangster glasses on. What? Look, I ain't gonna hold you. I'm one of them people, man, that, you know, I need to heal badly. So, like, man, it's so, yo, man, when it get your voice getting to cracking up and all, I was ready to walk up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Definitely going to take a break for a second. Like, oh, hell no, man. I don't be liking when they peel them layers, but you said the right thing. It's the difference when it's family. I ain't know you was the same person texting in there, Tony.
Yeah,
you know what
man.
I mean?
Like I'm behind the scenes watching everything. You know what I'm saying? They're like,
yeah.
And these are just questions that, you know, like when I'm sitting back listening to people, these are things that I've gone through myself, right? You know what I'm saying? And it's a way for me to understand, but also connect with other people that have gone through similar things, no matter the walk of life that we're on, right? You know what I'm saying? Which is, you know, the whole purpose of this conference is that, you know what I'm saying, to connect with people on such a level like that, because there's a way to use this in a positive way, but then there's a way to use it in a negative way. We have to choose how we use these tools, right? You know what I'm saying? And, you know, like he came in, like when I asked Heat to come in and do this, man, Heat was like, man, say less. You know what I'm saying? Say less. And then, you know, like we connected through his podcast. And then, you know, Snotty came in. I'm listening to everybody, man. I'm just like, that's what it's about right there, right? And so there's so many people out there right now on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, Rumble, Twitter, Twitch. Everybody that's tuning in right now, they just sitting back watching, and some of them are putting in comments and questions and things like that. And so sometimes I'm just copying and pasting them and putting them over here so you can see what everybody else is doing. And we got people in Australia, New Zealand, China, Tokyo, Israel, you know what I'm saying, from all across the world. Like this is universal. You know, like this is on a global stage. And so, Q, I'm glad that you stayed in, man. You know what I'm saying? I really am. I'm glad that you was willing to, you know what I'm saying, put yourself out there and share this of your journey. And, you know what I'm saying, Snotty as well. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, like.
I ain't gonna lie, it made me more interested. Well, I'd rather do this because I got somebody later on that's going to participate with us. Richard Taylor from Taylor House Publishing, extremely deep. So I ain't going to lie. I'd rather do this with you know what I mean? I'd rather 3 days. I might could get some healing, you know, a little baby healing. You know what I'm saying? At least bandage a wound or two. You know what I'm saying? He can't help me no more. That's why I told you by tomorrow. I gave myself a 24-hour countdown. I have a whole nother name. I don't like his name no more. Ain't no more of that heat detector.
Nope. You've been sitting back there listening to everything, man. What are your thoughts on all of this? And you've been here all morning with me in the back scenes, popping in, doing your music, just enjoying the conversations, the presentations. You know, what are your thoughts on this, man?
Man, I ain't even gonna hold you, man. It's been amazing. It's still, you know, ongoing. So, like, I'm just wrapped up in all of it. Sitting back and even listening to Q and listening to Snotty, and everybody else that has been on the panel. I'm just taking in everything, processing everything, man. There's a lot of information. There's a lot of things that are resonating to me, myself personally. And it's a beautiful thing, man. I'm really in a zone, baby. I'm vibing with everything. And, you know, that's why I keep saying every time I play the music and stuff, I just keep saying, let's vibe, open your mind, let your conscience be free. Let's get it. Let's get locked in. Let's zone out. You know what I mean? Because even though there was a couple of people where at the beginning, I thought, man, I don't know if I want to sit and listen to this, but I did take something out of it. So like you said, you know, Tony, we're all human, you know what I mean? And no matter what, we all live the human experience. And so it may come from a different vocal point or standpoint, but it will still resonate because we're all human and we all go through trials and tribulations and trauma and everything else. And so this is a beautiful thing to me, man. And I'm feeling 100% blessed to be a part of it, man. And just, like I said, I'm taking it all in and processing it as it comes.
Yeah. You know, and I wanted to come on and share because I know a lot of people often wonder, you know what I'm saying, how did I start this? I tell them all the time, look, I started this very conference 3 years ago with some of the people that you've seen up here. And, you know, I didn't know what it was going to do. I really didn't. But I did it for two reasons. One, I wanted to connect with other grief practitioners from across the world, right? You know what I'm saying? Because anybody that know me, I tell them all the time, grief is my gift. You know, and I didn't get it by no accident. It was given to me through trials and tribulations, through losses, extreme losses, deep losses, right? You know what I'm saying? And having to heal those different parts of myself. But it's also, you know what I'm saying, was a way I got tired of not being able to reach out to those underserved communities, the communities that could really benefit from our voices. And I said, you know what? I want to serve them. I want to give them an avenue. I want to give them resources. I want to give them support because they need it. They can't afford to go out here and spend $300 for a therapist. But what they can do, they're on their phones all the time. They can click a button. They can come in and listen. You know, they can connect and they can find those resources. So making it readily available for these individuals, man. You know what I'm saying? So it was so much deeper than just what I had gone through, right? I went through what I had to go through so the other person didn't have to struggle. And the people that we have up here, including yourselves, you know what I'm saying? We out here changing people's lives one heartbeat at a time. Through our trials and tribulations, through our voices. You know what I'm saying? This is how we become the change that we want to see, right? We don't just talk the talk, but we walk the walk. And sometimes people may not understand it until they get a taste of what we go through and what we're trying to give them, that love and that support. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, like I got people, Terrain, man, another great dude, man, out here making changes. That's what it's about, changing people's lives one heartbeat at a time, using our experience because it didn't happen to us, it happened for us. You did? And so, yeah.
Tony.
What's on your
how does laughter to you come into grief?
Well,
hold up. I knew he was coming back. Oh, there's a bee up in. Hold up.
Dogs, that bee is not thinking of you.
I'm allergic to bees, bro.
Oh, that's right. All right. Scotty, how are you taking all of this today?
I'm enjoying it, man. My background is mental health, so I love going back and learning about the new stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because this was 10 years ago that I did mental health in the military. So much has changed. There's so many new ways of doing things. There's so much that I can take and apply to my own life and then pass it on to others. You know? I'm digging it. I'm digging it.
Like I said, I'm one of them people that like, oh, you know, I'm just happy to be here. You know what I mean? And just taking it all in. And I think there's a lot of amazing information that's being given out today that is extremely helpful. You know, even for those who think they don't need the help. Because I know I used to be one of them. I used to be one of the motherfuckers that didn't think I needed any help. Little did I know I was dying inside, piece by piece, every day. You know, and I thought that what I was doing was right, and I thought I had no idea that a lot of the things that I was doing were just crutches, you know, and band-aids over the bigger problem, you know, and all of it really came to fruition once I quit drinking and understood what the fuck was going on in my head and in my heart and my soul, you know. I had been drinking since I was 13 years old. Heavy. And I always drank.
What you drank first? When you was when you was young, what was the first drink you had drank? What was it, liquor or beer?
Beer. It was 4 tall cans of Old English 800.
Oof.
Wow.
Yeah.
Got that monkey gut. Oof.
I was a kid. I was a baby.
No, that wasn't his first crime. His first crime is after he drank that, he beat up the whole house.
Yeah.
Q, I'm done messing with you, man. I'm done messing with you. I'm already knowing, man. There ain't nothing but love and family up in here, man. Everybody that comes in here is fam, you know. And we got about 3 more minutes, man. You know what I'm saying? I got Mama Bear in the back. She's gonna be coming up here presenting and everything. And you know, man, like I said before, I'm gonna say it again, man. You know, like I appreciate you guys, man. You know what I'm saying, for taking the opportunity taking time out of your day to come share it with me. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, that ain't the right salute. How you do the salute like the Army salute? I heard this ain't the right one.
Nah, it's over the tempo, and your hand has to be at a certain degree, like to the tempo, and like that.
To the temple.
Yeah, your finger, like this finger, your fuck you finger right there in your temple. And you have to slant
you just had to make sure that you had to see. Yo, we in mental health right now. You're not supposed to be doing that.
Snap and
pop,
yeah.
Man.
Bam.
All right, man. Hey, y'all gonna be back up here later, right? You know what I'm saying? Coming back. I know we got more coming, guys. You know what I'm saying? So, guys, if ever you guys want to just jump back here and be a part of, you know what I'm saying, some of the segments with Heat or something like that, man.
Wait a minute, Tony. What am I doing? Am I playing music again right after we?
No, you're not playing music. We got Big Mama in the back room because we taking up time right now. We got about 30 more seconds before I got to bring her on up here. You know what I'm saying? But I wanted to come up here because I don't think you thought that I wasn't going to do it. I was like, no, you just ain't going to get away like that. You know what I'm saying? We're going to talk. We're going to vibe a little bit. You know what? You got the music. Hey, Snotty, Q, get with Heat so he can show you how to upload the music and everything, because he over there doing his own thing and he's gatekeeping. So we ain't gonna be having that.
Oh no,
we ain't gonna be having that. I'm calling
Cat wants some mental health.
You know, I'm calling you out. But with that being said, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and bounce you guys off. Get ready for the next presentation. Much love. I will see you guys soon. Hey, and then sit back and enjoy. Peace.
Peace.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Global Grief Conference. I'm so glad you're here. My name is Jenny Diltz, and I love grief. And today I am going to be talking about 3 essential truths for Christ-centered grieving. And when I introduce myself telling people that I love grief, I really, really do. And most people give me a really strange look when I say that. And often they run the opposite direction. There are some who get curious and lean in. And others, totally getting it, rush in for an embrace. I help spiritual go-getters feel more comfortable with grief in practical, Christ-centered ways. If you want to explore how this might look in your life, email me at jenny@grievingcoach.com and schedule a time to chat. My core purpose follows Ram Dass's teaching. We're all just walking each other home. And with that, my biggest hope, desire, and delight is to help others see that there can be light and beauty in the dark and heavy times of our lives. So in our time together, I would like to share some practical ways that we can find light and beauty in those really dark, heavy times of grief. And we'll explore how to do that in Christ-centered ways. For most people, entry into the field of grief followed an unwanted and jarring experience of loss, usually through the death of a loved one. And though they didn't sign up for it, with courage, compassion, and determination, they have not only walked their own grief path, but also come back repeatedly to lighten the load of others experiencing similar situations. Now, I acknowledge that I'm not like most people in the grief field. My introduction to grief was a supportive meal for a new widow and a perplexing question from my therapist. What seemed like a simple act of kindness blossomed into passion, profession, and life purpose. When my oldest was in 4th grade, the school community faced the unexpected and sudden death of one of our parents. Their child was in my son's class, so it hit pretty close to home for me. Naturally, I wanted to help, so I signed up to bring the family a meal. What I thought would be a 5-minute meal drop-off turned into a 3-hour time warp, where being present with this mother and her grief eventually turned into a major identity shift with eternal significance for me. And that shift started during a normal weekly session with my therapist, when he paused and sought permission to ask me a question. Now, this was such a strange request from him that it was my turn now to pause and look quizzically at him. You see, our whole relationship was based on my mantra of ask me questions. Because for me, especially back then, it was a lot easier to talk about and process my experiences by responding to questions rather than initiating conversation. So after a very confused consent, he stammered, have you ever considered becoming a therapist? Now, this inquiry was even more baffling than the first one. At the time, my 5 kids ranged in ages from 10 years to 10 months. So you can probably start to imagine why this question was so weird and random to me. Not only would the logistics of pursuing a master's degree and internship and all the training required to become a therapist, but also I still had a lot of very raw wounds and a lot of anger from being dismissed from my previous master's program only 8 years prior to that. So willingly submitting myself to even the thought of a repeated occurrence like that was nightmarish. Why would he even suggest that? Why would my therapist say something like that? In a subdued tone, he observed that when I was talking about my experience with this meal delivery, to me it was just a simple act of kindness that anyone would do. He shared that as I was talking about it, I became much more energetic and lively. There was spring in my step. And I never understood until this week why he struggled so much to ask me that initial question of, "Can I ask you a question?" Perhaps it was precisely because we had worked together by that time for about 4 years, so he knew me pretty well. Perhaps it was that knowing and being familiar with my deeply trusting nature, that his intuition suggested that his next question had the potential to lodge itself into my inner core, take root, and become a mighty tree. Would she be ready for that? He didn't know. I didn't know either. But he asked anyways, and I'm so grateful he did. So with these two experiences, being present with a new widow in her time of need, and reflecting on these two questions posed by my therapist, it planted a seed deep within me that, although dormant for a while, swelled from time to time. And after about 18 months, it began to sprout and take root and grow. As I was exploring what it might look like to support others in their grief journey, I found a training program called Coaching at End of Life. That was an online program where I could be home with my kids and take classes at times where they were asleep still. And it would lead to certification as a life coach, a grief coach, and an end of life coach serving the death and the dying. And that's what started me in this field of grief. So today, like I shared, our topic is 3 essential truths for grieving with Jesus. Okay, great. What happens if we don't have Jesus? What happens if we do have Jesus? What's the difference? So what can it look like to grieve without Jesus? Maybe it's carrying the heavy burden all alone. Maybe it's holding on to painful guilt, resentment, and what ifs for years and years and years, weighing you down every step of the way. Perhaps it looks like drowning in depression and despair with no hope, no will to survive, no desire to go on. Sounds pretty painful, huh? What if there was another way? There is. So what can Jesus do for me in my grief? with Christ in the picture, with Christ by your side, you can always have a friend to talk to, even in those 2 a.m. hours, when everyone else is asleep, when the world is silent, when everything seems dead. You always have a friend who will listen, who loves you, who cares. Grieving with Christ can look like reconnecting with your deceased loved ones. And build a stronger relationship with Christ in the process. Grief with Jesus can look like increased trust and faith that He really can heal you and your wounds and your pain. He really can give you peace. As we grieve with Christ, we can receive a deep, personal knowing that God really is aware of me and my needs, and He loves me intimately, just as I am. A deep personal knowing that God really is aware of you and your needs and loves you intimately, just as you are right now. That sounds pretty cool, but how do I even access any of this? How can I even reach out to Jesus? In the New Testament, the very last chapter of the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus is teaching his apostles, preparing them to carry his work forward when he's no longer with them all the time, like he was before his death. He's teaching them everything they need to know. He's teaching them how he does what he does so that they can carry on. And the very last scripture, in the very last chapter of the book of Matthew, Jesus tells his disciples, "Lo, I am with you always, even unto the end of the world." This scripture comes with one final call to action: to remember that Jesus is with them and to turn to Jesus. And with that call to action is the promise that to the end of the world, in location, in time, in depth, in pain, in experiences, in death, Jesus is with them always. He gives that same promise to us. Lo, I am with you always, even unto the end of the world. Let that sink in. If Jesus is with us, wow, always. Could that be comforting to you? And if not, that's okay. There's space for that as well. Once Jesus had given the apostles all that they needed to carry on his kingdom in the old world, he visited the people of the new world and established his kingdom there as well. During this time, he teaches the doctrines of the gospel, outlines the plan of salvation, and tells men what they must do to gain peace in this life and eternal salvation in the life to come. This personal ministry can be found and is the crowning event of the Book of Mormon, another testament of Jesus Christ. The Book of Mormon is a collection of Holy Scripture comparable to the Bible that tells of God's dealings with his children through the rise and fall of two civilizations. The Jaredites from the time of the Tower of Babel is one civilization, and then the other, the Nephites and the Lamanites, is at the time from about 600 BC to 435 AD. And these are the ancestors of the Native Americans. The record is a compilation of the words of ancient prophets written on gold plates that were ultimately buried in the ground by the final prophet historian Moroni, because the people got so wicked that they would have destroyed the record otherwise. Centuries later, this same Moroni, now as a resurrected being, appeared to a boy named Joseph Smith in 1823, tutored him, and eventually gave him the plates for the process of translation through publication and the gift of God. So Moroni gave the plates to Joseph to translate and publish, and he did that work. Joseph did that work through the power and the gifts of God. At one point in the Book of Mormon, the prophet Alma teaches people who have just been kicked out of their synagogues and communities because of their poverty, while recognizing that sometimes we don't believe that Jesus is really with us. Alma counsels, "But behold, if ye will awake and arouse your faculties, even to an experiment upon my words, and exercise a particle of faith, yea, even if ye can no more than desire to believe, let this desire work in you, even until ye believe in a manner that ye can give place for a portion of my words." I don't know about you, but if I was kicked out of my place of worship, kicked out of my community, and lost everything that I had, I don't know that I would have a lot of faith. I would probably be asking, why? Why me? Why is this happening to me? Why can't I go back? This is so unfair. Why does it have to be this way? In those places of doubt, of anger, of disbelief, can we try these words of Alma the prophet? Can we have a desire to believe? Even if it's a pinprick of hope, of light, of possibility. Maybe there can be something at the end of this tunnel. Maybe there is an end of the tunnel. Even if there's no light, maybe there is something on the other side of this tunnel. Alma goes on to say, now we will compare the word unto a seed. Now if ye give place, that a seed may be planted in your heart. That seed of maybe, just maybe, there can be life after this. Behold, if it is a true seed or a good seed, if ye do not cast it out by your unbelief, that you will resist the Spirit of the Lord, behold, it will begin to swell within your breasts. And when you feel these swelling motions, you will begin to say within yourselves, it must needs be that this is a good seed, or that the word is good, for it beginneth to enlarge my soul. Yea, it beginneth to enlighten my understanding. Yea, it beginneth to be delicious to me. When my therapist asked if I had ever considered becoming a therapist, my initial reaction was one of abhorrence, shock, and disbelief, and even anger. That he would even ask me that. That such a thing was even possible for me. But because of the way he asked, and my confusion at why he felt he needed to even ask me permission to do so, gave me just enough of a pause to allow me to give place for that seed to be planted. That seed of, So I think I blipped out. Sorry about that. The pause. Speaking of pauses, what do we do with that pause? Regardless of how conscious, planned, or understood it is, it can make all the difference in the world. It did it for me at least. With that seed, it ignited a burning, a passion, a desire, a joy, an excitement, a purpose for life to help others in this space of grief and pain, of death. Like Alma said, like Alma promised, it beginneth to enlighten my understanding. Yea, it beginneth to be delicious to me. And when we taste of that deliciousness, when we feel that swelling, that enlightening, that burning, that warmth, that comfort, that peace. That's God telling us He's here. He's with us. It's Christ telling us, I am with you always. So in those moments, we can choose to turn away from God and harden our hearts with disbelief. We can brush it aside as just a weird thing that happened, like I did initially. And or we can open our hearts, lean into the seed, experiment on it, test it out, and explore it further to see what might be growing within. And there's no right or wrong way. There's no right or wrong answer, no specific time, no prescribed time, no moment that's too late or too far gone. And there's no one right or wrong way to do it. We are all so individual. It's all about us finding our own way. And no matter which way it is and what it looks like and how it feels, and if your heart is closed or open, if you're facing God or running away from Him, all are equally valid, depending on where we're at in our journey, development, desire, and capacity. And the amazing thing is that Christ is either walking right beside us or carrying us every step of the way, even when we're running away from Him. He's with us in and through it all. So for this first truth, for lo, I am with you always, even unto the end of the world. What does that look like practically? This is great and all, but if I can't apply it, what good is it? So what can you do to feel that Christ is with you always? Maybe it's a plea of help. Maybe it's that uncontrollable, ugly crying. You can call out and invite Jesus to meet you where you are at. Maybe for you that looks like going out in nature and yelling, telling God how mad you are at Him. Nature is God's creation. He's there. You can invite Him in, even in the anger, the yelling, the disbelief, the ugly crying. Another thing you can do is identify one truth you desire to believe. One thing that you want to hope for, and make a space for that. Maybe it's the notion of, grief work is important. I don't think so, but maybe it is. So take that maybe, let it turn into desire, and let that desire fuel action. Maybe it can look like 1 minute on a timer, 1 minute of allowing yourself to grieve, just to see if you can sit with that pain and not drown. Truth number 2. Why seek ye the living among the dead? Imagine for a moment you were with the woman who came to the tomb where Jesus was buried. You were eager to finish the burial preparations, and you see 2 angels, and the stone is rolled away. Upon further inspection, you find that the tomb is empty. What might you be feeling in that moment? One day he's here, and 2 days later, he's gone? And one of those days was the Sabbath, and nobody was doing anything on the Sabbath. So where is he? What happened to him? And there's no trace of his body. The burial linens were there, but he was not. They didn't even get to finish the burial ritual properly. And nobody knew anything. No wonder they felt fear and were perplexed. The first words they hear are, "Why seek ye the living among the dead?" This applies to our loved ones as well. Death does not extinguish their existence. It simply changes it. As the author Neil Gaiman once said, they're still here. They're just in a different now. Death is not a complete separation. It's a change, a mutation. What if our loved ones who we shared so much of our life with while they were living and physically present with us, were still with us now, even though they've died? What if we could go to all of their favorite places and share those memories, share those experiences with them, even now? What if they could come with us to the mountains? What if they can be with us as we're tending our garden? What if they're with us in the middle of the night when we're crying because we miss them so much? They are. And when we invite them and turn to them and remember them in those times, they are more able to connect with us, and we are more able to connect with them. What would it be like for you to honor your loved ones, to continue that love that you had for your loved ones, for your people, for your best friends? What if you were able to continue those bonds and have a place to express that love and to share that love and to be with those people again? And if those relationships weren't the most pleasant, what if they were rocky? What would it be like to repair those relationships. How might we be able to do that? They're dead. Well, they have died, yes. But could you write them a letter telling them everything you wish you could have told them while they were still in their physical bodies, while they were still here physically with you? How might that change your relationship with them? As you do things like these, as you find ways to build and continue relationships with your loved ones, how might you invite Jesus into those experiences as well? If you're taking a trip to the beach or to the forest in honor and with your loved ones, why not ask Jesus to come too? If I'm going to mom's favorite place to connect with her, why not ask Jesus, hey, can you come along too? Knowing him, I'm sure he would say yes. I'd love to. Thank you. The final truth for Christ-centered grieving is the notion that Jesus is pleading our cause. Many times in Scripture, he says, I am the advocate. I am your advocate with the Father. When our world has turned upside down, or ended, or been blown into smithereens, we can call out to Jesus. When our faith is so non-existent that we can't even believe, we can't even desire to believe, we have nothing. We are so numb. We don't know what's going on. We can't even get out of bed. It's a struggle to breathe. In those times, especially, we can call out to Jesus and we can invite him into our grief. Before he died, there was a time that his disciples were on a boat in the water, and they had been working all night long to catch fish, and nothing. They tried this way, they tried that way, they tried this side, they tried that side, they tried this side again, they tried that side again, all night long, and not a single fish. Struggling all through the night for nothing. And then they see something out on the water. And maybe it's too good to be true. Maybe it's an angel. Maybe it's a ghost. Maybe it's who knows what. But there's something out there, I think. I hope. Maybe. And as they look closer, Peter calls out, Lord, is it you? If it is, please invite me to come. And Jesus says, come. And with that glimmer, that slight, tiniest glimmer of hope, Peter gets out of the boat and starts walking on the water. His eyes are focused on the Savior. And he is walking on the water to get to Jesus. But then he turns and looks at the storm and starts to doubt. And he starts to sink. But did Jesus let him drown? No. No. He stretched out his hand and lifted Peter to safety. Likewise, when our faith fails us and our grief storms overtake us, we can reach out to our Savior and imagine Him pleading our case with the Father. Imagine you are a fly on Jesus' bedroom wall when he's on his knees praying with his Father. What might Jesus be saying as he prays for you? Maybe it's something like, I understand how hard this is for him. I know how lonely and depressed he feels. Maybe Jesus is saying, I know how many people are depending on her. She's trying so hard. She's trying her best. And she has nothing left to give. Please, please help them. Jesus is our advocate with our Father, with his Father. When we have nothing left to give, when we have no more tears to cry, he is there, pleading our cause. So what might it look like for you to invite the Savior, to invite Jesus Christ into your grief? Each of us are individual. And so the steps that we take, the ways that we invite Jesus into our lives, into our grief, the way we access him, they're different. So my invitation for you today is to take one small, simple step to invite Jesus into your grief. And if that feels good to you, send me an email to jenny@grievingcoach.com to let me know how it goes. Let me know what you decide. So I can help cheer you on. And if you want to connect with me further, shoot me an email to schedule a time to chat. I'd love to learn more about what your grief journeys look like, what your grief journey looks like. So again, your invitation for today is choose one small way you can bring Christ into your grief. And then email me so I can help cheer you on and encourage you. Yeah, you got this. You can do it. There is hope. There is light. There is peace at the end of your tunnel because of Jesus Christ.
are back. We are back. Shout out to Tony Lynch. Shout out to the Global Grief Conference 2025. We are back in the building. Let's get that vibe going. You already know. I'm just providing a vibe. So let's go. Take that quick break. Let's get that vibe right. Shout out Tony Lynch. Shout out the Global Grief Conference 2025. We are in the building. Chai City. Sheba is in the building. Salute. Salute to everybody that's been watching. This is an experience. This ain't just a vibe. This is an experience. I'm your boy, Heat Detector. Like and subscribe. Let's vibe. Vibing. Come on, chats. Chats, wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Global Grief Conference 2025. All right, all right, all right. Let's go. Let's go.
Holding Chicago down 24. When I was young, cigarettes were dirt cheap and $200 at the end of your work week. When I was young, comic books were $2. Found a JJ Peppers with a lighter in 2 months. When I was young, reading books was an option. The phone was attached to the wall at your mom's place. Listening to them making out with your prom date. Praying to God that we didn't pick the wrong day. When I was young, everybody rented videos. Else we fell into giant bowl of cereal. When I was young, we from the janitor and passed the shit down like we're signing down the banister. When I was young, used to cop cassettes, we did shit with the pixel to jam the deck. When I was young, my elbows spoke Spanish, a young brown hoping free of dirty habits. When I was young, nobody really rhymed. Biggie Small was the GOAT, Michael Jordan in his prime. When I was young, everything made sense. My ass lived in sticks and my mother made rent. You goddamn right.
Let's go. We live from Chicago. Like, subscribe, share.
Hi. Show that thing, though. We ain't grown men shit now. Word up. Right, Barbara. No, please.
What way buildings in the 80s, crack era, everything was all gravy. Yeah. When I was young, love in the neighborhood, peace in the streets. When the shorties played, they all good. When I was young, G.I. Joes and Transformers. And if we didn't have that, we would create something. Tag it, Johnny come across. Being Papa's top shooters, let's set it off. From the morn till street lights came on, and that was the sign it was time to go home. When I was young, I used to have no worries. Living carefree, yet still in a hurry. Trying to grow up too fast. Now I'm wishing I can do it again and make it last. When I was young, I had a fucking blast. Spinning bikes from the kids in no park, my little badass.
Bogus, boy.
We are vibing. I said goodbye. You with me? You with me? Global Grief Conference 2025. We are in the building. Let's go. It's a vibe, baby. I told you. Salute to everybody tuning in. We are in the building.
Breakups don't just end relationships. They end versions of you. They shatter comfort. They shake identity. They take the future you imagined and set it on fire. But what if this ending isn't the collapse of who you are, but the beginning of who you're becoming? That's the heart behind our live workshop, utilizing breakup grief as a catalyst for growth. This isn't about moving on. It's about moving through with intention, self-compassion, and power. Most people try to outrun grief. They swipe through it, work through it, drink through it, and date through it. But distraction doesn't create healing. It only creates distance. Distance from the very part of you that's asking to be met. And while you're out there looking for someone new, you might still be carrying the pain from the last one, which means you're emotionally unavailable to the love you actually deserve. In this workshop, you'll learn how to turn grief into the fuel for deep personal growth. We'll explore your attachment style, the emotional blueprint behind your patterns. You'll get nervous system tools to regulate overwhelm when the waves hit hard. And with your guided workbook, you'll recognize how relationships have been mirrors for your healing. Spot your personal relationship saboteurs and start setting boundaries that come from self-worth, not self-protection. The final stage of grief isn't just acceptance, it's activation. It's where you stop making your pain your identity and start rebuilding from truth. It's where you meet the you that doesn't shrink to stay safe or overgive to feel worthy. So, if you're ready to stop circling the same patterns and finally come home to yourself, join us. This workshop is your space to heal what was and create what's next. Scan the QR code or head over to loveprescriptions.com to save your seat. This isn't the end, it's your invitation to rise.
Hi, everyone. I'm Julia Pierce. I'm super happy to be here today. We're going to be talking about grief and resilient joy. I think I have some slides that are going to be coming up here in a minute. So let's step into this, because why in the world do we want to have both resilience and joy when we're talking about grief? So I'm going to go into this with a little bit of my shared experience through my life. And with this comes our son. And he learned to walk again when he was 2 years old. And he had the audacity to do it with a smile. And part of what he did this with was as he survived a catastrophic illness. And catastrophic is a term that we may have heard a few times, but that was a term that was given to us with his doctors. And as that term came to us, it was in the hospital with our son. And as we were told this term, the catastrophic illness, our son listened. And then after they had said he may not survive, our son held on to the side of the crib he was in at the time of being 2 years old, pulled himself up again, and began to walk again. So there is the beginning of what we felt of grief and watching him become resilient again with a smile. Now, this is not a typical story of grief, and yet for us, it's how it began. So we held on to this story for many years after that. But part of this is in our culture, in Western society, we sometimes are told to just do things by ourselves. But what if we don't do that and we meet together and come together in a community, and we do it by meeting with others? And that's what we learned many, many years ago. And we did it at the time when our son learned to walk again at 2 years old. And part of what has come to me since then is holding on, smiling, and meeting with others. So when our culture, and part of it is in this West part of our world, is we're told to do things by ourselves, pull ourselves up by the bootstrap, and do it by ourselves. But the other thing we need to learn in our culture is that we don't actually do things by ourselves. I know it's a mystery, and yet here we are. Doing things in community is actually a better way to go. So I have learned from our son this one trait is to hold on, smile, and do things with another group of people. That's the part of grief, though, that gets us, is I tend to isolate, especially when I'm in my grief. And I go internal and pull into myself, and I go against what I have learned time and time again. Now, this is the part of grief that may feel unseen and pulls us away from becoming resilient. So we're going to go into a little bit more of that as we move forward. So we started to stay focused. We learned this from our son. As he survived that catastrophic illness, he taught us to stay focused. And grief continued to come to our home. So we focused and we stayed with that thought of staying in a community and learning with others. We did hold on to many things, and part of that was keeping our eye centered in a few things in our world. Now, my world has included a few parts. There was a world when I thought I knew what I was doing, and then there was the world with our son, who taught me 1,000 things almost every day. So I learned many, many things with him. That was the second part of my world. And then there's the world that I don't have him in my life every day. He did pass away. And so grief has come to me at many times throughout our life. So there's other things that came to me as well, as you'll see here, that joy did come as we watched and learned how to be joyful and resilient, as we learned how to do that alongside of grief. And again, those things don't often come together very easily. So we're going to go throughout what we call this journey. Now, sometimes a journey is not always straight. It doesn't feel very good. Like you'll see here, this path is not those things. It doesn't feel very good. It would be better to take this journey with a few things. And along some journeys, some questions come up. And the questions may come when others are saying things to you. Now, grief sometimes brings these questions to you. And some of those questions could be, do we really need to become stronger? Why can't joy just be here all the time? And I sometimes get really tired of being resilient. So are you sure we need to become resilient? So the final thought with this one is resilient can come alongside grief. Now, thinking about those things, what is it about becoming stronger? I've often been asked this question about, do I really need to become stronger? And as I think about the places that we've been on this journey, along this stony path, it doesn't always feel like I've wanted to become stronger. Sometimes I have felt like I just want to sit in my comfy chair and pull my warm blanket up over me and cocoon and pull into the space that I love. But as I remember about our son, he often became the one who stood up again and again like he did as he survived his original illness. And he's the one who led us into this space of becoming more as the one who popped up every time and became the stronger one. So sometimes resilience comes after grief. So grief comes to us after the hard time. For us, it came, like I said, over time and again and again. It felt like we were waiting for the next hard time. There was a sense of foreboding. There was a sense of, when is this going to stop? And for us, the grief came again and again. It was often times that we were back to a hospital. We were again in a doctor's office. We were again listening to when the next thing was coming. And it sometimes felt like there were more hard times that were coming to us. There was an analogy that we used in our home during this time, that it wasn't only waiting for a shoe to drop, it was waiting for a shoe that was on a big bug. And the bug turned into a centipede. And those shoes that were dropping felt like they were steel-toed boots. So when they dropped on us, it was a heavy load that was dropping onto us each time. The thing was that we were the ones, as the adults in the house, that felt like we were taking the heavy hit. And it wasn't. It was actually our son who was taking the hit. But he was the one who would pop up like a daisy every time and spring forward. It was amazing for us to watch, as he was the one who became the most resilient of us. And then I remembered that becoming stronger helped all of us to bounce up, bounce forward, and continue moving along. It was what he became as he was going through those difficult times, and as we became the most resilient when we could come through those hard times. And that was how we became the most resilient. And it was almost audacious for us to think, all right, we know the centipede with the boots is going to be coming next. Perhaps you have felt something similar. Perhaps when grief comes and it's ongoing and you're saying, okay, I know it's going to be here soon. I know there's going to be more coming. I wonder if there's more. And then you're saying, yes, there is going to be more. And the final grief is never final. And that's what it has felt like for me. Before, I felt that we could not do one more thing. And then we did 12 more. 12 more hard times would come. So here's a question for you to start to think about. What did you know before that you now see differently? And it could be in your grief. It could be in a change that came to you that was unexpected. It could be, fill in what that could be for you. It was first with our son when he was here, and now it's after he has died. What is it for you? Consider that for a moment. What I have found, as I have done some very unscientific polling, is that it's hard to embrace. It's hard to embrace the energy that we have when hard times come. It's hard to embrace the energy of our days. And it's even harder when we don't have control. And then people say, but it's making you stronger. And that could be true, because it was true in our home, and it is true. So the questions have come, are we supposed to embrace the hard? Is that what this is about? And the answer came for me that yes. Yes, that's what I was supposed to be doing, because the next time the next hard thing came, somehow I had the strength to step into it again, even though I had no idea how to do it. And here's what happened. It's even harder when I needed to watch somebody else go through it. I could be the one that held it all, even when it was the most difficult. And then it was even harder when I needed to watch somebody else go through the hard stuff. I could become the linebacker or the one who caught all of the balls. But it was hardest when I didn't have control over what was happening to somebody else. So in my unofficial, unscientific poll, what I found was people don't like becoming resilient, but because it means that something difficult is coming or had come, or they felt like it was coming. The foreboding was around the corner. And that is what created the heartache. So with that unimaginable, undesirable relations coming to them, this is what we found. And people poured in with their thoughts when I said, so what do you think about resilience and joy? And the unbelievable part was that people said they wanted to become a little more curious with it, with being present with themselves and with others. And this is where my heart started to palpitate, because I had lived in this space as well. I could become resilient for myself, but watching our son become resilient melted me to my core. And yet, oh, the and yet. And so this is what we did. What do we do with the grief that keeps dropping on us like the bug that is wearing steel toe boots? This is what came to us. Some people had said it was even harder when it was coming to somebody else. And yet, when they felt like they had come to the change, they did want to become that stronger person, which is what I had found for myself as well. They felt like they were springing back from a difficult situation. They felt that they were handling hardships or trauma as they defined it for themselves. And they were springing back, but not to who they were before. And then we sat still. And that's in the stillness of sitting with their grief and what was coming next. This is what we found. It was being present with ourself, being present with others that we found that being resilient while watching somebody else was the thing that destroyed us and built us up. And that gave us pause. So while it's exhausting and exciting, here's what we found. If we can be curious with it for a moment, and then another moment, that is where the resilience can come. And resilience is all about it. When I was watching our son come back from an illness that would last 4 months, and then he would sit up again and say, He was a multimodal communicator, which means he would use many ways to communicate, and tell us that he would want to go and find the slinky that you saw in his hands in that picture. Or he wanted to go get a balloon or go in the car. I would be astounded. If I am sick with a head cold, I want to sit under a blanket and have a hot chocolate. There's no way I want to go out into the world again. So when we are both excited and exhausted, perhaps that's the ambivalence of grief, when we want both this and that, when we are both in sheer agony and a little bit curious, when we're in the complications of it, then that's where we're sitting and pausing with it. It has been said by those I have talked with that becoming resilient is like having soul growth and soul fertilizing time. That is when perhaps we can sit with things and look into the eyes of somebody near us, as our son did, when he would pull us in by our head and look deep into our soul and let us know that this was the exact time to be still and pause and look up while the most difficult things were happening. And it was so perplexing and joyful, sitting with both. And while we knew that this was the time to be in this moment, I was feeling built up and torn down. Again, the unseen parts of grief, where no one brings you the casserole, and yet you want to be surrounded by a community, is where building resilience in grief perhaps can come. So feeling both, in feeling two things at one time, can be the next part to consider. So somehow, while we're waiting for that shoe to drop on that big old bug, could be the next thing. Because bugs, we can turn them into cartoons. They don't have to be that creepy crawly thing on the bottom of our boot. Our son did this naturally. I strive for it. And yet being with people who also are becoming curious with us has taught me, and what I now know is that there is a beginning of grief, a middle of grief, and you're never done with it. Because grief, for me, means that I also am always remembering with love the people and the person and the times with love. So how do we do this? So, how do we create resilience? How do we remember with joy the resilience and the joy of being along this journey of grief? For us, it's meaning to feed the soul. If we want both to exist, then we need to feed the soul. And we do that every moment. As things changed in our home, we found that we needed to create it in every moment. And then I thought, so why do we wait? Why do we wait until the perfect moment to grab that china or the best silver or throw the party or create the family picture? And what you see is one person in pajamas, another person here in work clothes. It's not a perfect background in this picture. And yet, if we had waited for the perfect picture, we would have missed the smile. We would have missed something, because soon after, life changed for health reasons in our home. So why do we wait for the perfect opportunity for a magic trip or that perfect party? What if we created the joy in that one moment? What if it was all along the way, as in our situation, the chaos was swirling around us? Think about, what is it that we could create? If we hold the gnarly along with the centipede and those steel-toe boots and the joy, there is a powerful opportunity to think about the possibilities of feeding the soul, of fertilizing what can come with resilience, even when we know it's going to drop with some pretty heavy things that come. Now, there's been some other experiences, and we know what those are coming. When we're waiting for the perfect opportunities, we may be waiting for a very long time and missing the ones that are right in front of us. I'm going to pull always back to experiences with our son, but also with other people around us. Think about what that is for you. So with hope comes adversity, and this is from Brené Brown. And I remember being resilient. I also remember when I have to stuff it back in, like the whipped cream into a cannoli. And I love cannolis, but they're also very fragile things, and they melt. And if you don't keep them at the right temperature, then you have to add new ingredients. And sometimes with resilience, we can think about, what is it that we need to build with ourselves, alongside others, in a community, with new people, to build new ways of looking at resilience. So what do we do this? It could be standing up again after grief, alongside grief, when we are talking with one another. Where are we doing that? Are we doing it here, like at the grief conference? Are we listening to one another and saying, gosh, that was hard to hear? I wonder if there's a way I could take that piece and come into it. What are the ways that we can stuff it back in, one piece, one ingredient at a time? stuff it back in, or get new ingredients. When our son came home from the hospital, we were given a discharge summary that said, here you go. He did survive his first illness. And then we were sent to get more supports. At one point, when he needed to start using a wheelchair later in his life, somebody told me to pull myself up by my bootstraps. And I do believe that there was great intent for kindness. And yet sometimes we don't have any bootstraps left. So where do we go to get new pieces? How do we build hope again from these moments? So perhaps in communities such as this, when we're looking at building one another, what are the things that we can share that say, here's how I have done this. I wonder if I can sit with you. I wonder if I can be here to witness this with you and see that you are here. Because what works for one person going along a rocky, uncharted path may be helpful, and it may be helpful also just to be still and say, yeah, sometimes I've melted as well, and I need to get a new cannoli. I need to get a new way to think about it. Because grief is sometimes ambiguous and unseen. And sometimes it's this and that. It's gnarly and joyful. It's full and empty. It's resilient and joyful. What are the other things? Resilient joy is what has developed in our home. In all three spaces, when I thought I knew what I was doing, alongside of our son throughout his life, and now that he is no longer here with us. So what are we doing now? There are three things that I'm doing. Creating new spaces to support others in their bereavement, in their grief, which oftentimes means I'm listening to others and letting them say the words that others may find difficult to hear. I'm finding my feet and looking up. And I'm letting people know that we can be in joy and also sadness. It's okay to do these three things. There is a feeling of hope. As I watched it become developed in our home and do those three things again, it was tenacious, it was curious, it was hopeful, and mind-boggling all at the same time. So it's also been said that joy is an act of resistance. And this is a thought that as I begin to share it, it's not a resistance to grief. It's not a resistance to forgetting. It's a resistance to my own swirling of saying, oh, there's no way I can have joy without our son here. Because it's not about the trumpet or the confetti for me. It's about the daily moments of thinking, I wonder if in this moment there is the pause and the looking up. I wonder if I can listen to the birds again. I wonder if I can wonder. So, what is your definition of joy? As being resilient is sometimes really ridiculous. As the people who came and talked to me about, I don't like it. I don't like being resilient. I really do want joy all the time. Wouldn't it be great if we could protect the people around us, and as I wanted to at a time, surround my son in bubble wrap and just keep him. Just keep him. And yet, what do you know now that you see differently? As you think about it, perhaps it's sharing that thought in your community, in your group of people. Because as I said in the beginning, we are not meant to do grief alone. We are not meant to do life alone. And when we do, isolation is one of those things that will keep us from becoming resilient and joyful. So in the last few minutes that we have here, I'm going to give you a couple of definitions that we have found in our home that represent joy. And to show that, I'm going to put up this one right here. So we have 3 things that have represented joy. I know the number 3 goes well with us in our house because there's 3 of us. 3 things. Getting outside represents joy in these ways. Being near a lake represents joy for us. It also means we have to be resilient because I usually get sunburned. Being near a lake, being outside, being with people at the lake, that represents joy. It also helps to reduce isolation. Think about yours. Creating connection with those in a community around grief, around life. Creating connection around shared experiences. Creating connection. Getting outside, creating connection. Those are the things. The third one is remembering with love. Remembering with love. Now for us, with our son, he is one of the people that who's no longer here with us. We actually have many people who are no longer here with us, either through he has passed away or they're no longer in our realm. And so we remember with love. And also the joy that they have brought to us. So as you're thinking about the ways to create resilience and joy, even with that centipede that drops on you, with the steel toe boots, what is it you know now? Would you see it differently? And then, what are we going to do about it? Would there be anything new that you would get curious about alongside these thoughts? That is the last question that we ask ourselves in our home. every day. So what are we going to do? This is hard. We miss our son. How do we create connection? How are we going to get outside? So what are we going to do? Let's plan it. That's the thing. So as we get to this point, if you'd like to share anything, here's the places you can find me. Again, it's wonderful to be here. If there's any thoughts, I'd love to hear from you. I do have a bereavement group for families of children who have passed away. Our son did have lifelong disabilities and illnesses. If that's something that you would like to know more about, this is how you can find me. And we can continue to go from here. So as we're thinking about how to work with these two questions in mind, with joy and resilience, then that's what we can do as we're getting ready to move forward. So thank you so much for this opportunity. And have a wonderful, wonderful conference.
You have lost a spouse or a partner, and you are struggling to move forward after this loss. Let's talk about it. I am Meher Sayed, a grief coach dedicated to helping people navigate life after loss in this fast-paced and always online world. I know how overwhelming grief can be, especially in a world where people expect us to stay busy, show up, and keep moving. But grief doesn't follow a timeline, does it? It needs space, it needs understanding, and most of all, it needs support. But healing doesn't stop with one conversation. If you're looking for deeper support, I offer one-on-one coaching sessions where we hold space for your grief and your emotions and move forward at your own pace. Or you can join my extended grief coaching program if you're looking for extended and ongoing support. If you're looking to join a community where there will be others who have shared something similar in terms of grief and facing loss, you can join my Facebook community, The Grief Circle. And if you feel called to share your story, I invite you to be a guest on my YouTube channel, Grief Talk, where we share stories about life, loss, and learning to live again. Let's connect. Visit www.griefcoachingwithmeher.com and let's get in touch. You don't have to go through this alone. Let's hold the space together.
One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. We are in the building. I am live right now. This is Unwrap the Podcast. Big shout out to the Global Grief Conference 2025. We are in the building. Let me say, it's been a beautiful, beautiful day. And I'm blessed to be here. Everybody, shout out to everybody that's been on the panel. Shout out to everybody that has been speaking today. It's been amazing. We're going to get into the music in just a minute, but I want to say this real quick. I just got a text from someone I go way, way, way back with within hip hop. Shout out, big salute to Leslie Bush in the building. Man, he's watching. I hope you're watching right now, brother, man. I have not talked to this man probably in like 40 plus years, man. I'm giving up my age. Hey. But we'll get into that. We'll talk about all kinds of stuff. We got the whole rest of the night and we got the whole rest of the weekend. Let's go. It's Unwrap the Podcast. I'm your boy, Heat Detector. Let's go. Shout out to my man. She's in the building. Let's go. You are listening to the sounds of Heat Detector. Big shout out to the Global Grief Conference 2025. Oh shit, they couldn't hear me, but now they can. Big shout out to the Global Grief Conference 2025. You are listening to the sounds of your boy, Heat Detector, in the building. We got Cali in the building. We got the world in the building tonight, today, this afternoon. Shout out to all my peoples in Chicago. Let's go. Hope it sounds better.
Can't get no. Can't get no. Can't get no better. 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 Heat Detector, stop fucking doing this.
I apologize for the sound. Doing the best I can at the moment. We're going to get it together. It's your boy Heat Detector in the building. Let's go. Have hope. We're going to get it together. We are in the building. Let's take it down a notch. Let's chill for a second. Let's take it down a notch. I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
From the television city in Hollywood, here's the game where knowledge is king and play luck is queen. It's the Joker's Wild. Here's Joker's wife.
Oh man. I'm a little stumped why the music's doing this. Might be too much on the bandwidth right now. Giving them way too much.
You don't let it break our spirits.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lacey Watson, also known as Coach Lacey, and I want to start out by saying thank you. Thank you for showing up and for being willing to sit with us in this messy, painful, and unfiltered chat about grief here at the Global Grief Conference. And today I'm going to share with you how I turned some of the darkest moments of my life into the motivation to keep going and to motivate others. And it's not just to keep going, but it's to rise and to create a life of purpose, service, and sovereignty, even when it feels impossible, so that we can shine beyond the darkness and really make a true ripple effect that lasts for generations. I really want to start out by saying something that my mom once said, and I really want to thank my mom for all the wisdom she has given to me throughout the years so that I can be more resilient. My mom talked about a mirror that had hung in her doorway of her house for years and years. And one day, after a traumatic series of events in her life, that mirror just fell and shattered. And she said once that that mirror was just like her life, beautiful, familiar, stable, and then suddenly it shattered and it was gone. So that image of the mirror shattering never left me, because that is what loss feels like. So like many of you here that are watching and all of us that are presenting today, we've had some deep loss and grief in our life. And my story is not much different. And it started in 2011 with my Aunt Shauna, but it didn't really hit me until my little brother Hunter was diagnosed with stage 4 rhabdomyosarcoma on Valentine's Day in 2015. And he was treated by Children's Hospital in Seattle. And by the grace of God, he beat cancer. He beat stage 4 cancer. He was even a recipient of the Make-A-Wish Foundation award, and he was the first one to get to see an Amazon warehouse. And he was an identical twin. They were born when I was 15 years old, so I was like a parental figure to them. And his brother was his very best friend in the whole wide world, and they had their own language even. They were just completely inseparable. And Hunter was born first, and he was just a strong, resilient little guy, but they were a few months shy of graduating high school. And I got a devastating phone call. And for any of you who have received the phone call, you know what I mean. The phone call, the call from the person you hardly ever talk to. And they're calling, you're like, this has to be important. You answer that call, and I'll never forget her saying to me, they're taking his body away. And I thought to myself initially, what on earth are you talking about? He doesn't have cancer anymore. What did the cancer come back? You have a heart attack? What happened? It just really hit me. I don't understand what happened. And then she explained it to me, and he had taken 3 bottles of Unisom, the sleeping pill, and his twin had found him in his room, gone. And apparently he was going through some things with this girl who broke his heart, and later this girl had the nerve to show up to his funeral with the new guy she left him for, which was just absolutely inconceivable, as you can imagine. The entire situation was inconceivable. It was completely earth shattering, and that phone call from my stepmother, it changed me forever, and I will just never be the same from that point forward. And at his wake, I sat with his body for quite a long time. I say a few hours, and I thought about all the things I couldn't change and all the promises that I couldn't fulfill. And I promised him that I would live my life to the fullest because he could not. And I would do all the things that I thought he would want to do in his lifetime because he couldn't. And a year after he died, I got married to my husband, which was the best day of my life. And, you know, things were looking up, and it was, you know, life was looking up. Things were looking up roses. But as life does, right when we're starting to heal and things are starting to turn, stuff happens. Life happens, right? And I flipped my Jeep, and I fell into a deep depression because I lost function of my leg for a time, and I got prescribed a medication that I had become addicted to, and I was addicted to marijuana, and so I was addicted to gabapentin and marijuana, and it was put me into a very dark place, and I was struggling with the loss of my brother. And as a recovered teenage meth addict, to fight these tendencies off was very difficult. I was a functional pill popper working my day job in the medical field without really anybody even noticing. And a year later, my uncle, who was like a father to me growing up, died tragically and suddenly and very unexpectedly. Earlier, I had referenced my Aunt Shauna, his wife. She had passed in 2011 suddenly and tragically before that. And that was my first brush with death. And I'll never forget when they called me about her, and I didn't take it seriously. My mom called me, and she is on the phone. She said, "Do you want to talk to your aunt and say goodbye?" And I was like, "What do you mean say goodbye? I'll see her soon. I'll be home soon to visit." And I never did get to see her or say goodbye, and I never did say goodbye, and I regret that, and I live with that. But in 2019, my Uncle Mike, he died tragically and suddenly, so that left my cousin without parents and her young children without grandparents. And later on, we found out that the hospital gave my uncle the wrong medication, and this was infuriating, absolutely infuriating. And his death shook my whole family, and nothing has ever been the same, really. And my family's no stranger to tragedy, but when tragedy strikes, so everybody in our family has struggled, most everybody, with addiction and long withstanding efforts to combat this trauma we all feel. So after we lost my uncle, life continued to life, and I lost my uncle on my dad's side, followed by the death of my friend, our dear friend's close, their toddler, in a very tragic and an unexpected matter, which is a whole nother story. We have all of these lost stories. And then we lost our house. And then 2020 happened, which we don't even need to go into, but I lost my job. And then I found our dog dead on the living room floor unexpectedly. And that was really hard. And the loss of a pet will hit you just as hard as the loss of any human, because you spend that every day with that beloved pet. And then, of course, the trauma that comes with walking through and seeing that loss. And these things, they pile up, right? They pile up. They keep piling up. And how do you withstand? And then in 2023, I lost my Grammy. I was very close to my grandma, and she died very suddenly and unexpectedly. And then depression hit again. And here we are again, battling these addiction demons. And I desperately wanted to get sober and So I did. And I had to choose. Do I want to break down back into addiction and slide back into using pills and rely on pharmaceuticals for my happiness? Or do I want to build myself back up? And do I want to try the things that I teach, because I was working in naturopathic medicine as a medical assistant and health coach since 2008. And, I need to give myself a little bit of my own medicine here. While I've always done a lot of the wellness foundations, it really took some conscious, concentrated effort for myself to build myself back up to a point where I wasn't just living in depression. And this is how we turn our pain into pearls, and we transform through the trauma and make it into triumph. And, we break for times, but it's what we do with those tragedies and the lessons that we learn. And with a loving care and a process that I'm going to share with you here today called Anchoring In, I turned my pain into pearls, and I have transformed my trauma into triumph. And I still struggle. I have my times, but through these processes, myself and my family, we've been able to really turn ourselves around and withstand the darkness. And my mother, Michelle, is one of the most resilient women I know, and thankfully she's taught me some of the greatest lessons to help me in these times. And her advice during her own seasons of grief have stuck with me, and I'm going to pass it on to you. And that is her "I will survive" mindset. During these times of deep grief, because she's walked through her brother dying as well, and divorce and certain things, she told herself every single day, I will be okay. I might be on the floor right now, but I am not going to stay here. In the dark seasons of our life, we can reach for the little glimmers and the light. And if we reach onto that, then we can find ourselves there. And for me, when I was going through the worst seasons of my life, the light in the darkness, the glimmers that I found, was actually listening to positive motivational videos on YouTube. And that's a very simple thing, but I listen to people like Les Brown and Tony Robbins, Mel Robbins, Jordan Peterson over and over and over again, and to help remind me to keep going. And when I got bored of that, I started listening to versions of them on Akira of the Dawn, so it had music with it. And so it would help me to keep the mantra going and rewire my brain, because we have this conditioning, and there is a mantra that is already going in our mind from birth, that we are taught, the lessons we learn, the mantras our parents carry, the mantras that our generations carry, the people around us, our friends. We become like the 5 people we've been around, and those mantras change. And if you're not around positive influences that keep you going, it's really difficult to have the tools to draw from. And that is why too Bible study is so important, because then you can draw from scripture and you can have a biblical mind to get through those times of trial. So having that "I will survive" mindset, and if you don't have it, cultivate it. You must cultivate it, and you can cultivate that through reading, cultivate it through journaling, cultivate it through listening to positive affirmation videos, motivational videos, things like Akira the Dawn that combine music and those affirmations. Things like that have been just absolutely instrumental in changing my mindset and helping me get through times where I've honestly just wanted to have a momentary lapse of reason myself and be done with it. And I know that most of us have felt that way. And then the other thing my mother taught me was daily routines. Getting up, making the bed, drinking your water, going outside, eating something, nourishing your body. We only have control over our controllables. When we are in chaos, the only thing that we can control are our habits and our controllables, those things that we make our choices that determine the outcomes. So we're making a choice to eat well, and we're making a choice to move our body, we're making a choice to get enough rest. These types of things, having a daily routine works wonders. And then, using your five senses, feeling centered. What makes you feel alive today? Do you just like a really warm cup of coffee in the morning, or do you like a hot shower, or hugging your dog, loving on your animals, listening to music and dancing, these little tiny rituals, daily rituals, this is what will help you stay grounded. And after years and years of chaos and loss and addiction and recovery and doing the loop and loop and loop, personally, for me, I realized that I needed a system. I needed a foundation, something that could hold me up when I was just falling apart. You can't always hold yourself. And I realized that I had the foundations and the tools all along with my daily basic wellness rituals. I've been working in naturopathic medicine since 2008, and I've been a medical assistant, office manager, and health coach. And I help other people with their foundations, but when it came to myself, sometimes it's a little more difficult to hold yourself accountable, right? So the things I know, they've been built, but they weren't structured. And so I really desperately needed a structure. So I created a structure for myself to help pull myself out of the rabbit hole. It was like you're deep down in the rabbit hole. This is a ladder that is pulling you out, and you're coming out of it. And recognizing the importance of these daily habits and rituals and staying consistent is seriously what got me through the very worst moments of my life. I call this process anchoring in. And I have a group on Facebook. It's called Rise and Shine with Morning Moon. Please feel free to join it. It is a free group. There is a free checklist, and there's the 8 foundations of anchoring in to build the wellness foundation. And if you only show up and do one thing every day, great. Practice just the one thing. Just get the one thing down. And if you get to 2, great. And if you get to all 8, awesome. There will be seasons of your life where you get to all 8, and there will be seasons where 1 is enough, right? And the anchors that really help us are the things that will help us to withstand the chaos when it hits. So sleep and hydration, super important. Getting enough rest, being hydrated, getting enough nutrition, and having enough protein, especially if you have a exercise routine. Exercising, moving your body, getting out in the sunshine, journaling daily, reflecting on your thoughts and what your heart wants and what you're learning and what you could maybe work through a little bit better. Prayer and spiritual connection, and reading and having a Bible study, that's really important to me. And listening to that wisdom, people like Tony Robbins, Les Brown, Jordan Peterson, and decluttering your space, stuff like that. Think of wellness as a way. It's an act of resistance. It's resistance to chaos, resistance to the darkness, resistance to depression, resistance to just staying stuck. And with that resistance, our choices and the way that we show up in the world and our daily acts of service towards ourselves and others, this will help us to create that generational ripple effect of wellness and resistance to the chaos. One of the tools that I teach in my coaching that I have all of my clients use every season is the Circle of Life. You can download it from my website, and I will share that at the end. It is a visual tool that helps you evaluate the area of your life that you might not be nourished in. These are called the primary foods. We nourish our bodies with food, but our lifestyles need to have certain areas that might be undernourished, and having a seasonal check-in to see where you're at visually as a representation so that you know what to work on and what habits you need to work on this season and anchor in. You just do the one thing, then you can have more balance in your life moving forward, because let's face it, we're not going to do everything all at once. It's not practical. So you want to check in with your circle of life, and these areas are health, career, your relationships overall, spirituality, your joy, your overall joy, your home environment, and creativity and finances. If one of these areas are out of balance, it impacts everything. So when grief hits, it's common to neglect ourselves and neglect our health, isolate from our friends and family, and just give up on joy, stop reading, stop doing the things we love. This check-in, the circle of life, it helps you to anchor in, and it helps you to see visually where you can take action today, not tomorrow, not someday, even if it is small and just one thing. The importance of mastering these mundane is how you build that strong foundation. It's how you get through and make change, right? We all want to transform and become the best version of ourselves, and that is how we do it. And if one area is out of balance, it literally impacts everything. And when chaos hits and grief comes down, it's just really easy to self-isolate. So this is a way to anchor in and bring some clarity in every season of your life, especially when everything feels like too much. I ask my clients to rate each category on a scale from 1 to 10 and reflect on what is currently nourishing them or what is draining them. So what starts as a simple drawing becomes a map. It becomes a map and a way to reconnect to who you are, to what matters, and where to begin again. And it's really cool once you start using it for years. I've been using mine for almost 15 years now, and I can look back and see where I started. And that is super awesome. And there are seasons where my map is full, and there are seasons where I am depleted, and it just helps me to anchor in and choose the habit sets that I need to fulfill my rituals in my day. It's not about being perfect. It's about being aware and conscious and making a conscious, concerted effort to change. You can't pour from an empty cup. And the circle of life exercise helps you show you a physical representation of where to refill that cup first. So when you're walking through grief or addiction or chaos or drama, trauma, whatever it is, you can always anchor in and use this as a manual to rise. You have to realize that we all have a divine calling on our life, and there's a divine design. There's a reason that you're here. You've survived this far for a reason. We all have a purpose. So, use each day as a chapter in how you help others. Get outside yourself. It's not all about you. Yes, we want to work on our foundations, but we strengthen our foundations so that we can pour into others. Once our cup is full, then we can pour into others and help others through this grief that we share. Because as a human collective, we share this grief. We are all going to die. I'm going to die. You're going to die. We are all going to die. Someone will grieve me. Someone will grieve you. And how will we deal with that? We deal with that resilience and strength and anchoring in. We are carrying the torch for those who can't. So we turn these pain into purpose. You're not always going to have someone to come pick you up. You're not always going to have someone to show you the way. So we have to become our own best friends, and we have to become our own coaches and our own safe places. So how do you do that today? How can you start today? Well, ask yourself, what can I control today? What can I start? How do I want to show up in the world? What does my body need? And check in with the circle of life. You can download it from my website and just check in and start with one thing in the checklist. It will my Foundations Release Foundations guide has the circle of life, and then it has the daily foundations check-in. And just check in. What do you need right now? That's how you rebuild. You don't want to go through life pretending that you're okay and pretending like it's all okay and throwing a pill at it and going to get a diagnosis that you're depressed and, oh, here is some, Xanax or Zoloft or Wellbutrin or whatever. Those are Band-Aids, but by committing to anchoring in to your wellness foundations and making a concentrated effort to committing to becoming okay day by day, one step, one bite, one breath at a time, then that is how you make a change. And you won't be perfect. I'm not perfect. I struggle. I struggle a lot. But these things help me. And if I just do one thing every day, if I just show up and do my Bible study, then that's enough. If I just show up and eat nourishing food, that is enough, you know. But and then some of the seasons I show up and I do everything, and then I can pour into others. And that is how we heal. So if this message spoke to you and you are ready to stop surviving and start rebuilding, I want to invite you to dive in deeper and download my free Release Foundations guide. You can find it on my website, which is www.lacyjwatson.com. And it walks you through the basics of getting grounded again, and it includes a printable circle of life tool to begin that healing process, and then the checklist. And I also invite you to join my group if you are on Facebook, Rise and Shine with Morning Moon. Together we use the Daily Checklist Foundation, and there are I have some workshops in the guides section where I help you anchor into those foundations and do detoxes, all sorts of cool things, so that you can anchor in, and we help hold each other accountable. It's a really cool group. And you can also find me on Wellness with Watson on YouTube for daily show, Monday through Friday, Rise and Shine, where I share insights just like this on how to remain emotionally resilient during those storms of life. Look, guys, you don't have to do it alone. You're not alone out here. There's a whole collective of us, and you are not meant to remain stuck in a rut. So back that car up, get it out of neutral, put it in reverse, and move forward. You have survived 100% of your worst days this far, and you are allowed to cry and feel the pain and just rebuild it anyways. So start small with one thing, get grounded, anchor in, tell your story, use your story. One thing that I always recommend to my clients is to write it out, write your loved ones a letter. If you haven't already written your loved ones a letter, and you can burn it, you can keep it, whatever. It really helps to write out your joys, your frustrations, your memories, all those things of the people that you've loved and lost, so you can get it out there and just release it and speak their names and just be proof that you can make something beautiful out of the brokenness. And that, my friends, is how we turn pain into pearls. So thank you for having me here at the Global Grief Conference. I hope that you guys are learning so much and growing and connecting with others. This is a very cool network of people who all understand just where you're at. So if you are struggling, here's a ladder. We're pulling you out of that hole. And I hope that you have a wonderful, wonderful day. Take care.
My name is Dr. Rob Kelly from the Rob Kelly Group. We're in the addiction industry, which covers a lot more than just addiction. We're talking about alcoholism, addiction, childhood trauma, anxiety, depression, PTSD, all of that stuff we deal with. Over 10,000 patients with a 98% success rate, would you believe? Been in the industry about 25, 30 years. I know I'm getting old. Looking forward to the convention, the Grief Convention. Come on and watch us. Come and see me. RobKelly.com. Spell my name with two B's. RobKelly.com. Come and say hi on all platforms, and we'll see you at the conference.
Yes. We are back in the building. I want to apologize for the sound. I have no idea what's going on, but we're going to pull it together. We are in the building. I am your boy, Heat Detector. This is the Global Grief Conference 2025, and we are in the building. Let's go. Check, check. 1 2 1 2. See, there we go. I am back in the building. All right, my apologies. I just got informed that there we go. That I have 30 minutes. I wasn't expecting that, but hey, I'm ready for anything and everything. And I want to thank Tony Lynch once again for the opportunity, and the Global Grief Network for the opportunity to be here. I feel blessed. I feel honored. And here we are. And I wanted to talk about my journey right quick and how a lot of this stuff even came about. I was speaking to Tony earlier. I don't know if anybody caught that, of how my mental health podcast came about. And so I'm going to double back on that real quick so I can give some people some context. I had made a pivot from producing, to podcasting. And one of my brilliant ideas was to bridge the gap between the older generation of hip hop and the younger generation of hip hop. And, because there's like a rift between the two. And in my brilliant mind, I thought, well, I can bridge that gap. And at the time, I had literally stopped drinking, and I had been a raging alcoholic since I was like 13. So I've been drinking all my life. And this was like almost 3 years ago. So I'm having a bad day. And I did the show. It was called Sunday Sit Downs with the OGs. Excuse me. And I did this show every Sunday at 8:30. And I had a couple of guys that were doing it with me. And I was having a bad day. One of those days where nothing was right. Nothing felt right. Nothing felt good. I was angry. I felt hurt. I felt anxious. I felt like I was having an anxiety attack. I had no idea what was going on with me. And right before the show, we did like a thing where we checked for technical difficulties before we did the show and all that. And about 15, 20 minutes before the show, half hour, something like that. And as I check in with these guys and I'm talking, I'm like, man, fuck this. I don't want to do the show. I don't know what's going on. I'm having basically a mental breakdown, a meltdown. And we're talking about it. And I'm telling them I'm not going to do this show. I don't feel like it. I don't want to. And I'm just pissed off, mad, angry, hurt, whatever. I didn't know what was going on with me. Just one of those days. And before we knew it, it was time to do the show. And they were like, well, it's time to do the show. And I'm like, well, fuck it. So we hit go live and we're doing the show and we're talking about hip hop and everything. And somehow everything that we spoke about before that spilled into the show. Now, mind you, when I started doing that show, nobody watched it. I was just doing it and thinking that it was going to blow up or something, but nobody ever watched it. There might have been one or two people that watched it. That show was usually all about 30 minutes. That night, that show went on for 3 hours. And within that 30 minutes, because of the conversation spilling over into how I was feeling, a ton of people popped in and everybody was talking about their feelings and being upset and confiding in me, and I was confiding in them, and it was crazy. Like I said, it went on for 3 hours and I was just blown away. And at the end of that, I felt better, but I was still troubled. I still didn't know what was going on with me. But I knew one thing. When I woke up that next morning, I was like, there's got to be a change. There has to be a change. I'm changing the name of this from this Sunday Sit Down with the OGs to the check-in, because everybody needs a place to check in. Everybody needs an ear. Everybody needs something, when you're going through something, because not all of us have a solid foundation or stability of people in our lives or whatever. Some of us are just alone in our thoughts. And that Sunday we did the first check-in and it was amazing. And after that, I continued on with this journey and I've been learning myself about everything. I don't know, like my emotional intelligence, learning about patience, learning how to have understanding, learning how to have grace, learning how to give myself grace, learning how to protect my energy, just learning how to deal with me, learning how to deal with all of the traumas that I've been through in my life, all of the violence, all of the abuse, and having a platform to talk about it, not just to talk about it, but to learn and to help other people. That's how the check-in got started. Unwrap the podcast was already going, but the check-in was a whole nother entity. And it has been going strong now for 2 years, a little 2.5 years or so. And it's been an amazing journey. And this is how I ended up meeting Tony Lynch. Shout out to Tony Lynch and everything that he does. We have a lot in common in background, a lot of common in loss. Losses that we've had, a lot of grieving in life, man. And this is just the journey that I've been on. And it's been fucking amazing. I love who I am right now. I didn't love who I was before. And I still struggle with that. I still struggle with loving myself. I still struggle with loving people. But I learn every day. And I learn to give myself grace. And I've learned to understand what I've been through and to not blame myself and to forgive myself, which is extremely important, and holding myself accountable for my actions, be they good or bad or non-intentional, to hold myself accountable and to be better with people every day, not just sometimes, not just when I feel like it, You know, this is a practice. This is like muscle memory. This is like intentional thinking, intentional walking in life. And that's what I do every single day. And I'm not here to preach to anybody. I'm not here to push anything on anybody. And one of the things that I say on my show on the check-in, you might hear some words that may be a little offensive. You might hear some words that might cut a little deep. You might hear some words that are harsh. But guess what? Life is harsh. And I say all the time, some people only need a business card. Some of us need billboards. I was one of those ones that needed a billboard. A business card wouldn't have done it for me. You know, I needed big flash in my face. Hey, you're fucking up. Go sit down somewhere. Relax. Breathe. You know, it's one of the things that I've learned to do is just take some time for myself and to breathe. I've learned to love and care for people because that's important. You know what I'm saying? I can't read that comment right now. What does it say? I don't know. Can't read it. But anyway, I'm going to keep going. Because this journey that I'm on right now, man, I don't think I've ever been this happy in my life. And even though I struggle on days, I still have bad days. We all have bad days. Like I'm tearing up right now because it's real. I struggle, but I push through. God damn it, I push through. And I will not let this shit break me. I'm still here for a reason. Out of all of the things that I've been through in my life, all of the trials and tribulations and trauma, I'm still here. I'm still here. And I'm still here for a bigger picture, a bigger reason, bigger than me. And I say it all the time about the check-in. I don't care if only one person watches. Somebody's going to need to hear what has to be said. And, you know, when I said the business card and the billboard is one of the things that I've come up with, like, is to say to people, you know, some people need a billboard, some people need a business card. In other words, you know, some people need to hear it clinically, other people need to hear, shut the fuck up and get your life together. Sometimes that's just how it is. I was one of those ones who needed to hear, shut the fuck up and get your life together. Stop whining and complaining. Hold yourself accountable. And that's a hard thing to do. It's a very hard thing to do. And it's also just as hard to forgive yourself. It's just as hard to ask someone for forgiveness. It's very difficult. But the other difficult part is they don't owe you the forgiveness. They don't owe it to you. It's not up to you. It's up to them. But as long as you love yourself, forgive yourself, and you've made that atonement with them, you'll be all right. You'll be all right. That's just something that they would have to deal with. That's one of the things that I've learned is I'm not in control of somebody else's happiness. I'm not in control of anybody else's behaviors. I am not in control of what anybody says. I am in control of what I do, what I say, and how I do it. And because of that, I make a conscious effort every day to be a better person, not only to myself, but to other people. And I say that with all my heart, with every amount of ability that I have, that I can muster. I'm very passionate about it because I didn't know what it was to love me. I didn't even know what it was to love somebody else. And so for this, I am grateful. I am honored. God damn it. And I feel blessed. I feel blessed. And I've learned that another saying that I've come up with is that you can't hold the past hostage while trying to kidnap the future. Can't do it. You cannot do it. You got to live. You got to breathe. You got to give yourself grace. You got to have patience. You have to be accountable. Be responsible for you. Some may say that's selfish. I don't think it's selfish at all. Because if I can't be responsible for me, how can I be responsible for someone else? If I can't love me, how can I truly love somebody else? If I can't be accountable to myself, how are my actions going to affect someone else? If I'm not accountable, if I'm not self-aware, if I don't protect my energy is valuable to me. Very valuable. There is no amount of currency on this planet that is more valuable than my peace. I can get all the money in the world. I can get all the material things in the world, but everything pales in comparison to my peace and my energy. God damn it, I'm beautiful. I say that every day. People look at me like I'm crazy. How you feeling today? I'm feeling awesome. I'm feeling awesome as fuck. You know why? Because I'm awesome. Point blank. Simple. The hardest thing is to execute. 1 + 1 = 2. But if you don't know the math, it's like looking at German. You have to execute every day. It is a work in progress. Like my sister says, I'm a construction site that is constant, ongoing construction site, like building the never-ending skyscraper. You understand what I'm saying? And it's a beautiful thing. It's a real beautiful thing. And as silly as this may sound, one of the more beautiful things is to watch people get to know me. To watch people get to know me, because I'm barely finding out who I am. And to watch people get to, even people that have known me for years didn't know me. And I see people now, like within the industry and within the hip hop community here in Chicago that I've known for years. And some of them I haven't seen in a while. And I walk up and I say, allow me to reintroduce myself. They say, yo, Heat. And I'm like, yo, what's up, man? How you doing? Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Heat Detector. You know, I can't start. I have to start on a new slate. Even though that old slate is still there, I'm not living in it. And I will not be confined in it. If someone wants to hold me there, that's on them. I have moved forward. I do not hold any regrets to or any foul energy towards anybody. If they choose to hold me in that box and they choose to still look at me that way, that's fine. Because I know what the fuck I'm doing for me. And I'm moving forward. And I want to thank everybody that's tuning in, everybody that has spoken today on the global grief conference. It's been an amazing day. I just been listening and processing everything all day long. We all have things in common. We're all human. We all have, things in common. We may listen to someone talk about Parkinson's and think to ourselves that has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with grief. Yes, it does. It's all intertwined. We all have feelings. We all hurt. We all grieve. We all have trauma. We all have things that we haven't worked on. We all have things we need to work on. Man, I am not done working on me. I have friends I feel like now need me. And there's nothing better than to feel wanted, not needed, I'm sorry, wanted. Because I don't need shit. Or is it the other way around? Want, need, the need and the want. Doesn't matter. But yeah, shout out to Shy City Sheba. She's been so down with the check-in. Shout out to you. She said, been watching all the segments. I got something from all of them. I really did. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. There's something to be learned because we all share something. We all share humankind. We all share our humanity. We're all people. We're all humans. We all live in this wretched world. We all have things that we go through. I say also too, like one man's trash is another man's kingdom. Somebody may not be able to walk in my shoes. Then another person may come up and get in my shoes and go, this is easy. This is what you're crying about? Put these shoes on. See how that feels. So I don't judge anybody. My judgment days are over. I'll judge your music though, but I won't judge your person because we all have trauma. We all been through things. And I like to show compassion. I think everybody should have more compassion, more empathy. It's extremely important. And I speak so passionately about these things because I know how real it is. Quick story, when I quit drinking, it was the easiest thing I ever done. I thought it would be the hardest thing, but unbeknownst to me, it was the easiest fucking thing I ever did. No AA, no nothing. I literally got up. I had just made this drink. This is going to sound wild. I used to drink Chardonnay and vodka together in these big 32-ounce cups. I just made this drink and sat down, and someone challenged me. Not challenged me to a duel, not challenged me to a game of chess, but they challenged my mental capacity in a way that I was shook to the core of my being because they said I needed rehab. Imagine that. That sounded like a challenge to me. Like, what the fuck do you mean I need rehab? I don't need no fucking rehab. And I said to them, clearly you don't know me. My constitution is much stronger. And I got up and I poured the drink out. I never drank again. And I don't intend on drinking again. But the thing was, I thought at that time that challenge is what sparked it. No. I just got caught in that moment. In that moment, I realized that I really needed to stop because I had been thinking about it and thinking about it and thinking for years, but I never acted on it. And for whatever reason, at that moment, I acted on it. And it was the easiest fucking thing I ever did. But that's not the end of it. Because what I found out was why I drank. Because 2-3 days later, I started having an anxiety attack. I was flipping the fuck out. I went and sat out in my backyard. I was doing breathing techniques. I was trying everything under the sun. Nothing was working. And a little tiny voice in my head said, kill yourself. You don't need to be here. Nobody loves you. It was a little voice. I sat in my backyard for about 5 hours, and before I could even understand what the fuck was going on, that voice became a yell. That voice became a scream. That voice took over all of my thoughts, and the only thing that I could think of was doing myself in. And it got so uncontrollable that I literally couldn't think. Because if I thought of something, all I could think of was just ending it. I couldn't listen. I couldn't understand what people were saying to me. I had a full fucking meltdown. And by the grace of God and friends and family that I was able to move past that. I still struggle with it. It was the most terrifying thing I've ever been through in my life. I've been through a lot of shit, a lot of violence, a lot of struggle, but nothing compares to the amount of fear that I felt that day. And me absolutely recognizing that I needed help. I needed help bad. It wasn't the drinking. The drinking was masking it. Quitting drinking was easy peasy. All this other shit, that was the problem. That was the fucking problem. So I worked every day religiously relentlessly to be better. I swear, for God, no one will break my soul, no one will break my spirit. And that is the truth. And that is why I'm here. And that's why I said this morning, man, I feel so blessed. I feel honored. And I know sometimes to some people that shit sounds corny as hell, but it's not. I'm in tears right now, but I'm happy as hell. I'm happy as hell. And I'm grateful as fuck to be here. Could have been gone a long time ago, but I'm here. There's a bigger plan. I got a bigger plan. I got moves to make. I got things to do. I got people to love. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Let's get to it, man. I'm getting too goddamn happy over here, damn it. It is what it is. Let's see what we got going on here, man. Hold on. But I want to thank everybody for being here, everybody for speaking, everybody doing their thing. I have no idea why my music isn't playing. Oh, I know why. And thank you for everybody for listening to me talk my silliness, my craziness, but there is a method to the madness. There is an understanding. You got to tell yourself self-affirmation. I'm a beautiful motherfucker, and I can't be broken. Let's go.
Filipinga. Filipinga. Filipinga.
Hello and welcome. I am Michelle Marie Bonilla. They call me MJ, and my company is called Frequencies y Mucho Más. I am a global shaman, and today I come to talk to you about grief. Grief is not just an emotional experience, it's an energetic imprint that lingers in your body, mind, and our cells. Traditional healing methods often focus on moving grief. But what if, just what if, we can transform it into a deeper level? Quantum frequencies offer a revolutionary approach, helping us shift the vibrational patterns of sorrow and loss. By turning into specific frequencies, we can gently release stored pain, recalibrating our nervous system and creating space for true healing. Relearning grief means understanding it is not something to suppress, but an energy that can be transmuted, allowing us to move forward with grace, clarity, renewing our sense of well-being. At Frequency and Mucho Más, we are master shamans dedicated to healing you, transform and realign your highest self using a combination of quantum frequencies, sound therapy, shamanic healing, and QHHT past life regression. We guide you in shifting your energy, releasing blockages, and restoring the body and your mind back into balance. Many people carry unresolved grief, trauma, and energetic stagnation that can disrupt their natural flow, causing emotional and physical imbalances. These blockages may even stem from past lives, affecting your current reality in ways you may not fully understand. Through our powerful healing modalities, we help you clear those energetic imprints, allowing you to breathe freely, step into your power, and experience deep and emotional healing. And I'm so excited to be here, to be able to be part of this grief conference and talk about using quantum frequencies to shift grief and your body. I will be on live April 27th at 5 p.m. Mountain Time, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, and I'm so excited to share this experience with you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Devin Christian Vermeer. I'm a registered clinical counselor located in Chilliwack, British Columbia. I offer in-person services locally and virtual services across Canada. As I share my story with you today, I hope that you'll come to understand why I've also been called to offer anticipatory grief coaching services for folks globally. Now, I've been a grief and loss counselor for the last 12 years. I was trained and worked in hospice and bereavement support services for all ages. I worked in public mental health services for adults, older adults, and their caregivers and families for 10 years. And I've run my own counseling practice, Devin Cecilia Counseling, for the past 8. It is from my own personal grief journey and the journeys of my family, friends, and beautiful clients that I was called to do this work and to hold the space for all experiences surrounding grief and loss to be supported. Now, my story isn't the saddest, it's not the worst, it's not the hardest, but it is my story. And my story has been created from the experiences that I've had, and in turn that have allowed me to create passion, opportunity, and a drive to not only do the work that the only work I've ever imagined doing, but working to support people with their grief and loss. It's the story of how I experienced 20 deaths before my 20th birthday and many more since then. And it's also the story about how my dad's health forever changed how I viewed anticipatory grief. If you know me or have heard of me before, I want to thank you so much for joining me here today and for taking the time to join us in this conference. Your continued support and connection means the absolute world to me. If I'm new to you, thank you for stopping in and spending time with me. I hope you leave my portion of this conference with more compassion for yourself, a greater understanding of your emotional needs, your experiences that you're going through right now, and the confidence within yourself to know that however you want to, you can start increasing the connection and the collection of those you love in your life with peace and ease while they're still here. So here's what I do. The journey that has brought me to this place and why I'm such a huge advocate for making deeper, more meaningful connections with our loved ones before they die, while they're still here, while you can do it, and how to make your grief experience after the death of their life so much more peaceful, so much more meaningful, and that you appreciate the work that you did for yourself and with them. Now, my story begins of my first memory of losing someone when I was 4. It was my maternal great-grandmother, and this is the only memory I have of her. It's standing beside her bed with my mom and my siblings, showing her my new baby brother, and also saying my goodbyes. The next memory I have is us moving her stuff in her home and realizing that she doesn't exist there anymore. Now, I know at that time, I didn't understand what death meant, but I could see how the ending of a life impacted those who remained behind and all the work that comes on top of it. Now, I'd like to say that this was the only death that I experienced as a small child, but sadly, it is not. Over the remaining 16 years, I went on to lose my maternal grandmother, my mom's best friend, who was also my childhood's best friend's mom. Many of the friends of my parents who were always around and I grew up with. These were kind of like your pseudo aunties and uncles. I lost my paternal nana, my great uncles and aunties, a friend, my siblings' friends, and a few childhood pets. I remember coming up to my 19th birthday and going to the 20th death service in my life. And I remember feeling shocked and a bit overwhelmed by realizing that I had had more death than I was years old. And that was such a strange feeling to wonder, how do people live with the weight of this all the time? And does this ever end? Now, obviously, I've shared that there were many more deaths after that. And so you know from my story already that 20th death was not the last one. Between the age of 20 and my age now of 36, I've had 9 more deaths in my life. Some of the biggest ones being my maternal grandfather, my maternal aunt, and my paternal uncle. If there wasn't someone in my life who had just died, there is somebody who is ill and I know will one day die. It's a constant I've always known, and it's a constant I've had to come to learn to accept because it will never change. I'm human. They're human. We're all human. And this is something that is the guarantee. And while I know that we can logically understand that in our heads, death will occur. And I get that. But I also know that hearts aren't always ready and prepared. It was with this awareness that hearts aren't ready and brains and hearts don't always match. And the knowledge that I have from my education and the work that I've done with folks and my own experience, that this place became a place of comfort. I learned that I have the ability to hold the space here, the space of sorrow, the space of sadness, confusion, anger, anything else that comes along, the space of grief. And that I know that this is where I want to be and what I want to do to support others. And so I did just that. I became a grief and loss counselor. It was from the experiences of losing people I cared about and being the friend people turn to in times of emotional hardship and need that I knew from a very early time in my life that counseling was the only job I could see myself doing. Now, I never wanted anyone to feel like they were alone, or that what they were feeling or thinking was somehow too much or too big for someone else to hold or know, or that they weren't worthy of being supported or being seen in this space. I wanted to make sure that grief was not something that was done in isolation and behind closed doors, but was welcomed, honored, and expressed in ways that allowed love to continue to live, anger to be expressed, guilt to be cleared, and connection to continue. So for the past 12 years, that's exactly what I've been doing. I've been helping people cope and experience while supporting them with their grief, where nothing is too scary, too weird, too much, where things can feel overwhelming, complicated, hard, maybe even impossible in the moment that they're in. I support folks from expected deaths to unexpected deaths, health-related deaths to accidental deaths, suicide, homicide, and even unknown cause deaths. I have always wanted to offer a space where others can come and let go of the weight they're carrying and to not feel so isolated and alone. Where things have expanded and changed for me in my journey has come from the experience of a nightmare I dreaded my whole life. A few years ago, my dad told us that he had stage 4 cancer, and they hoped for him to have 5 more years left to live. At the time, I had a 1.5-year-old. My sister had a 6-month-old. My sister-in-law was newly pregnant, and I was newly pregnant with my second child. Let me tell you, terrified does not come close to even touching the shock, fear, and pain I felt that day. Knowing what I know about human development to memory, I knew right away that there was a very strong possibility that none of my father's grandchildren would ever remember who he was. And that awareness of that was something I couldn't wrap my head around, no matter how much I cognitively knew. How could these perfect little beings possibly live a life not knowing someone who loves them so much and who means the world to so many people who are here? I remember panicking and thinking, what are we going to do? In the coming days, the problem solver within me paired with my innate desire to heal pain, and I just started to do everything that I could. I immediately recalled everything I regretted not doing with people in my life who had already died, and utilized those experiences along with the gifts of clients who had lost their parents before me. And I did everything those experiences of regret shared. I started making more videos of him, interacting with my kids and me. I started making videos of the way that he just existed and lived. I started to take more photos. I started recording our conversations just to be able to hear his voice and to be able to replay stories that I've heard my whole life. I made videos of his voice so that I could hear him say my name and the names of my kids, and to hear him say them forever. I made more intentional time than I had before to sit with him, to talk with him, to tell him how I felt about him in a way that I'd not done before, and to share my fears and my feelings about living life without him. I remember it was such a difficult time to navigate how I felt, what I was doing, that I felt I couldn't even possibly talk about it with other people. Because I honestly, I just didn't know how to bear the words and have the moment of trying to say, my dad has cancer and he's going to die, and I don't know how I'm going to live without him. It was a lot. And even thinking back to that time now, talking about it, I remember how I felt, what was racing through my head. I still get tearful. I still cry because I can still feel how helpless and afraid I was back then. And to be honest, I'm still afraid of that moment now, but I'm not in the same space that I was. And I'd like to share that how that got to be with you. A few months after hearing the news about my dad and doing everything I could to support my parents and my family and myself through tests, after appointments, after waiting, after feedback, I finally opened up to my closest friends that I was carrying this. It was in that moment, being seen, naming the ache, sharing my fear, the gift I didn't know I needed came to me. once I had it, I clung to it, and I understood how important it was to share this, because I no longer felt like this dark hole inside of my heart had to hide. I made a quiet promise to myself at that moment that I would soak this all in even more than I was at the time. I wouldn't run or hide from the heartbreak I knew would one day come. And I wouldn't just do the tasks to do the tasks, but really be a part of the process. Because there will always be this constant tug. The tug between wanting to pretend everything is okay and this deep, urgent pull to gather every part of him. And my mom, because that also came through, realizing while I was collecting all of my dad that she exists. And one day this might happen and will happen to her. And I don't want to spend so much time thinking of him only that I miss the opportunity to get her as well. So I started doing both. So that when the day comes where both of them no longer live and they are not here for me, I won't be drowning in regret. And I won't be drowning in the feeling of loss without them. I don't want to have the regret that I didn't gather more. I don't want to have the regret that I didn't say how I really felt or ask them how they really felt when they were feeling things and when they were going through their life. I don't want to have the regret that I let fear win and I stayed silent instead of opening up. I also didn't want to be haunted by all the shoulda, coulda, wouldas, what ifs, and if onlys that I've already plagued myself with past losses, and nearly every single client I work with has. It's from this place, this knowledge of myself, of my family and friends, of the clients that I work with, this raw, lived, deeply personal place that my coaching program Gathered Before Goodbye was born. It was a place so I could extend my knowledge and support those outside my limitations of my counseling space, where I could offer real options to friends, family, and folks living outside of Canada. Because what I realized as I was going through this process myself, as I navigated those early days of anticipatory grief, is that no one ever showed me what to do. And as I Googled it and looked for it and tried to learn, there were small checklists and blog posts and articles, but there was nothing tangible or supportive where I could go to somebody who said, here's all this. Even in all my years of training, I knew about it, but the services still didn't even offer that, not in the same capacity that you can receive post-loss grief services. There are not a lot of resources, and I now decided I wanted to be that. The resource for family, the resource for spouses, the resources for caregivers, people who love someone who will no longer be here one day. I wanted to be able to provide the space where we all had emotional, relational, and practical preparation for the death of somebody that we deeply love before it happens. And let me tell you, from my own personal experience, that preparation matters deeply. And I don't mean the cold clinical sense of preparation, like getting a will done or sorting out funeral services or figuring out your finances. Those are all very important pieces, but they're not the things that you cling to after somebody dies. When all of the legal and medical and financial components are done and you're left with you and your feelings and your experience and that big void of the person who's not here. I wanted to create an opportunity where we have more in that space. I want us to be able to prepare in a way that allows us to feel close to them while they're here and after they're gone. A type of preparation that lets you say the things that you need to say to the people that you love, hear the stories that you don't want to lose, and know that you showed up in the ways that you most needed to before you lost the chance. This is not about avoiding grief. Let me just say that. It's about actually anchoring yourself in love, in the connection. And so when grief after death comes, it doesn't have to be so tangled in guilt or regret or I wish I had. It's also about supporting you as a person who is already juggling so much. If you're anything like me, you've got family and kids and a partner and work and aging parents, friends, trying to take care of yourself and everything else that comes with being a living adult. Because I know that while your heart might be screaming that something needs to be done, your brain is also just trying to get through every day without falling apart. And you're not alone in this. I've been there. I am there at times. And I want you to know that you don't have to do this alone and continue to do it alone. You don't need to keep pushing it to the side just because you don't know where to begin. So whether you're here because you're living in the tension of knowing death is coming, or you've had deaths in your life and you want to change it before you lose someone else, or you're supporting someone who is navigating this space, I'm glad you're here. And I hope that after today, you leave with things that are helpful and tangible and make a difference in your life together. This is why I have Gather Before Goodbye, because it's a program I made that I wish my parents had for themselves with their parents, having experienced and listened to the things that they wish they still had, or the regrets that they have about the time they spent with them before they died. And I'm so proud that they shared that with me so that I don't have the same experiences with them, and that I can offer that to you as well. Because I truly, genuinely believe that you deserve peace when the time comes. And that you deserve love and your love to be remembered in all the ways that it mattered most. So while part of my story holds a lot of pain, I also see that it holds a lot of purpose. It's what sparked my creation of Gather Before Goodbye and eventually became the Compassionate Care Method, a framework that's designed to help people just like you and me navigate anticipatory grief by offering a clear path forward in an easy process when everything feels overwhelming and uncertain. Now, I want to be really clear. Today, I'm here to offer you what I can from my experience and the work that I've done with others so that you can walk away with options and do with ease today. Whether you're already in the thick of anticipatory grief or you're recognizing from these talks today that the people that you love will not always be here, I hope that this is helpful. So if you're ready to join me, I'd love to share what I've learned and what I like to share with people as well. Because in order to know what to do, I also think it's really important we talk about it. What does it really look like? And what do we need to acknowledge to really prepare our heart and our life for a goodbye that hasn't happened yet? So that one day you can meet it with much less fear, less regret, and way more connection. I think that it starts with so many of us finding ourselves when we realize that the people that we cannot and will not live forever be a point in front of us and we cannot hide our head from anymore. It's a quiet, tender, often overlooked space before goodbye. And that's the term of anticipatory grief. And most of us don't even have the language for it when we're in it. So I do want to acknowledge that. And I hope that in talking about what anticipatory grief actually is today, what it can feel like and why it matters so much to name it, that it's helpful. So what is anticipatory grief? It's the grief that begins before the death, before the loss. It comes before the funeral, the obituaries, the casseroles, the flowers, the sympathy cards. It's the ache that shows up when you're sitting beside someone you love, knowing that they're dying, even if nobody has said it yet. It's the overwhelming fear of what my life might look like without them. It's the guilt that sneaks in when you feel like you should be making the most of your time together, but instead you're crying in the bathroom or snapping at your kids or focusing on being task-oriented or even completely zoning out. Anticipatory grief can look like sadness, anxiety, anger, disbelief, numbness, denial, preoccupation, overfunctioning, complete shutdown, and a confusing mix of it all. It's a whole body, full heart experience of trying to live in the present moment while being pulled into a future you don't want to face. And it's exhausting. And I'd also like to say that it's an invitation, because it's this space of anticipatory grief, the grief that comes before the actual death, before they're gone, that tells you that there's still time to notice, time to gather, time to connect, and time to honor. That's where the Compassionate Care Method comes in for me. Now, before we go there, I want to walk you through a few things that I see over and over again in people who are living in anticipatory grief, because once you can name it, you can understand your experience. I find that it becomes a lot less heavy to carry, and I'd like to offer that for you today. So what does it really look like in real life? Honestly, it can be sneaky. It doesn't always look like tears and sadness. It can look like a version of yourself that you don't understand. It can show up and you don't even realize it, but other people around you do. Some common patterns that I see are people saying that they feel stuck, kind of like they're in a limbo. You're not grieving a death yet, but you're not really fully living either. You're kind of waiting, watching, almost embracing for impact. You might also be constantly on edge. Small things set you off. You feel easily overwhelmed, even by the stuff that didn't bother you before, or the things that you could tolerate or even enjoyed. It's like your kids laughing is just too much, and that's not you. You might find that you're trying to hold everything together. You're a planner, a caregiver. You make sure all the appointments are made and all the medicine is in order and taken, and nobody's falling apart, and everything is continuing to function. So you are functioning, but at an emotional cost. Another one is that you might be emotionally checked out. Feel safer to be completely numb than to feel the weight of what's coming and what's currently happening. You're avoiding it, kind of like putting your head in the sand. You might be physically present, but you're not really here. You're not really in the moment or living your life. Another one is that you might feel guilty. Guilty for not doing enough, for wanting a break, for dreading what's ahead, for not dreading it even. Looking forward to the end of someone's suffering and long experience. Guilt then can also show up because it's constantly a companion for you. You, as much as you want to let it go, you don't know how, or it just won't leave you. One of the hardest parts, you probably feel alone in it because anticipatory grief is invisible to the outside world. People don't get it. They might say things that are trying to be helpful but aren't, like, oh, but they're still here. You have time. Why don't you just? Oh, it's not happening yet. You don't have to worry about it. Ever had any of those? I know I have. And while they have great intentions, it's really hard to hear those things. They feel heavy and insincere, and they don't really match your experience. If you're recognizing any of this in yourself today, I want you to know that you're not broken and there's nothing wrong with you. You're grieving and you're not alone in this. So in saying all of this, what do you do with it? Well, there's a few things. You can just notice for yourself, how do you carry the weight of what's coming without shutting down and without spiraling? How do you stay present, connected, anchored in love, even when your heart feels like it's breaking in slow motion? I'd like to offer the compassionate care method. I know it's been something really helpful for me to ground myself, to just be able to say, okay, this is the thing I can do today. And if nothing else changes, I did one thing. Now, the compassionate care method isn't just a concept or a nice idea. I truly believe that it's a practical, heart-centered framework I created specifically for people like you and me. Adult children, partners, caregivers, loved ones who are walking in anticipatory grief, and we want to show up. We want to be proud of who we are here in the future. But we also want to be proud for them, and we want them proud of us. We want to make sure that we all feel that we did the best with the time that we had left, and the time that we had left was really meaningful and special. When thinking about the compassionate care method and how you can utilize it for you and your loved ones, I'd like you to remember the acronym CARE and what it stands for. C is for capture. So capture who they are, their essence, their details, their way of being in the world. Think of it like What do your five senses experience of them, and how do you collect that for yourself? A is for archive, archiving their life, their stories, their upbringing, how they want to be remembered, their favorites. These are fragments of their lives, but that create a picture of a whole person as they tell it. R is for relationship. The relationship you have together is the focus here, but you can expand it to the relation that you have with them or your family has together. So this is looking at things like, what has your relationship been like? Are there parts of your relationship that you want to revisit or clear up? Are there any unsaid questions or statements that need to be shared in order to ease your heart? This is such a beautiful opportunity in this space to create really meaningful moments and also to make sure that there is nothing left unsaid. The last letter E is for eternalize. So this is for eternalizing their existence. This is the part where it can feel really morbid. It can feel really heavy and real. These are the things like, what do you want for a service after you've died? Is there anything that you want done or how to commemorate you? When we honor you and we have rituals, what would you like that to be? If you were to come back to let us know that you're okay, how will we know that it's you? Now, I'm going to walk through each of these in more explanation together today. And my goal here isn't to overwhelm you. It's to give you something tangible, something grounding, something that you can start with right after my speech. Because yes, this is the foundation of Gather Before Goodbye. And yes, this is the coaching work I do. But more than anything, I want you to walk away with a sense of clarity, confidence, and capability, a sense of agency, a sense of peace, even in the middle of something so hard like anticipatory grief. You ready? So C, capture who they are. This is where I think it all begins. Before you do anything else, it's about seeing them clearly. It's not about who they are on paper, like their name or their age, their diagnoses, the meds they're taking, and the role in their life, but who they actually are. Their essence, their quirks, their presence, the feeling they bring into a room, the way they stir their coffee or hum under their breath, the smell of their sweater, the phrases they say all the time, the weird habits that drive you a little bit nuts, but one day you'll miss. Their hands, their laugh, their scent, their hug. It's about capturing the humanness of them. The stuff a photo doesn't always hold, the stuff that matters the most when we're gone. Because so often people tell me in sessions, I wish I had recorded them saying my name. I wish I've had a video of them laughing and sitting with us. Or even, I wish I could have one more hug. That one always gets everybody. But in the moment when they're alive and you're there, you're so deep in the stress and the grief and the fear and the logistics of all that comes with aging or health that we don't think about what it really means when they aren't physically here anymore. We think about missing them, but what are the pieces that we miss and we would like to have, the things that we know we'll yearn for? How do we capture those so that we have things that matter the most? So I'd like to give you permission and an invitation to slow down, to pause, and to do something meaningful for your future self that will bring you comfort and get you through some of the hardest and darkest days of your future life. It can be as simple as starting with a notepad and a pen, a piece of paper, a pen. You open a voice memo on your phone. You take a quiet video when no one's looking. You take photos of the little stuff, like their hands or them sitting with your kids. Make a sensory list even. What do they smell like? What do they sound like? What do they feel like? Now, I really want to say that this isn't about creating a shrine by any means. If you want to, feel free. But I see this work, instead of being a shrine, being something that we can reach to when we need it, but it doesn't have to exist out and about all the time. It's about capturing what you love in the existing life right now so that you get to hold on to it forever. Kind of like a thread to pull when you're really needing comfort to find your way back to them. Something that you can hold on to, that you can visit, that you can share, that you can use. Something to comfort you when you're awake in the middle of the night, unable to sleep, you've been crying, and you feel this emptiness where your heart used to be, and you kind of just feel these shattered pieces on the floor. I hope that things that you collect allow you to have a breath and feel grounded in yourself and connected to them in a comforting way. You don't have to wait for the perfect moment. You just have to start. And the beauty of this part of capture, I think, is that it's accessible. You don't need any fancy tools or special projects or a weekend away or designated time. You just need to pay attention. And the more you pay attention and the little things that you collect end up turning into this very large, beautiful collection of your people, something that you can turn to. And it's sometimes the most meaningful pieces that we have. Now, moving on to A is the archive. This is about archiving how they lived. So like I said, it's about their story. This is about capturing who they are and who they have always been. Archive is about sitting down with them and letting them tell you their story as they say it in their own words, in their own way. This is where you get to ask kind of cute questions that don't come up in day-to-day conversations or that live quietly in the background of your brain, wanting to know. Things like, what were your favorite memories from childhood? What were you like as a teenager? What matters most to you? And how has that changed over your life? What did your adult life look like? Your relationships, your work, the moments that shaped you. What were the things you dreamed of? What would you do differently? What are you most proud of? What would you like other people to know the most about you if we only remember one thing? See, these stories matter. They matter to me, not just for legacy, but for connection. To know these things about the people that I love while they're here and for them to be able to tell me just feels like the biggest blessing and has been the biggest blessing as I get to witness those and listen. Because I know that when we lose someone, we don't just lose the person in front of us, but we lose their memories, their history, their voice. We lose the opportunity to learn more because if they're not here to tell us and no one else knows, it kind of just leaves with them. So that's why I love the archive space, is because we take what is true, what has already happened, and we save it in a space that we can always utilize it in the future when we need it. Again, this stage also does not need any fancy equipment. It can be done on a phone recording, in a notebook. You can record a video call. You can just have the conversation and make the notes you want to remember after, whatever feels doable. What matters most here is that you ask. You create the space. You make it known. Hey, you have a story and you've lived a life, and I would love to know about it. And I think it's important for me too. Honestly, that part, I think it's just as meaningful as it is for them as it is for you. Because they get to be seen. They get to be heard. They get to be important. This is the heart of archive, honestly. It's not just about keeping memories safe, but honoring the life that's been lived before it's gone. Now, moving into R, care, and the CARE acronym is relationship. This is how to strengthen your bond in a way that bring comfort later by reflecting on the relationship that you have now. Now, relationship conversations for me create such a powerful impact on the connection between me and the people I'm having them with that I cannot wait for you to have this, because it's the space where both of you get to access the heart of your relationship and share that together. This is the time to ask the questions that you've always wanted to ask, but maybe never felt comfortable asking, or you were unsure if you could ask them. The things that kind of live in the quiet corners of your mind or in your heart, wanting to know, but waiting for the right moment that hasn't expressed itself. Some of the questions I've asked are, what's been your proudest moment of me in our life together? What moments in time stand out as the most influential or impactful for us? Are there things I never asked about you that you want me to know? What are your favorite memories of us together? Are there times that still make you smile? Is there anything that you wish we'd talked about but never did? I invite you to think about those for a minute and how those are sitting with you at the moment, and see which one stands out that you'd like to ask. Now, in asking those questions, I like those ones because they're very fun and they're exciting and it builds connection. In this stage, it's also about asking the tough things, the moments where things didn't go as planned and you felt hurt and misunderstood or even distant, for an opportunity to say, can we try and fix that? Or can we change how that ends? If there's space for it, it's an opportunity for people to apologize, express regret, let go of the things that still feel unresolved. Maybe even an opportunity to clear the air, allow both of you the felt peace of things that were left unsaid, but still lingered. Because sometimes before we lose someone, we need to hear what's been left in the silence. Sometimes we need to say the things we've held back for fear of causing pain, but knowing that we're not saying it is causing us more pain. Relationship here is about bringing up unspoken feelings, desires, memories into the light of understanding. It's about strengthening the bond between you now so that you can carry the weight of knowing later, not the weight of the what ifs and if onlys after they're gone. It's in these conversations that there's also room for acknowledgement, acknowledging how far you've both come, acknowledging the triumphs and the successes, the pain, the laughter, the struggles, recognizing the life you've shared and the way that it has been, even in the hard moments, has shaped you both. This is your opportunity to leave nothing left unsaid. Now, once you've deepened the connection through this conversation, we can move into eternalize, the final step for me in the care compassion method. And it is about making sure that their essence is honored and preserved long after they're gone in a way that you can feel certain that this would work for them and that this is what they've wanted. Eternalize is not about physical keepsakes necessarily, but about creating meaningful rituals, honoring their wishes, providing a path of continued connection even after their death. It's about understanding what would have helped loved ones heal in the past had we known, and will help loved ones heal in the future because we do. We'll know how they want to be remembered and what are the important pieces in life without them. So some of the things that you could ask are, what do they want for their funeral, memorial service, or celebration of life? Maybe nothing at all. Are there specific traditions, rituals, commemorations that they want to be a part of or done for them? Are there songs, prayer, specific readings that they would like shared or to be connected in their memory? And what might their final wishes be for the way they'd like to be remembered? Not just in the physical spaces, but in the hearts of the people they leave behind. This is also an opportunity for you to confirm how you, as someone who loves them deeply, can stay connected with them after death. It's about understanding how you could continue to honor them in subtle yet profound ways. Maybe through small personal rituals like a good morning or wearing a piece of jewelry, a keepsake that is helpful for you to have that keeps their memory alive. Or maybe it's a practice that you do that you feel connected to, like walking in your favorite space or going to your favorite holiday spot. To get this information, you can ask, do you believe in signs in the afterlife that could help us feel your presence after you're gone? And if so, what signs would you give us? If you were to come back to us in some way so we can feel you or know that you are with us, how would you like to come back? Some folks say that this is done in rainbows in the sky or pennies on the ground. or a specific bird that lands on the chair beside you. If that's something that fits for you and your family, what would that be? Another one you can ask is there a particular place or object that we could focus on that would continue to bring you to mind? In such a way that you don't have to feel that they are too far from you, but instead you feel connected and closer to them, knowing that this is where you've agreed to meet. The river's edge, the park bench, holding your walking stick while you walk around town, whatever that might be. By knowing these details, I believe that you can create a way to stay connected to them that is both comforting and meaningful. It's not about keeping them alive in the literal sense, but about finding ways to honor their memory and beyond so that you share and continue to have the bond. This process also helps you prepare for your own grief, offering you a roadmap and a guide for how to navigate life without them and the pain that comes with the absence of their physical being. A way for you to hold on to love, memory, and connection. Eternalize is about preserving their legacy. It's not just a material sense, but the emotional, spiritual, and psychological ways that continue to impact you over the rest of your life, long after they've died. The goal here for Eternalize for me is to make space for these conversations now, while they're still here, so that when the time comes, you're not lost in wonder if they're around you, or are they okay? Would they like it if you honored them in this way? Instead, you're prepared to navigate the grief process with known rituals and connections and activity that you can do with confidence that will help you feel connected and know that you are supported by them when they are no longer physically present, because you know that this is what they wanted and they collaborated with you in this process. Now, before we close out the session, I know I'm out of time. I just want to quickly touch on some of the barriers you might be feeling or experiencing when starting this process, because they're so valid and I want you to meet them with care, because it's not just a neat idea or a checklist, it's hard work. And it's hard work. It's about your connection and your grief after loss. So if you feel that it's too difficult to talk about, I get it. Talking about death and end of life can feel really uncomfortable, but the truth is if you start having these conversations early, it won't be connected to their death, but about making sure that you stay connected and keeping that knowledge of peace and ease as you navigate the end of their life and life without them. You might say, what happens if my parent doesn't want to do this? Well, that one comes up a lot, and I hear you on that. And when this does play a part in your life, I want you to be kind to yourself and know that this is their boundary. So be hesitant. Start gently. Go slow. It's not about the to-do list that needs to be done. You can just simply ask without any material around you, hey, how did you feel growing up? Can you tell me about this time in my life? Just allowing that conversation to start. Another one is I hear that I would like to address is that sometimes folks come to me and say, yeah, but my parents' cognitive or physical capabilities prevent us from getting all that information. And as somebody who worked in cognitive support services for many years, I want you to know that I get that. The person that you're used to doesn't physically exist anymore. And so you can modify these pieces with the things that are still here, like their handprints and the way they hold your hand, or how they say their own name or yours, or just the pieces of them that matter most. Now, please, if I can leave you with this one last thing, don't wait for the medical system to tell you it's time to prepare or to get caught off guard with nothing collected. Start gathering now. It's easy, it's one thing at a time, and it's the small pieces that make the biggest collection in the end. If you're interested in starting your own collection or expanding the one you already have, I'd love to share my free resources with you. I'll put the link in the chat. And for anybody who's watching this afterwards, you can find the free resources through my link on Facebook or Instagram at Devin Cecilia Coaching. There are 3 free guides on how to get started, how to have conversations, and what some questions that you can ask. So thank you. I appreciate everyone's time. I thank you for being here with me. Thank you, Tony and Ada and everyone who has put this beautiful conference on. I just appreciate you so much, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here. So thank you, and I wish you a great day.
What if you could hit reset? A place that actually feels like home. Because here you can finally breathe. At Rock Lake Earth Lodge, we let nature do the work. No pressure, no distractions. Just space to process, to heal, to find your way back to you. Because life doesn't come with a manual. And healing doesn't have to be complicated. When you are ready to reset, we'll be here.
Hey, welcome. Whether you are tuning in the morning, the afternoon, or the evening, welcome to the Global Grief Conference 2025. You are back listening to Smoke Break Radio with your hosts Snotty Noddy and Quaalude from Overdose Music. We got a special guest today.
Yes, we do.
Richard Taylor.
Yes, we do.
Welcome to the show.
Peace.
This is super drum roll. It's our new Jesse Jackson. This Jesse Jackson brother. You know what I'm saying? The new Jesse. But this is Richard Taylor House Publisher, man. You know, I never could give you the best intro, man, because you're doing so much, man, out here, especially in a world full of entitlement and perception. You know, so many people would rather just type whatever, you know, on a comment or whatever else have you. And brother, I salute you. Something ridiculous, man, because you are actually pounding the pavement for so many families that's not getting the answers. And you know, from the regular things that's been happening to us in America for the longest, you are out there making a movement. So salute to you, brother, and salute to your safety. You know,
definitely. I appreciate that.
So can you let us know, you know, who you are and, you know, the big deal that you are, brother?
Yeah, first of all, praises to the Most High. I'm Richard Taylor. I'm an author, speaker, publisher, content creator, community advocate, minister, a mentor to young boys in the community, and just somebody who just, you know, offers my services, my ability to connect with people to help them through whatever situation that they are going through. So with that, it's allowed me to connect with a lot of good people such as yourself and Miss Snotty Noddy over there. So this is the best part, you know, just connecting with people, you know, giving my experience in and, you know, helping people do what they do as well.
I got a question for you real quick.
Yeah.
What made you say, I'm going to take it further than the internet? I'm going to get out here and I'm going to the sheriff. They ain't getting the answers. The government ain't getting the answers. Police ain't getting the answers. Family ain't getting the answers. I'm going to go to the police station and get some damn answers. What made you say I'm going to take that initiative physically?
Well, actually, I've been doing this before the internet, and that's, a part of, I guess what got me started in activism. I remember in 2013, I was standing in Norfolk, Virginia. A young brother named Omar Johnson got taken out by the police, and I was inspired by the work of my good friend Michael J. Muhammad, who was out getting the people together, going downtown, talking to the sheriff. And once again, social media was out, but it wasn't like it is now. So, I was inspired by his work, and, that's something that never left me. And so then I took that, back to my hometown, going up to the city council, just anytime there's a problem, you got to face the problem head on. Like you said, it's easy to sit back and type, but when the typing, they ain't listen to the typing, you got to bring the, as one person said, if the mountain won't go to Muhammad, Muhammad must go to the mountain. And so, I just always, been like, when I was little, most people had, pictures of Michael Jordan or LL Cool J or, entertainer on their wall. The only 3 pictures I ever had on my wall.
Hold on. Don't say it. Don't say it, because this is what inspired me. And I tell everybody that story. Malcolm X, let me make sure I'm right. Malcolm X, Jesse Jackson, and Martin Luther King.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I tell everybody that story, man, because guess what? Your story, when you shared that with me, brother, that had me understand like a void that I've had for the longest, as far as my parents. And after you saying who your superheroes was, I always said, hold on, when I was a kid, I didn't like sports. My superhero was Slick Rick. But through you expressing that showed me that, and I said that to you early, Snotty, and when you was asking some questions, I found out my mother and father was music. And my superheroes were the artists that came from it. So thank you for that, because I never forget that from you, bro. Never.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, everybody quiet on that one. Say, hold on. His superheroes was what? Oh, yeah, man, this man was born to be powerful. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, look, Snotty ain't say nothing. She said, hold on. She just still trying to visualize it. Like, yo, was they life-size posters? Were they little pictures? Like,
Right. All right, well, you know what we're here to do, right? We're here to talk some mental health, trauma,
Definitely.
grief, anxiety, depression, all the good stuff that comes with it. So I have prepared.
And your topic. What's your
something
topic,
for us
Snotty?
to
Don't
talk
forget
about. Okay. It's acceptance. So I wanted to dive into it.
This is great. I don't
because
accept
it's
shit.
I find acceptance valuable for my own mental health. For me, it's about facing reality head on instead of me wasting energy trying to resist things that I can't control. So learning to be more accepting has taught me to be kinder to myself, have more self-compassion, and not beat myself up, have grace, because I've accepted that I'm not perfect. You know what I'm saying? In turn, others aren't perfect. So I've learned to accept things about others. But what I really wanted to focus on is how the concept of acceptance ties into social media and mental health. So my question for you, Richard, we're going to start with Richard, and then I want Quaalude to answer the same question. As someone with an online presence, how has social media impacted your own mental health? And what are some things you had to accept about yourself when it comes to the content that you create?
Oh yeah, well that's a great question, because if you're not careful, you will begin to judge yourself based on whether or not your content is appealing to people or accepted to people. And so you have to realize that, once again, everybody is not going to like everything that you do. And when they do like it, you can't get too high. You have to take social media for what it is, social media, and realize that, okay, you have a life outside of this. And when I first began to gain, I guess, traction or gain some notoriety, I felt like, okay, I had to do this every night. Like I had to be up there. I had to do a live every night, and I did that for about 2 or 3 straight months, and it got draining. It got draining, and then you begin to get the burnout, and then you start looking at the numbers, and you start comparing yourself to other people too. That's another thing, and I've always heard the saying, comparison is the thief of joy. And so when you're looking at what you're doing, you have to pretty much stay focused on the reason why you're doing it. Are you doing it to get the likes? Of course, it's a monetary incentive involved, but also what are you willing to do, or what are you willing to compromise? Are you willing to do something that you're not in agreement with, that's going to make you not sleep at night just to get acceptance? And so acceptance is and also accepting other people as well, like other people, other different points of views, in the chat. And one thing that I always caution people about is reading a lot of the comments, because I would read 100 comments and they were all positive, but it would be one negative comment and I would have to respond to that.
Oh, your whole night off, right? Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that I was like, okay, well, these people really don't know me. So, for them to call me out, or for them to call me a, this or that, it is what it is. It's social media. It's a social construct that really doesn't actually define who I am. So, with the mental health thing, you have to be grounded in who you are. First of all, you have to, whatever spiritual system that you use, you have to make sure that you use that constantly before you get on this mic or this platform, because if not, once again, it's sort of like, and I never watched The Matrix in full, but I understand what people say. Okay, you get caught in the Matrix, as in, okay, well, you're doing this and doing this, trying to please everybody. And then you get offline and you're like, who am I? Where did my life go? So I hope that kind of answer your question to a certain extent.
Okay. You got any comments, Quaalude? How has, let me say the question over. How has social media, Quaalude, impacted your own mental health? And what are some things you had to accept about yourself and others when it comes to the music you create?
That's why I said, I think a lot of things I don't accept on social media, period. I don't care how far gone this world has shifted. I'm going to be one of the last few that just still try to hold on to the old school moral compass. I'm not trying to adjust to this perception and entitlement. So for me, yes, it's been a year, 14 months, this whole online thing. And yes, I had some bumps and bruises, but through the grace of God, I had some people that was able to say, you know what, I see the value in you. You know what I mean? And open up some different doors. So it's been a learning experience for me. I do know that, 90% of it is BS or whatever have you, but there are some real ones in here, just like how we all gravitated toward each other. So I just feel if I just continue to, rock how I'm rocking and deal with people off of aura, then I'll be good. We be good. Just keep it a buck with yourself and stay around good energy and make sure that you push off good energy. So anything that ain't that is just unacceptable, you know?
So would you say there, for both of you, would you say there are things that you've come to accept about yourself at all when it comes to like the internet, social media? Is there anything that you've come to accept about yourself? For me, is I'm not built for this. When it comes to the games and like the fakery and things like that, it's like Richard said, I have to stay grounded. You know, I have to be able to tell the difference between reality and social media, or I'm going to get sucked into it. My mental health is going to start failing. I'll probably start losing sleep. I'll probably start worrying. You know what I'm saying? If I get caught up in that. Do y'all? No? Yes?
Yeah, like I mentioned, like I had to accept that I will look for the negative. You know, like I said, like with the comments, ID Marve just said, okay, you don't need to look at, but I will look for the negative. Everybody could, you know, be praising the message or, you know, be on one accord, but then I will look for the one needle in the haystack that doesn't agree, and I'll attack that. You know, so I had to accept that. Once again, I am someone who may just look at the wrong even when things are going good. But, you know, with that, that's a part of, I guess, what makes me who I am, which is trying to fix all of the issues. You know what I mean? But you know, and also I've accepted that just like Quaalude said, I'm very rigid in my beliefs. So it's, you know, it's I'm going to stand on what I believe in. I'll listen to you. I'll give you a chance to speak, but you're not going to sway me into certain things that, you know, I've tried, I won't go into certain things, but you know, you can't change me. I'm very, you know, solidified. If that's the word. I'm very solidified in my beliefs. So that's one thing that I figured out about myself, you know, with the social media thing.
I think one thing I figured out and accepted was I thought that I was at a certain level of maturity that, you know, reflects regular society. Once I got on this internet thing, I found out I had a lot more growing to do. That a lot of the issues that I thought was gone, internet activated them immediately. Like, whoa. So yeah, I can definitely say that. I found out, yes, I got a lot more growing to do, a lot more acceptance to do, a lot more understanding. Because, you know, what the internet did was open up different worlds that, see, in real life, you know, I'm not going to be a part of a world unless I put myself in it. In this internet world, you know, anything could come across it could go literally from this conversation right here to the next recommendation is aliens just landed next door. Then the next one after that would be high-speed chase and your cousin is in it. You understand what I'm saying? And none of this shit is real. It's just clickbait. Like, you get me? So for me, I'm learning that I got a lot further to go. Nothing is what it seems. Like that song, I said, it is what it is, and it ain't what it ain't. A lot of times I always accept that it is what it is part, but I never want to accept that it ain't what it ain't neither. So now that, you know, it's just everything is different. So all I can do is hold on to that moral compass and just figure, you know what? You know, like most people will get you to shut down. Stop looking out for people. Stop doing this, that. And at times I want to, but then that's not me. Now I wake up sad because it make me feel good to make my people feel good. So if I got something new on the line, I love to share that thing. You know what I mean? I got some new art for you that I thought of or whatever, man. I want to send it through. I don't want to, you know, it's love, man. So I can't wake up thinking bad about anybody. You know what I mean? That ain't good for my oxygen.
Right. It's wasted energy. It's wasted resources, you know?
Yeah.
Especially on something you can't control. You know, you can't control
Most
other
definitely.
people. You can control yourself. You can accept. What's the serenity? I know one of y'all know it off the top of your head.
God grant me the serenity to accept the things I can't change.
I cannot change. the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
Yeah. You know, it wasn't until I got older that I started to understand that. When I had PTSD and I started going to therapy. And one of the things we would talk about for the PTSD was control. Like, I want to control everything. I want to control everything. And then I learned to let go of what I can't control and focus on what I can. And like I said, that allowed me to save my energy and put it on the things that matter to me. You know?
This is totally off the topic, but I just had an epiphany. If that's such a powerful prayer, why is there not a strip joint in America that don't got a stripper named Serenity in it?
Serenity coming to the stage. Serenity
coming to the stage. Serenity.
Yeah, but I was actually thinking about that prayer when you said, you know, acceptance. And there's some more to that prayer too. It's a really powerful prayer. It's more. You got to look up the whole thing. I've only heard it like once or twice, so I don't know the rest. But the rest of it is equally as powerful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, we from the hood, so we speak in abbreviations anyway. So we just snub-nosed it down to the regular Uno version. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we talked about accepting ourselves, accepting others, and how it kind of frees up the space, frees up the energy, keeps you grounded. What about accepting outcomes?
Yeah, that's once again something that you have to learn how to deal with, as far as some things, like you say, are out of your control. You can do all you can. You can fight hard as you can, and then if you don't get the outcome, then you just gotta, okay, I did my part. You know, case in point, it was a police officer who brutalized a young man here in Goldsboro, North Carolina. And for about 2 months, I went down there to the city council, to the mayor, to the police, got people together. You know, y'all better charge this officer. Y'all better hold him accountable. Then it came out like one day that the officer was found to be, you know, within the procedural limits, and, you know, this, that, and the other, and, you know, that was the end of it. And so, and surprisingly, I didn't go back down there. I wanted to go back down there and talk some more stuff. But I said, okay, you know, we did what we could. And we just, you know, not moved on, but, you know, all right, okay, well, we didn't get the outcome that we wanted, but at least they know we did. You know, so sometimes it's not about the outcome; it's about the effort. It's about the goal. As they say, you lose battles, you know, but you still didn't lose the war. And so, you know, sometimes it's all about perception of the outcome. You know, you have to take losses, the win. You know, you can use any mantra or any saying that you want to when it comes to, you know, not getting the particular outcome that you wanted. When you do get the particular outcome that you want, then you can't, as they say, rest on your laurels. You know, you're saying, okay, well, all right, good. You can't just sit there and glory in that win. You know, you have to move on to the next thing.
What you gonna say?
So, and that still has like a ripple effect, because, you know, even in a situation like that where, as you said, you know, some people will look at it as taking an L, but you said something strong. You said, all right, y'all got that one, but y'all know we here now. So your ass won't be doing it again. Not on our watch. We here now. You know, so that's strong too. Don't get me wrong. It's never okay for any of the above to occur, but to stop that ripple effect, you know, for them to know, all right, whatever we did, it ain't going down like that next time. So.
Yeah.
I didn't
Ugly
look at it like that
sacrifice,
too.
but
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's hop off to something else. I want y'all to finish this phrase. Asking for help means ...
being mature enough to know when you need help and not ashamed to say, I can't do it alone. That's what asking for help. That's my ... Period.
Yeah, definitely. It means, like you said, giving up control. It means humbling yourself. It means admitting, that you need someone to be strong while you are weak. That's one thing that changed my life when dealing with addiction. I just realized, okay, I can't do it. And, I felt so empowered. I felt so strong when I was finally come to the realization that, okay, I'm going to let everybody know I've been struggling with this and I'm about to go to recovery. And soon I was able to do that. Then I felt like it was already beat then, so I guess when you realize that you have a problem, whatever that problem is, and you can say you need help with it, that's knowing that, I guess they said, knowing that you need help is half of the battle.
All right. We got a question.
G.I. Joe. That was a G.I. Joe punchline right there. Yeah, shout out G.I.
what?
Joe. Yeah, because knowing is half the battle. Yeah. Go ahead, yeah. So you might have had them posters up in the wall, but you definitely had some G.I. Joes too. Yes, you did. Said that knowing is half the battle.
We got a question for you, Richard. You ready?
Is there a way to improve community relations with the police in the midst of everything that keeps happening? Man, that's a good question. Is there a way? Community relations, yes. And by that I mean is by us as a community policing ourselves. And so when the community comes together to police ourselves, then the police are only there to oversee. A lot of these things happen when, police are called a lot of times, or, when the police get a call, they're coming as the sole authority, but if we have people who are already attending to the situation, and when the police come, okay, we here now, you guys just do your job. We don't need you to handle. This is the guy who was shooting. We already have him here. You don't have to rub. Whatever the case may be. That's one way. Engaging with them when there is not a problem is another way. And I found this out when going to them. Like when they know me in my hometown. Like whenever they see me, it's hey, Mr. Taylor. It's a mutual respect. Not saying that they like me, not saying that I like them, but they know me, and so with that, I can be a buffer between certain situations. Now I look, okay, now I got this, and I've actually had to go, police have called me and say, hey man, can you help us with this? Can you help us with this? We're looking for this guy. He's missing, man. I know your ears are to the streets. His family, we've been searching. So it's once again, I've had a propensity, of dislike towards the police my whole life. So it's not like that, and they know, I'm coming with them. I'm coming at them if they do something wrong. But once again, engaging with them, letting them know who you are, let them know what you expect from them. And I'm not going to say it's going to improve police relations, because you just have those who are just willing to police, who are just on the force to police and do bad things to black people. You have those, but those ones who are not like that, you know, and once again, it's hard because it's a game mentality. So even the ones that are not like that, when their partner jumps on somebody, their natural reaction is to jump on somebody. So that's a hard question, you know, and I wish there was a simple answer. But you know, I think engagement and community policing, you know, are one ways to start. You know, the less they have a chance to interact with us, then the less opportunities they have, you know, to kind of come in and, you know, do some of the things that we've seen occur.
Crazy, I got an answer for that because, you know,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I participate in situations like that. You know, I work with this program around my way called Snug. It's Guns Backwards, but I don't know if they do it in every city, but you know, you just check the schedule in City Hall, and anyhow, they have times where the police set up like a back and forth, and it'll be a bunch of us activists on this side of the table, and it'll be the cops and, you know, mayor, whoever else over there, and we expressing how we feel about certain things, and that shit get raw. Everything is raw, but they able to hear where you coming from. They able to hear the problems that, you know what I'm saying, from the people. But you made the point right there, Rich. This has to happen not when they're engaging us. We have to go to them and engage them. You know what I'm saying? We can't just have a voice when something done went down in the hood. We need to have a voice on Tuesday morning because we feel like it. You know what I mean? Yeah, every day. You got to stand for that. So, yes, I still do that. I advocate for bills and everything. You know, so yes, I believe there is potential in creating a better relationship. I mean, people gonna be people regardless. We understand that a lot of people should never be given authority, especially certain levels of authority. You know what I mean? And that doesn't have a color to it. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, it just happens. We are dealing with that racism aspect, and there are, you know, a lot of white cops that's on that craziness. At the same time, the problem just don't end with them. You know what I'm saying? The problem just don't end with them. You know, we need to have a voice every single day. You need to stand for something every day, not just when it's rough on you and you wish somebody else got your back. Nah, you need to have you a voice when it ain't got nothing to do with you and everything is going great and your neighbor needs you. That's where we lack at.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? The strength is only when, oh, woe is me. Then I'm down for the cause. Oh, it happened to me, or I'm hurting at this moment, and y'all come in. But no. What happened when you doing great? And your neighbor's a fallen soldier, man. Get out there and put that same effort in that you wanted put into you.
Yeah. I think you got another one rolling in. You see that one?
Yeah, how can those like myself do more to help our community heal and find resources? Those like myself, like who, you know, what are you like? You know, if that makes sense, you know, or if you're saying that like in the realm of a regular citizen, I mean, once again, it's everyone has a passion, you know, or you know when you know you're, as they say, if you see something, say something or do something, you know. So everybody has a certain realm or a certain environment, a certain proximity to, you know, whatever resources that they are available. Like if you are, you know, once again, a mental health counselor, you know, you provide your service. You know, if you are a barber, you know, you provide, do a back to school haircut. If you are you own a restaurant, give some food to the community. Whatever it is that you do, find a way to, use that to once again uplift the community. Whatever your expertise is, use that in a way that's beneficial to not only, once again, like Quaalude was saying, not only yourself, but also your neighbor, I'm navigating. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, definitely. You know what I'm saying? And it's funny, Grief, let's talk about it, because I just got a call from a mother who said that her son was battling some things. He had been in the military. He got PTSD, disabled veteran and stuff. And she was like, "What can I do for him?" So I said, "Really, you know, I mean, I can talk to him, but it sounds like to me he needs some mental help. You know, like he needs some professional help. You know, like what about the VA? What about some of these agencies around here?" So I hope she looked into those. But yeah, that those things right there are very much needed. I think I've yet to have, you know, to embark on, you know, my, I guess, therapy journey, you know, where I go see a therapist weekly or whatever. I've yet to do it. I got some homeboys who've done it, and you know, but that's that I still haven't. I guess it still has the stigma to a certain extent, but I think I know their purpose, because I am in mental health. I am a mental health counselor, so to speak, and peer support. But you know, that's not too extensive as like a clinical psychologist or things like that. But you know, I've had some situations that I can relate to others, and you know, I have my own level of PTSD that, you know, I've been able to kind of work through to the best of my ability. All right.
Okay. I got a question for y'all, and whoever else can answer. It works for me, but I just want to, not for everything, but I want to know this. For y'all, can a fart relieve stress?
I'm pretty sure it can.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's releasing toxins out your body, right?
I'm talking about, well, I'm saying this. Have you ever been in a situation where you like this, man? Think about something, man. Damn. And then out of nowhere, that good energy in the building now. Because now you ain't even think about what you was mad about. You just gonna turn the channel. Hey. Yeah, that's a natural stress reliever. God gave us that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. How much time we got left? Let's see. We on here.
Tony,
5:30.
Yo, Tony. If we got 4 minutes left, Tony, can you bless us with your presence before we leave? I had to rename him today. Rich, his name Black Jesus.
Black Jesus. What's up, Black Jesus? I can't see. I guess you the guy in the background.
Oh, Black
there
Jesus.
you go.
There you go. There go Black Jesus.
What's going on, fellas?
What's happening?
Oh man, I'm just back here. You know, I'm just over here asking questions and things like that, listening to you guys talk. You know, like I'm just one of those guys. I'm always looking at ways of how I could be more effective at what I do. You know what I'm saying? You know, and one of my rules is I never ask anybody to come meet me where I am. I always go to meet them where they are, because you know what I'm saying, I don't want people to come outside of their comfort zone, not when I'm the one providing the service. You know what I'm saying? And you can't be afraid to go out there and engage your communities. You can't, you know, and I think that's where we want to encourage other people to do. So that's the reason why I put the question in there. You know, because I want to, you know, it's always good to get other people's perspective and things like that. As Q said, man, you know what I'm saying? Some brilliant words. You got to be solution oriented. You have to be, because there's too many challenges in the world and not enough people coming up with solutions to meet those challenges. And sometimes they could be the most simplest things, you know?
Let me do the formal introduction. This is Richard Taylor, Taylor House Publishing. This is Tony. I forgot your last name, brother.
I'm Tony Lynch. So I'm the one who's hosting the conference that we're at today. You know what I'm saying? And Q and Snotty and Heat and everybody, you know what I'm saying, including yourself, have blessed me with their presence and their knowledge and everything. You know, he's in the back over there. He's been doing the music all day long, and you know what I'm saying? So it's been a beautiful thing to just watch all of this just come together the way that it is, you know, and watching the people in the backgrounds soaking up their knowledge and, you know what I'm saying, being able to connect and vibe with us on this different level. It's just been a true blessing, man, all in all, you know.
Thank you for putting it together, man. Thank you. I wish I would have known about it sooner. You know, to try to tune in, but I'm pretty sure I can find the playback and get some of the knowledge.
No, bro, we got 2 more days. So if you'd like to participate with us, I would love to have you, because us ourselves, we have 2 more segments tomorrow and then 2 more segments on Sunday. So if you be willing to rock with us, brother, that's what we're doing all weekend, because it's a worldwide thing for 72 hours. So hold on. Can you fill them in on what it really is, Tony? Like,
yeah, I can fill them in because we got a few more seconds before the next presenter come on. So it's a 3-day event. We got close to 40 presenters, live music, live comedy, and it is international. It's global. We got speakers from all across the world, from different walks of life, doing addiction, mental health, grief, trauma. You know what I'm saying? Anything that you could think of in the field. I've been doing this now for 6 years. I've been a men's grief coach for 6 years. I've been hosting this conference for 3. So there's a lot of people behind the scenes. And, you know, I actually have a nonprofit, Members of Us, and another organization, which is the Global Grief Network, which a lot of these presenters are coming from. So every year we did, that's how it started. We started because we wanted to provide something to our communities, to educate people, to let them know that we was there. And so the first year, you know, I didn't know if we was going to do it another year. Then all of a sudden, everybody's like, hey, you're doing it again? And it became this annual thing. And so now we're on our 3rd year and still running strong, you know, and every year we just try to figure out ways of bringing more to the table. Right. And my other colleague, the other lady that's back here, you know what I'm saying, Ada, she's been rocking with me since the beginning. I've known Ada for a few years now. You know what I'm saying? Speakers, Canada, England, USA, Puerto Rico. You know, Ada's in actually Puerto Rico. We have listeners from all across the world, from Italy, Greece, France, Germany, Russia, Israel, Canada. I mean, all across the United States. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we got people over in Australia. We got people in New Zealand. You know what I'm saying? We got people in Tokyo. You know what I'm saying? China. People are tuning in from across the world. And so this is what it's about. It's about reaching those individuals. And that's the reason why I asked the questions in the beginning about social media. Because, again, there's a way to use it, but I use it in a positive way to reach those individuals that otherwise I wouldn't even know how to get to them. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's what it's about.
Well, tomorrow we're going to have some fun. We're going to
Yes. So, man, tune in anytime, man. You know what I'm saying? And, we'll rock it out. I got my next presenter up, man. Hey, if you have either any one of there's YouTube channels, man, you can go in and check it out for free. We're actually on TV, we're on Rumble, all across all the social medias. You know what I'm saying? Tune in, man, and let us know. Let us know how we can be better at serving you as well. You know,
I will. Definitely a pleasure to meet you, Tony.
Most definitely, man. Q and Snotty, man. Thank you again, man. Amazing guest. It's a pleasure to meet everybody. And then, you know what I'm saying? If you guys decide to jump in a little bit later, man, let me know.
Before we end, Rich, can we lock you in? Rich, you doing it with us? You with us?
What? It just depends on what time.
Tomorrow, 2 times, morning and afternoon, and then Sunday, morning and afternoon, same thing, 2 times. Yeah. I can't say I might need a whole bunch of time.
Yeah, I'll let you know. I'll let you know. Before showtime.
I mean, at minimum tomorrow afternoon, just like today.
I'm gonna try. You know what I mean? Because I like to keep my word, so I ain't gonna lock in. You know what I'm saying? I can say I can try. You know what I'm saying? Because
all right. That just mean I gotta I'm gonna turn into a mosquito and I'm gonna get to bothering you. Thank you.
Hey, fellas, we got it. My next presenter is up, man, and you know what I'm saying? Hey, y'all connect outside, man, brother. It's always nice to meet you. I would love to connect with you a little bit more and see how, you know what I'm saying, if there's any way that we can collaborate and do something even bigger out here in the world. You know what I'm saying? Because I always got things going on. Guys, I love you guys.
All right.
Catch you guys later. All right, man. Love you and peace, man. Have a great, amazing night, man.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Hi, my name is Laura Pissarek. I am a death doula for combat veterans in hospice. My specialty is usually World War II and Vietnam veterans. So what I do as a death doula is I help combat veterans make the final transition from life into the next life cycle by listening to their war stories, by helping them find peace, and acting as a non-denominational confessional, meaning I often hear the stories that they are uncomfortable telling their families or other individuals because sometimes it can cause secondhand trauma. And not everyone believes in a priest because not everyone is Catholic. One thing I have learned from my experiences as a death doula is that death is not something to be scared of. Oftentimes in Western culture especially, we are taught that death is finite. It's the end of life, and it's something we should be afraid of. It's taboo. We don't talk about death. We keep it swept under the rug. Thank you. And we often treat death as just this very sad, somber event where we have lost something. And that is where attachment comes into play. What death has taught me, especially from my own personal experiences with death, is that it teaches us unconditional love, which is very, very different than attachment. Attachment is to possess something, to think that something is going to stay with us forever in the physical form. So that often leads to suffering because there is nothing that is forever. Meaning, attachment is essentially this need to own something. In its own form, it is a form of slavery, in my opinion, because attachment is not unconditional love. Attachment is something that is actually very ego-based. Unconditional love is you can love something while letting it go, while accepting it in its new form. And that is what death teaches us. Love cannot die or be created. It's fine. It's infinite. It is eternal. It is something that's always with us. When we let go of our understanding of attachment and embrace unconditional love, we understand that our loved ones, our departed loved ones, are still with us, but they have just changed form. Their consciousness has separated from their physical form. And that means that if we find the stillness within us and around us, we are able to see them. We are able to feel their love in their memories, in those quiet, still moments. And the best way I can describe that is through my own personal experiences. I was originally from the Soviet Union. I lost my family very, very young during the fall of the Soviet Union. And then my adopted family passed away suddenly in my 20s. And that hit me hard because it was a lot of grief to handle at a very young age. And it taught me to be still. It taught me to sit in the moment, to sit and look for my loved ones in the whisper of the wind, in the chirping of the birds, and in unusual things too, like the challenges that every day we face, the challenges of having a difficult client, of not having things go your way, and being able to just breathe and go, what is this moment trying to teach me? What is this trying to empower me with? Am I not being patient? Is it trying to teach me patience? Is it trying to teach me humor? Is it trying to teach me to let go? And that is where we find our beloved dead, the ones that have gone before us. Those are the moments. They also speak to us through job opportunities, through that person who complimented us at the store, through little things. Maybe we hear our favorite song on the radio and it changes our whole day. That is the beloved dead talking to us. That's the beloved dead saying, hey, I'm still with you. You cannot see me, but I am still here. You need to feel me now. Feel me fully. And I think that's hard for a lot of people because we get very attached to the physical form. We get attached to being able to see their face, being able to hug their physical body, being able to hear their voice. And that there is, of course, attachment to that because it's familiar. So when that is taken away and we are left with the emotions, the memories, the tears, it's harder to deal with that. It's harder to sit with that because it's not familiar to us and it's uncomfortable. So we tend to run from it. One thing I've noticed, especially when people start facing the end of their life, is they run from it in different ways. From denial, some people suddenly, super religious people will suddenly give up their faith. And they'll be like, hey, you know, I don't believe in God anymore because a God would not allow me to suffer like this. Or I've seen people suddenly find their faith. There must be a God because I want my soul saved. And I don't want to burn in the hells of damnation. And that to me is interesting because what death actually teaches us in that regard is, again, not religion, but spirituality. It's coming to grips with our own consciousness, looking at our life and looking back at the karmic actions we have created and the karmic opportunities we have missed. And that kind of is, it takes stillness. And that's what death forces us and dying forces us to do. It forces us in a very both bittersweet and triumphant way of sitting with our karmic actions, with our choices we have made in life, and learning to not only forgive others, but to forgive ourselves. That's one thing that I've definitely faced a lot of working with combat veterans in hospice, is learning how to forgive themselves. Listening to the stories of what they did in times of war. It's atrocious. It's atrocities that no wonder they don't want to tell their families. There's a lot of guilt. There's a lot of shame. There's a lot of sorrow, a lot of rage. And to learn how to forgive themselves for that is huge. Making peace with oneself is very, very important. And it takes courage. It takes courage to face oneself when they're facing the final transition, to look back and go, I did the best that I could with what I was given. I learned to let go of my mistakes and embrace them as missed opportunities. And I embrace the lessons I've learned from them now, in this moment. It's learning also to be at peace with what isn't, what didn't occur. A lot of people, especially the patients and clients that I had who were young, the ones who were in their 20s and 30s that died away from cancer, liver disease, all of that. Their biggest thing when they were dying was talking about the missed opportunities, what wasn't going to be, and preparing for that, to prepare that, you know, they may never have a family because they're dying of cancer. Coming to peace with that, learning to embrace that it wasn't meant for this lifetime. There was another purpose, and searching for that purpose by looking back at the slideshow of their life, of going, well, no, I didn't get to have a family, or I didn't get to climb the corporate ladder, but I did get to do A, B, C, and D. I got to help people. I got to make a difference in my community. Things like that. And it makes us, the living, and those who are healthy, pause and say to ourselves, what am I doing with my life? Am I living the best life that I can? And not just in a materialistic ego way, but am I living the best spiritual life that I can? Am I proud of the person that I am today? If I should die tomorrow, if I should die the next moment, am I proud of the person I am today, right now? That's what it means to be our best version of ourselves. To live with integrity in every moment, even when it's hard. Because it is hard. It takes sacrifice to have integrity. It takes a lot of inner strength to have integrity because oftentimes people will not understand it. It's also understanding, did I live with courage? Courage is a lot different than bravery. Courage is having inner strength shine out, having our inner light shine the way in the darkness around us. And that takes a lot of courage. It's having courage to know, you may be faced with a wave of opposition, of being mocked, of people not believing you or taking you seriously, and having the courage to stand your ground. If you know it is integrity based. Our best version of ourselves this very moment also means living with compassion, unconditional, radical compassion. And that is very hard because people often think compassion means being a martyr. Of I have sacrificed everything within myself to take care of this person and that person, and now I am drowning in my own self-neglect. That's not compassion. Compassion is loving someone and loving the life around you, the people around you, the environment around you radically and unconditionally. The good, the bad, the ugly, which is very hard because the bad moments mean we are forced to look at them without shame, with letting go of guilt, rage, of denial too, of, well, this isn't really happening. Why me? Woe is me. It's letting go of that victim mentality and also realizing we are not our trauma. We are what we make of our trauma. And that is something that a lot of veterans face at the end of their life, is learning to sit there, stare trauma in the face with radical, unconditional compassion for themselves, for the people that died and that they killed, for all of that. Showing unconditional compassion is hard. It's very hard, and there's no right or wrong way to do it. It's finding that inner strength of forgiveness, of understanding we are all one, and actions done in a moment of rage, of anger, especially violent ones, they have their purpose too. And that's hard to accept. It's very hard to accept for a lot of veterans because a lot of it has to do with morality, integrity. And war is a very different kind of time. War is hell. War returns men as living ghosts, as I put it. Living ghosts with blood still on their tongue, the taste of it still on their tongue, and living with that, of living with the fact that they are forever changed from it. And then facing the final transition of understanding, yes, I still have that taste of blood in my mouth. I am a living ghost that's becoming a ghost now. It's like, well, one of the things I often say to my clients is, yes, you do have the blood of taste in your mouth. And yes, you walk this earth as a living ghost. And that's okay. It's okay in the sense that there is purpose and meaning. There is beauty in the darkness. And that is hard for people to find because as a society, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about the violent moments. There is a lot of judgment when it comes to violence, especially violent death, and the perpetrators of that. And it's like, no, there is still beauty in those moments. There's a beautiful saying that I love. Where is God? And I believe God is the vibration and essence of love. And so instead of saying, where can you find God? I am going to say, where can you find love? Radical, unconditional love. It's in the shadows. It's in the rubble, underneath it. It's the hungry child asking for food, completely and totally vulnerable, with a palm out. And it's oftentimes the actions we didn't take. That's another thing I've listened to and heard a lot of veterans say. It was the shot not fired. It was the life not taken. It was the moment of restraint, of I could kill this person, but I choose not to. That also has a lot of power in it. and understanding that war is a very man-made lower vibration. And when I mean lower vibration, I mean it is based off of fear, survival, versus compassion, empathy, love, which is the higher vibrations, or the essence of what Christians call heaven. And it's learning how to raise those lower vibrations, again, with radical, unconditional compassion, not condemning it, not damning it, not judging it, but embracing it fully. And embracing it for the bittersweet beauty that it is, because that's all you can do. It's learning to forgive. It's learning to embrace that darkness within all of us, because that's part of the human condition that no one likes to talk about, is that there is darkness in all of us. And as a society, especially Western society, we live in, I like to call it a bubble, a social bubble, of we don't talk about that because it's bad. There is no good or bad. It's all one, because within the bad there is good, and within the good there is bad. It is what you do with it. It is like a lump of clay, ready to be molded, ready to be carved into something beautiful. And it's what we make of it. We can take that clay that life gives us, that dark clay within all of us, and we can either turn it and sculpt it into a demon that scares people, or an angel, something beautiful, something that inspires others. And that's hard, because a lot of our ego says, it's all about me. There's a lack of accountability when it comes to ego. And a lot of just, well, I'm right, you're wrong. Either I'm a victim or I'm a winner. Where our higher self that lives in all of us and that connects every living thing, every sentient thing, everything, a rock, cards, a little skull, that all has consciousness. And that's what connects us, is our higher self with that. And when we live with that, and when we embrace that, and we become fully aware of that, we make more mindful choices, not just for ourselves, but for others. And not in an ego-based way, again, of I am going to martyr myself out and give until there's nothing left to give. It's being able to take care of ourselves while paving that road for others. My grandfather was a Holocaust survivor. And one of the stories that I grew up listening to was the mass graves. He was a little boy. He was about 13, 14 when the war in Poland broke out. And I grew up with that story of listening to him say, I remember being forced to dig the mass graves. And being, hearing the cries of the dying and learning how to break bones so more bodies could fit into the mass graves. And it haunted him. It haunted him for the rest of his life. And little by little, he learned how to find peace with that. Not peace with the actions of the Nazis, of the Soviets, of what they did, but find peace that there was a purpose behind it. Not a man-made purpose, but a purpose of love that he may not be able to understand, but he trusted. He trusted in his higher power. He trusted that it happened for a reason. It was a wildfire of the soul, he used to say, that helped make flowers grow. And only certain flowers can grow from the fire, from the ashes. And that's what kept him going, he said, was just knowing that I don't understand and I will never understand, but I do trust. I have faith. And that stuck out a lot for me, especially in my own experiences with the fall of the Soviet Union, my experiences in the orphanages, and all of that, is knowing that I may not understand, but I trust. I trust in that higher power. I trust that there is a purpose, maybe not in my lifetime, maybe not in my children's lifetime, but there is a purpose for the collective to help us grow, to help us plant those seeds in the ashes so that they may blossom later on. And it's hard. because as human beings, we want to understand why. We want the reason, and we want it right now. Instead of finding joy in the journey, instead of finding joy and faith in the experience itself, and not joy that bad things are happening, that there's pain and suffering in the world, but joy in the fact that seeds are being planted for future generations. And being able to be the warriors of light, as I call it, that help guide people and keep people on the path of light. Because those moments of atrocities, especially during war, are also moments that we can either give into the light or we can give into the shadows. We can let it curse us and damn our souls because there possibly nothing good can come out of this. Why would a loving God, allow these atrocities to happen? Because again, they're seeds. They're seeds that are being buried deep, deep, deep within the collective that have to be buried because our ego won't allow us to learn the lesson any other way. And that's hard because we want it the easy way. We want it the way that everything's always sunshine and roses, happy clappy fairy cakes, and nothing bad will ever happen, and this is paradise. Rather than radical, unconditional love of being able to sit in the darkness with someone, not judge them for it, not fix it for them, not even give them advice. Just sit in the darkness with them and not give them false hope that, yeah, it'll be good. Because, that's lying. And lying is not good. But it's sitting in the darkness with them and saying, hey, listen, I don't know if it's going to be okay. I don't know if we're going to see the other side of this, but I'll sit with you so you're not alone. And that has more power in it than anything else. Just to be able to sit with people in their own darkness, without judgment, without any of that. Because we can't fix someone else's darkness. It's not for us to fix. It's part of their journey. But we can love them within it. We can love them the way a mother loves her child. We can love them in a way that is soft, that is kind, that isn't smothering, that isn't controlling. Just loving them for it, just to love them. And I think that a lot of people have a hard time with that or misunderstand it as, again, I need to fix this. I need to fix this. I need to make this right. I need to save this person. Versus just sit. One thing that the Christian faith taught about Jesus that I see in a reoccurring theme in various religions and spiritual understandings is he didn't try to fix the broken. He didn't sit there and say to St. Peter, I'll stop making you a drunk. I'll get you to stop drinking. He didn't sit there and say to St. Paul, I'll make you stop being a killer. He didn't say that. He didn't say to St. Francis, I'll help you stop being a playboy. He loved them unconditionally and let them make that choice themselves. And they learned on their own accord to do that. And that's what a lot of people and a lot of spirituality, a lot of religions try to teach in their own language. And that is what religion is to me. Religion is a language. And I find it kind of funny when people sit there and argue about my religion is right, your religion is wrong, because it's like telling a French person and a German person and giving them an apple and having them both say, what is this? And then them arguing about the fact that it's an apple. It's like, well, no, because you're not understanding it from my interpretation. You're not understanding it from my language. Therefore, you're wrong, I'm right. That's ego. That is very much ego versus you have a different understanding. You have a different word for the same object. It doesn't change the fact that the apple is still an apple. It's still a fruit, still an apple, no matter how we look at it. Same thing like with art. I love using the analogy of art. We can paint an apple. You can have 5 people sit in a room and say, paint this apple. And guess what? all 5 paintings will be different. That is spirituality. That is understanding what unconditional divine love is looking at something and turning it into our own creation with our own experiences on our own journey without condemning someone else's drawing or painting. And that's kind of the same thing. We can create from our own journey without judging someone else's journey. We can walk with them on their journey too, without saying, oh, no, you got to paint like me. You got to do everything A, B, C, and D just like me. And if you don't, you're wrong. That's ego. And it takes a lot of, ironically enough, it takes a lot of sorrow. It takes death. It takes grief for us to get to that point. To get to the point of understanding everyone is on their own journey and everyone's journey is equally valid, equally important, and equally special. Just like they can learn from our journey, we can learn from theirs. Because everyone is both the teacher and the student. And I think that is one of the most important lessons we can learn. One of the most important lessons I have learned working with veterans in hospice. And listening to the stories and listening to their own inner battles, their own inner wars that they're facing, that they're coming to learn how to lay down the sword within themselves. And learning that, it was part of the journey. It had to happen the way it did because that was their higher self going, yeah, it's not pretty. It's not supposed to be. But trust me. Have faith in me. Not false hope, but faith. Because hope is kind of a funny thing. People think hope means believing that everything's going to be okay and everything's going to turn out, for the best. And it's this very happy clappy fairy cake again approach to it, versus hope is having faith that things will turn out as they should, not as we want them to. That is very, very hard for people to grasp. It may not turn out okay, but that's okay. It's okay within itself because it turned out as it should. And everything happens for a reason. It's not for us to understand. It's for us to have hope and faith in. And that's all I wanted to say today. So thank you for having me here. Yeah. And yeah. Also, you guys can find me at pisarek.org. That's pisarek.org. We are also on Facebook. Same thing, Pisarek Care. PISAREK, and then care. We are still setting up, so please join us on our journey if you would like to, as we continue to develop as a nonprofit and organization. Thank you. Take care and God bless.
Well, it's not that bad. Uh-oh. Kristen, you did. Yeah, my camera. My show. Oh my goodness. You did, yes.
I'm Crystal Robinson. I'm a National Board Certified Health and Wellness Coach and the founder of Crystal Moon Holistic Healing. Here's what I know. Most people wait until something breaks. Their body, their spirit, or their relationships, before they stop and ask, what am I doing with my life? I've been there. I had the career, the family, the outside success, but inside I was running on fumes, and eventually my body made the choice for me. Now I help people make the shift before it gets to that point. And if you're already there, I help you come back stronger. Transformational coaching isn't about quick fixes. It's not about surface level change or following a checklist. It's about getting honest about what's draining you, what you're carrying that isn't yours, and what you've ignored for too long. We talk about your patterns, your choices, your stress, your health, and we reconnect it all. Mind, body, spirit. I bring over 30 years of engineering experience and combine that with holistic science-backed coaching that meets you where you are. There's no judgment here, just truth, and the tools to help you live with more clarity, energy, and purpose. If you're ready for real change, the kind that lasts, I invite you to schedule a free 1-hour clarity call. No pressure, no performance. Just a space for you to explore what's next with support. Go to crystalmoonholistichealing.com or email me directly, crystallee@crystalmoonholistichealing.com to book your call. Wellness Simplified, your path to clarity, joy, and healing, bringing you back to you. You don't have to keep doing life the way you always have. You get to choose differently. Let's take that step.
I ain't everybody's cup of tea, and here's why. I have spent the past decades traveling, digging, and delivering the truth. What is that, you ask? Here at the Niche Nation, it's a 360-degree, no BS, self-discovery destiny. It's real, it's raw, and it's uncut. We deal with pain, struggle. We deal with the rock bottoms like no other. No age, no gender, no journey too deep for us to hold space. We are here as life tour guides to lead you to the calling. Grab a cup, take a sip, and enjoy the once-in-a-lifetime journey here at the Niche Nation.
Yo, yo, yo. We are back. We are back. We are back. Thank you very much to the Global Grief Conference. We are back in the building. And let's get back to some good music. Uh-oh, I lost my place. No, I didn't. Let's go.
Big gummy garbage rappers, we red fuck. Headshot him, go against my grain, get head dropped.
Tune in. I want everybody to tune in tonight at 8:30. That would be Chicago time. We got my main show, Unwrap the Podcast. We'll be ending off the Global Grief Conference 2025 this evening with Unwrap the Podcast with my special guest, Chicago Defense, And it's going to be dope. But again, salute to everybody that's been participating in all of the discussions, all of the shows, all of the lectures, all of the speeches, all of everything. It's been amazing. We're going to cap it off real good tonight. Salute to everybody. Remember, good vibes, positive thinking, self-affirmation. Let's go. Yes. Shout out to Tony Lynch, Ada, all the participants today. Been amazing. Just getting started though. Let's go. Shout out to Global Grief Conference 2025. We are in the building. We are in the building. We're starting to get hyped up now because the Unwrapped podcast is coming on at 8:30. That's Chicago time. That's Central Standard Time. Ooh, we got a doozy tonight. Yeah. Call this Lakeshore Drive music in Chicago. Summertime Lakeshore Drive. Let the top down. Ride down Lakeshore Drive without a care in the world. Relax your mind and let your conscience be free. Good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. It's been an amazing day. Think about it. Got tomorrow and Sunday too. Shout out to the Global Grief Net Conference 2025. I keep getting that all messed up. Like Sally sells seashells by the seashore. Too much. Shout out Tony Lynch. Shout out to every presenter and speaker today. Don't forget to tap in tonight. Stay here, 8:30. Get to see what I really do. Unwrap the podcast. Like, subscribe, share. Like, subscribe, share. Everything you've seen today. Tell a friend. Friend in need, most importantly. Thank you, Ada. Big salute to you. Yes, yes, y'all. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Beautiful day. It's going to be a beautiful evening. Shout out to everybody worldwide. Like I say one thing today. Give yourself great grace. Yeesh. Give yourself some grace today.
Need to tell you, stop fucking doing it.
Guys, good vibes. Yeah, be in that vibe. Yeah. It's your boy Heat Detector. Unwrap the podcast. Unwrap the podcast channel. Like, share, subscribe. Tonight we'll be doing live shows. Unwrap. Special guest. Chicago Defense. You can see me in action. And my lovely co-host, Enoch Vina. 6:30. We're now time. 7:30. On East Coast. 9:30. Yeah. In here.
Come here. Come here.
Come here. Come here. All. All. Shout out to D9 Vino and the Trust Tree. It's the theme song for the Trust Tree. Seeing the Trust Tree tomorrow at 8:30. My co-host D9 Vino, and they will be interviewing the one and the only Tony Lynch.
What you did, because of what you had. Look at what you did, because of what you had.
Yeah. It's your boy Heath Detector. Global Grief Conference 2025. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend. Tell a friend in need.
Look at what you did, because of what you had. Look at what you did, because of what you had.
I would like to say thanks to everybody that has been participating today. I apologize for the audio. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to regroup after the show tonight, get the audio figured out so we'll be sounding nice and crisp for you guys tomorrow and Sunday. I want to thank everybody, especially Ada and Tony Lynch. Tony Lynch, you the man, boy. Give yourself a pat on the back and give yourself some grace, brother. You did it. We are in the building tonight at 8:30. That would be 6:30 on the West Coast. It will be 7:30 Mountain Time. That will be 8:30 Central Standard Time. 9:30 on the East Coast. Unwrap the podcast. Special guest, Chicago Defense. And once again, you, like I said, you get to see me in action, interviewing artists all over the world, all over Chicago, famous, infamous, all of that. Creators, love it. Yeah. We are in here.
Hello, and welcome to this awesome conference, the Grief Global Conference, the Global Grief Conference. But anyway, we in this conference. I'm just happy to be here, and I just really thank Tony Lynch and Ada for just awesome opportunity to be here, all the hard work that's been put in, and all of the speakers that have gone so far, that have poured into us and spoke about their journeys with grief, what they do with grief, and how grief has impacted their lives. So that's what I'm going to be doing today, is just sharing with you in a laid back, candid conversation about grief. And what my topic is going to be about is going to be talking about breathing in a sense of the physical and also in the mental, but breathe, embracing resilience after loss. That is a very deep subject for me. And I will share a little bit of my testimony when it comes to breathing and life after loss, then finding that resilience after loss. Because when you lose someone, whether you lose your loved one, whether you lose a job, a marriage, a friendship, whatever it is that you lose, sometimes it can seem like the end of the world. That is something that we always hear. We feel like, oh, it's just a cliche, or maybe people say it all the time, but for real, you really can feel like you're losing your life. You can feel like that's the end. But I'm here to encourage you that breathing again is our gift, and we have that gift as long as we're waking up every day and we're breathing again. So I am Millicent Driver, Dr. Millicent. Some may call me, and I am an author, a best-selling author. I am a certified speaker. I'm a podcaster. I have a podcast called Tea with the Queens, where we talk about transformation, empowerment, and achievement. And I'm also a business strategist, entrepreneurial coach. And I work with women who are really trying to break into entrepreneurship, or really just need that confidence, that know-how to get back up. And then our focus with women that's really had those setbacks, that's really experienced that pain. It's really experienced that lack of confidence where they feel like they just cannot make it past what they're experiencing at that moment. And we really want to do that. And I've been there. So my goal, my desire is to encourage women to take that leap, to take things in their life to the next level so that they are living out their life and living out their best life. But as I get started to talk about embracing your resilience after loss, I want to read something for you real quick. And a lot of people have probably already heard this scripture, but this scripture resonated with me when my son passed away. And it reads, "For everything there is a season, a time for every matter under heaven, a time to be born, a time to die, a time to plant, and a time to pluck what has been planted, a time to kill, a time to heal, a time to break down, and a time to build up, a time to weep, and a time to laugh, a time to mourn, and a time to dance, a time to cast away stones, and a time to gather stones." Ecclesiastes 3:1-5. And that is very important to realize, especially me being God-fearing, leaning on the scriptures during a pivotal time in my life where I just did not see how I was going to make it. And that scripture that's been there, and we hear it, all the time, especially over the years. If you're going to church and you hear the sermons and the messages, you may have heard this particular scripture, but you really don't understand it to that extent until you really got to hear the words when it says there's a time to live and there's a time to die. So to get off into what I want to share with you today, I wanted to kind of start off again with my testimony. In 2011, December 11th, I lost my son, my only son, in a car accident. He was 1 week from turning 21. He was 20, getting ready to turn 21, become an adult. He was in his gift. He was a musician. He played for different churches, different groups. I mean, he was really just doing his thing. And I was so proud of him. Proud. And then on a Sunday evening, coming home from church, he was in a one-car accident, and that accident took his life. And that was a moment, December 11th, 2011, that was the moment that I died. And I felt that I really died. It took many years for me to get to a place of living again. But just going through that whole motion of feeling that hurt, feeling that pain, I was angry. How can a 20-year-old that's getting ready to turn 21, getting ready to step into his life and live his best life, just leave here? I couldn't fathom that. I couldn't understand that. I didn't even want to believe that. But I'm just expressing how unbelievable that moment was for me. It was totally unbelievable. And I'm talking to you all because I know that at some point in your life you would probably experience that type of grief. Like I said, grief and grieving something doesn't necessarily have to be the death of someone. But anyway, it just took a hold of me. And I can't explain how I felt at that particular moment when I found out. But I do know one thing that did happen. It took my breath away. And I felt like I just could not breathe. And I was going through the motions, especially the first 2 days after he had passed away, I remember just sitting and I would be fine, breathing fine, going through the motions. And then all of a sudden and I could not catch my breath. And it did, with no warning, I just couldn't breathe. And then I was fine again, and then it happened again. That went on for a very long time in my life, and I was paralyzed. The pain just seemed unbearable. I felt like someone had rolled over me with I think what it's called an excavator. My grandson always says this excavator. So I felt like I had been ran over by an excavator, and I felt like I was being crushed. I could not fathom, how my life was going to turn out after the loss of my son. But I'm here. So one thing that I had to realize was that loss was a part of life. Wasn't something that I wanted to hear. A lot of times when you're in the midst of your grief and mourning, your mourning period, a lot of people will come with all of the things to say to try to give you a word or some inspiration to help you get past that moment. I heard a lot of things that he's in a better place, that God doesn't make mistakes, that look what the impact he left behind. He lived a beautiful life in such a short period of time. All of those things, that were coming to me and being said to me. Okay, I wasn't really feeling it because I was hurting. I was in so much pain, but I had to, grab a hold of something to get past the moment. So what I grabbed a hold to was the scripture I just read in Ecclesiastes. And I leaned on that scripture because I knew that if there was a time to live and there was a time to die, there was a time to mourn, but there was also a time to live. There was also a time to plant, and there was also a time to pluck. So it was like, even though I experienced the loss, I knew that on the other side, that victory for life was going to come back to me. However, it did not happen just that way. It took many, many years in between for me to feel like I could go on. One of the things that I wanted to share with you is that loss is not the end. Now, I want to kind of change the direction and kind of talk about loss in other areas, like the loss of divorce, the loss of a job or career, those type of things. Loss is not the end. It does not define us. Though that's just a part of life. So losing your job, maybe your career you've been at for years, and you've put all your energy into that career, you've done all the things the right way, and all of a sudden it's just gone. But that's not the end of the world. That's not the end of you, and it doesn't define you. And being is that after a year after my son passed away, almost a year actually, that next year I was starting to feel ill, didn't know what was really going on, experiencing so many different symptoms. I had a lot of tests done and did not know that I was having many strokes, like probably several throughout the year. I did not know that of 2012. I wasn't back at work yet, but I wanted to go back to my job. I had a career. I had done all the things that I felt that I was supposed to do. I did the military. I did that. I went to school and went to college, and I got degrees all the way up to my 2 masters. And then I was working, as a counselor for the state I live in. So I felt like I was, really doing my thing. And I felt like I had poured into myself, and I was reaping the benefits, and I was seeing the harvest. So when my son passed, I did take some time to get me together. But when I was ready to go back to work, then that's when I realized that I had been having strokes. So not only was I losing some of my ability to, my physical ability, I had lost some of my memory and my cognitive ability. So now I'm at a loss now for my career. I had a loss of my health. A lot of things were happening at that particular time, and I was mad. I was bitter. And I was like, not only am I losing my son, I lost him, but now I got to deal with all the rest of this stuff. And I just went into a shell. And that shell for me lasted several years. He died in 2011. And I think I just kind of started to pull myself out of that rut at about 2018. So you're talking about some years before I really started to say, hey, you know what? I'm still here. I'm still living. I still have life to live, and I still have impact to make. Then I started to try to shake myself off. So it kind of started in 2018. But loss will change you. It does change us, but it does not define us. It does not become our whole being. So I just wanted to share that with you. I don't think that overcoming grief is A, B, and C type of thing. I think that overcoming grief or beginning to live and know how to manage grief is something that you learn along the way. I would say that a good support system, those who understand you, those who can rally around you and comfort you and support you through all the highs and the lows, that's where you get your healing from with grief. Like I say, it doesn't just go away. I think it's something that we kind of embrace and learn how to live with. And I wanted to also share that you are stronger than the storm you survived. A lot of times we're in this thing and we don't know what's happening. We're being tossed to and fro. But each day that you get up and you wake up and that loss has gotten one day further away from you where you are today, then you are surviving your worst storm. And that's how I see it. Each time that you get up, each time that you wake up in the morning and you're breathing new life and you're seeing a new horizon, then you are surviving that particular storm. One of the things I can share as well is that in March, we lost the matriarch of our family, my grandmother. She was over 100. She passed away in March. And that was such a big, big deal. And if I did not know how to really deal with my grief and my pain from losing my son, this probably would have taken me out. Because I've had my grandmother, for so all my life, of course, but so much of my life, and it was such an impact that she left on the family. I mean, just a huge impact. But the techniques that I'm sharing that was applied to my life after I lost my son helped me to get to a point with my grandmother that I had a different perspective. I had a different outlook. I had a different feeling. I had a different type of comfort. So loss is, like I say, is inevitable. A lot of times it's not so much what you lose or how you lose it. It's the fact that it is a loss. And I respect any loss that someone feels and the impact that it may give you. It may leave on your life. So I don't measure loss for anyone as something's more extreme or less extreme. That person still needs the comfort. That person still needs that love, and that person still needs to be nurtured and surrounded. So whatever it is that you may be experiencing, just know that that loss does not define you. It may change you, and then it depends on how you allow it to change you. Sometimes it can, like I said before, when my son passed away, it changed me to a point of me not wanting to do anything. And I felt like, well, I'm just going to just be here and I'm going to be on disability and I'm just going to live my life out sweetly and not do anything. I felt that was it. But there was something deep down inside of me that was wrestling with me. And I do believe that, as I go back to the scripture, that whatever was planted in me was now blooming and it was coming to horizon. It was coming to fruition. It was starting to grow and it was starting to sprout. So when it does that, I had no choice but to move with it. So I just wanted to just share that with you. Also, too, when I talk about breathe, like I say, it's mental and it's also the physical. So as you breathe, you kind of, I guess, control the chaos in your life. So you just take that time and you just kind of take those deep breaths and say, you know what? This is what I'm feeling right now. It's okay for me to breathe and take that deep breath and let it out. And it's also, like I said, mental. I had to learn how to mentally breathe as well. I had to learn how to relax my mind, relax my body, and just relax, just allow my emotions to breathe. And once I allowed myself to breathe mentally and allow my emotions to flow, then I felt like I was taking a deep breath of air. I was inhaling a deep breath of air into me and letting out that access. I was allowing myself to be renewed by the breath. So it allowed my energy to be strengthened as well, because I allowed myself that opportunity to embrace what I was trying to just get rid of. A lot of times we are afraid of the chaos of grief. We are afraid to allow ourselves to feel. So feeling allows you to get to the point where you realize, okay, now I need to take some time to breathe. It's a process. It's something that we go through. It's a journey. So in that, learn how to breathe, learn how to take those deep breaths and physically just relax yourself. Just get to a place where you say, you know what? Today is not the best day. I'm kind of feeling a little, you know, more of the grief. I'm kind of hurting. Some things are coming back to my remembrance. Let me take some time for myself and just take some moments to just breathe. And you'll be surprised how those breaths can change your whole day and the way that you see your day. And also, like I say, mentally, just sit and say, you know, and what this is what I do when I feel, especially when I feel like I need to cry. I just take some time and I said, you know, I feel like I need to cleanse. I feel like I got these tears just waiting to fall. I got these emotions that I'm ready to just, you know, spew out. I'm just going to take this moment and this is what I'm going to do and not be afraid of it, but allow it to be my breath. And that's what I do. And as the tears fall, sometimes when the tears fall, it may be a heavy cry. And sometimes when the tears fall, I may be kind of laughing in the midst of it, depending on what's going on around me. But regardless of the fact, I allow myself that opportunity to allow my emotions to breathe, to allow myself to breathe and to let it out. Then that's what you have to do. And you got to, and it's like it's a daily act of choosing life and hope. So when you're breathing, you know, we do it without even thinking about it because we're living, we're just breathing. But it's when you embrace your breathing, it's choosing life. Now you're breathing and you're, you know, expressing yourself through your grief. You're allowing yourself, your physical breaths to be tamed. That means you're choosing life. You're choosing that resilience. You're choosing to go on, and you take that breath as that gift, and that's a beautiful thing. So never underestimate the fact that you're breathing, and never think of it as just something small, like where everybody breathes. But no, when you're grieving and when you're going through this process, that breath is everything. So take advantage of breathing, take advantage of the physical, and take advantage of that mental breath. It's okay. And it's okay to cry. I promise you it's okay to cry. That I feel that the tears is our gift in grief. Those tears allow us to cleanse, and that's our gift. Now we get to the heart of resilience. So resilience is courage plus flexibility plus vision. The courage to move on, the flexibility and the movement to give yourself that grace, and the vision to see beyond where you are right now. It's scary to step out and say, I'm going to take this moment and I'm going to move on and I'm going to go on. One thing happens that I know is that when we decide to get the courage to move on in grief, we feel like we're leaving our loved one behind, or we're leaving something behind, and that's not true. That courage is for you. That courage is saying, hey, you know what? I have to take this leap. I have to take this step for myself. It has nothing to do with those who have passed on. It has nothing to do with that marriage that didn't work. It has nothing to do with the job that you lost, or that career that did not work out, or go in the way that you wanted it to go into. That courage is for you. So you have to be able to have the courage to step into your resilience, being flexible, you know, be able to move around, to be able to find exactly what fits for you, because it's not like we got courage and then boom, we here. Sometimes there's a journey. Sometimes there's a maze. Sometimes we go back and forth into some things to try to find our way, but that's okay. Be flexible. Be flexible in that if some days it's awesome and then some days it's questionable, that's the flexibility of a thing. So just know that taking the courage to make the step, but be flexible and be kind and have grace. Give yourself grace in the midst of that. That's where flexibility come in at. Having the grace. And then when I say vision, see yourself in the future. See yourself in the future. And your future can be the next minute. It can be 30 minutes. It can be a year from now. But have a vision. That resilience, having that vision, that's motivation. Having the vision of where do you see yourself? What is it you desire? What do you want to do? Give yourself that opportunity to have a vision, to dream, to have, you know, expectation. See yourself in the future. See that vision. Along the way, highlight your small wins. Be grateful for the little things that you do, and get up and continue to move. And the little things that may not work out as well, okay, reach out again and keep dreaming, keep striving, and keep reaching towards where you see yourself going, the vision that you have. And then, as you go along and as we start to conquer and we start to see the fruits, we start to see the victories in what we're doing, then start to acknowledge your comeback story. Start to acknowledge that. And what I mean by comeback story is that sometimes we're so far under our grief that we feel like we just cannot move. Like I said, I felt paralyzed. I every time I would think about my son, the tears. It was, I mean, it was unbelievable. It was unbearable at times. So the comeback story was very strong for me. I had to learn how to get to a place where I heard his name and I was smiling. I would think about some things he's done and some jokes that he's made or something crazy he did. And I was starting to create my comeback story. I was starting to say, you know what? This is what I'm doing now. This is what I'm doing now. This is how I see the situation now. And this is what I'm doing for myself now. So it's creating this story. You are the author, creating your own narrative. You are creating this. So just look at that resilience. Just look at the heart of your resilience as owning your own story. And I hope that this all makes sense, because when I'm explaining all of this, I'm really putting myself into the equation because of my own experiences. So I hope that this is making a little bit of sense when I says to own your own comeback story, because we all have I look at it as a testimony. Once you get on the other side of this thing, what is your story? How are you going to explain it? How are you going to show the victory out of all of this? It doesn't mean that you still don't hurt. It doesn't mean that you still won't cry. And it would definitely wouldn't mean that you will forget. But what would be your testimony? What is your comeback story? How would you share your resilience in all of this? And then I want to talk about moving forward with purpose, moving forward with intent, and moving forward with victory and on this journey. Like I said, the courage to just step out and do something is scary, but we move on with purpose. So in the midst of all of this, and as your life has changed from loss, now you have to redefine who you are. Who are you now? How has this loss changed you? But like I said before, it will change you, but it won't define you. So who are you? Define who you are. And who you are deep down inside has always been there. So if you have to, get to know who you are through all of this haze, all of these trees and all of these weeds and flowers and things of grief, find out who are you. Define who are you. The loss is not our character. It's not a part of who we are. It's an experience of what we've been through. So you have to, move forward in purpose. So define who you are. What is your vision, as we talked about? And then what is your purpose? So finding your purpose in his life. And I can go back, like I was saying, for myself. I felt like I had to redefine my purpose after going to school and being in the military and working in my career. And I'm thinking that life is just flowing the way that I wanted it to go until that happened. For some reason, I don't know why I don't know if I thought I was exempt or it would never happen to me, but we don't think anything would really happen to us when we're in our groove. And I know that losing a child is extreme. That's not, something that happens every day for everybody, but I just didn't think that I would have to deal with anything remotely close to that. So I felt like, okay, I had done what I was supposed to do. I was living my life. I was in that thing. And then that happened. So that situation, that loss, that emotion, that feeling started to define who I was. So now I was bitter. I was angry. I was confused. And I will also say, and this is something that I'm just kind of throwing in there that I didn't even realize. I was jealous. I was jealous of anyone who still had their son. I was jealous of even his friends who were living life and going on and creating their own lives and having families and, living and doing the things that they desired to do. I was jealous. I was all those things. And I allowed this loss to define me and to create me to create this narrative in me into something that I really despised. I didn't like being this way. I didn't like who I was becoming because I was bitter. And, when you're bitter, you tend to take it out on others. And I was jealous. So I didn't want to see what anybody else was doing. I didn't want to hear if they were doing well because my son wasn't here. So, and I was angry because he wasn't here and then I'm not working. So it was just really starting to become and define who Millicent was. So as I got to a certain point, I had to figure out what my purpose was. Who really am I? Am I the loss of my son, or am I Millicent living my life? So I had to find out what was my purpose. What am I here for? What is my desires? How do I see myself? What vision do I have? How do I see my future? I realize I'm still breathing in and out every day. I'm still getting up and living this life every day, which I'm grateful for. But I wanted to live it with purpose. So I had to go deep down inside and I had to figure out what my purpose was. No, I wasn't returning back to the type of work that I used to do. I understood that. But there was still purpose in me. There was still something for me to do. So I had to dig deep and find out what that was. And as I began to do the work, then I started to realize how the things I went through actually was molding me for my purpose. Now, that's not to say that we got to go through something again. It's so heartbreaking just to find our purpose, but sometimes that's just how things are. We utilize the pain to bring forth the purpose. So that's what I started to do. And I started to begin to see exactly what my purpose was. And in this season, so I have to say in this season, because before my son, I thought I had purpose, which I did. But in this season, I'm beginning to understand what my purpose is. So, like I said, if you are still breathing, you still have a powerful future. Whatever desires that you have that's in you, if you look past the grief, past the loss, past the pain, and go back and say, look, what is it that I desire? Not looking at, like I say, the pain, but looking at the life that you still have. What is it that you want to do? What is it that you desire to do? Where do you desire to go? Sometimes we have to put the grief, the pain, the mourning to the side and really start to understand, who am I? What is my purpose? Because we all have an appointed time where we have to leave and we're not going to be in this world. So what about the time that you have? Are you going to have, when you leave this world, are they going to say, hey, you lived in your purpose, or you lived an awesome life and you gave it your all? Or they're going to say, well, you know what? They died of a broken heart because they allowed this loss to overtake them. And they just went under and they just didn't live life anymore. Easier said than done, I know. But we have to start somewhere. We really have to start somewhere. So if you're still breathing, you still have a future. And your future and your vision can be as far as you can see. So you have to dig deep and find out what that is, whether it's to start a business, whether it's to write a book, whether it's to go traveling, whether it's to, if you don't have a family, start a family, change careers. And even if it's just getting up every day and saying, you know what, today is going to be a good day. That's a lot of work for a lot of people. And just even doing that is special. And that's finding the purpose. So now you're finding purpose in you, finding purpose in your day, and finding purpose on your journey. So I just wanted to share with you the resilience and how I kind of came back to finding resilience in my own life, and also encouraging you that through our trials and tribulations, through our setbacks and our disappointments, we get lost on this road. Sometimes we want it to be just wide and open and we just want to run and nothing bothers us, but we're on this narrow, winding road, and sometimes it can knock us off our course. Sometimes we have to pull over and regroup and then get back on this road. But regardless of what you do, just at this moment, hearing my voice at this time in your life, just remember that you have purpose. And what are you going to do to find yourself in your purpose? What are you going to do to get back on track? How are you going to have and express your grief without allowing your grief to overtake your life? Do not allow your loss to define who you are. We are all here in our own life, in our own time, and we have our own appointment. We have our own things, our own set of things that we are supposed to do and that we desire to do. So when we lose someone, when we lose someone in death, when we lose, like I said before, in marriage and relationships, friendships, jobs, all kinds of things, we tend to just fold up because we believe that those things defined us. And when they're not there no more, we want to give up. But we cannot give up. And that's why this conference is so important, because it's the Global Grief Conference, and it's really about uplifting and encouraging and having, an opportunity to find the smile that's deep down inside of us again. And I love the way that it's been orchestrated, because there is some laughter, and it's okay to have laughter after loss. And we shed enough tears and we cry enough that I think it's okay if we can laugh a little bit and we can smile a little bit. So this is I just wanted to share in this presentation without being so formal, but just kind of more of a laid back feel. So I wanted to speak from my heart, and I really wanted to share my journey. That, like I said, there was a moment in time where you couldn't have paid me any money to tell me that I was going to be able to share and be on a platform and talk about this without breaking down or without feeling like I was about to lose my mind. But when I think about my son, I think about him in a way that makes me smile. And when others see me smile and I'm talking about him, they will get the true essence of who he is and who he was. I don't want to always be in tears talking about him and that's all they see. I want them to know that I was very, very excited to have him as a son. I was very proud of him. And there was a lot of things he done that brought a smile to my face. So why not continue that smile? So I had to dig in deep in and bring all of that out. The same thing with losing the matriarch. That's fresh. That was March. But I also look at the fact that was grandma. We had her for over 100 years. Well, she lived over 100 years. Only had her for the times we was here, but it was still such an impactful relationship, and it was an impactful experience. We learned a lot. So when it's time for me to cry, yeah, I go and I shed my tears. But when I want to talk about her and laugh, I do. There's a lot of funny moments there. So if I can encourage you along the way, as you think about those that have lost loved ones and are mourning and grieving them, to pull out as much of the joy you can and think of the good things and the things that made you laugh, and the silly moments, and sometimes the petty arguments and things you could have avoided and just kind of laugh about it, and things you can laugh about now. Lean on those things, because that is your gift. Leaning on those memories and being able to pull out the best of those memories and to live with them. We got to recognize what our gifts are, and on this journey. This journey is definitely unique. And it's not unique. It's unique to you, but it's not a unique situation. We all of the experiences that we have with loss is unique to us, but it's not unique in this world. So that's why it's so important that we have this conference to share our tools, our techniques, and our encouragement with you all, that in hopes that it's something that is said that will allow you to move past a hard moment. And when the hard moments come, that you remember the words that are said on this conference that will inspire you and to uplift you and give you just that little push to keep going. So remember that resilience is the courage to move, in a thing. Also, I want to make sure I say it right. Get my notes. Okay, got it. Courage. You want the courage to move. You got to be flexible and give yourself grace as you're moving in this thing. And you also want to make sure that you keep your eyes on your vision. You keep your eyes on your prize. You keep your eyes focused on where you want to go. Celebrate your small wins. Do not get discouraged if you have some setbacks or you feel that you are kind of stuck. That's just part of being flexible, just part of the journey. Create your own comeback story. How I did with mine, I've shared my story in books. I've been part of anthologies where I wrote with other authors, and I've also wrote my own books. That's kind of how I told my story. I created my own story, and sometimes the conclusion I created myself because how I wanted to see things end, as far as in the book or the narrative of a thing. So create your own comeback story. Then we talked about breathing, the physical breath and the mental breath. That's very important to allow yourself to breathe. However you're breathing, and if it's smiles and laughter, and then sometimes if it's tears, allow yourself that opportunity to do that. Take your physical breaths. Make sure you're taking care of yourself in the physical. Breathe. Allow yourself to unwind. Allow yourself to have moments where you are to yourself and just relax because this is a lifelong journey. This is not a race, a quick race. This is a lifelong journey. So take the time out to breathe. Move forward with purpose. Always understand what your purpose is. As it changes over time, fine. But just whoever you are, let your purpose define who you are, not the loss. And also remember that if you are still breathing and you are getting up every day and you're still breathing, then you still have purpose in this life. So each day is a gift. Each day is a moment for new. Each breath is something new. Okay? So think of it as that. Each moment that you wake up, this is another opportunity to do something new. Each breath is a new gift. So always remember, as long as you have breath in your body and you're getting up every day and you're going forward, you have the opportunity to have a powerful, powerful future. Tap into what's in the inside and bring forth that purpose. And also, in closing, I wanted to just kind of share this, that you hear all the time, your best years are in front of you. Okay, but the best chapters of your life are still unwritten. So if you keep that idea and keep that in your head, that the best chapters of your life are still unwritten, then you're excited, and you're excited for more. I just want to encourage you to live. Basically, just live. Just enjoy the days that you do have. Enjoy your life. Enjoy your life with resilience. Enjoy your life with purpose. And enjoy your life with plans. And embrace yourself. Embrace where you are. But never forget the loss that you've experienced. But do not let it define you. We can love on our loved ones in death. And we can remember them in loss. We can remember them in our grief, but there's an opportunity of happiness that's right there waiting on you, an opportunity for you to smile, an opportunity for you to create and for you to gain momentum and for you to go forward and be able to write these new chapters, to be able to do these new things, to be able to enjoy your life. I just want you to be encouraged. And I just really want you to understand that this is your moment. This is your time. This is your opportunity. And let's end our lives. The time we do have, let's end our lives with a bang. That's why I say I'm going out with a bang. Live and just enjoy. I hope it was something that I said that resonated with you as far as that resilience and believing in yourself again, in spite of what you've been through, in spite of the setbacks, and in spite of the pain. No one can ever take away the pain of loss. No one can tell you not to have pain. Nobody can tell you not to cry. But what I can encourage you to do is to live your life and to enjoy your life to the fullest and to embrace your resilience and take the time to breathe. If you don't get anything else from what I said, breathe. Thank you for having me, and thank you, Tony and Ada, for this amazing opportunity. And like I said, I pray that something was said that encouraged you, because I was encouraged today. Thank you.
Inspired by our Community Impact Center in Old Town Fort Collins, where 12 nonprofits collaborate to address pressing community issues, we're replicating this model here at the Loveland Youth Campus. Our vision extends beyond individual programs. We're breaking down barriers by creating community hubs where families can access multiple resources under one roof, and nonprofits can streamline efforts, share expenses, collaborate in new ways, and ultimately put more resources into impactful programs. Essential services like literacy support, mental health care, and access to nutritious foods will all be offered under one roof. And that's in addition to quality care for children ages 0 to 18, provided by our partners at Teaching Tree Early Childhood Learning Center and Boys and Girls Clubs of Larimer County. Our efforts to unite nonprofits and services in community hubs countywide are truly redefining what it means to be a Larimer United. When we all come together and pitch in, we have the potential to be part of something greater than what any of us can do alone. We can build a brighter today and a more resilient future for generations to come. The opportunity to thrive is the bedrock of the American dream. At United Way of Larimer County, we are dedicated to turning this dream into reality. Thank you for joining us in being a Larimer United for healthy kids, healthy families, and a thriving community.
I ain't everybody's cup of tea, and here's why. I have spent the past decades traveling, digging, and delivering the truth. What is that, you ask? Here at the Niche Nation, it's a 360-degree, no BS, self-discovery destiny. It's real, it's raw, and it's uncut. We deal with pain, struggle. We deal with the rock bottoms like no other. No age, no gender, no journey too deep for us to hold space. We are here as life tour guides to lead you to the calling. Grab a cup, take a sip, and enjoy the once-in-a-lifetime journey here at the Niche Nation. What if you could hit reset? A place that actually feels like home. Because here you can finally breathe. At Rock Lake Earth Lodge, we let nature do the work. No pressure, no distractions, just space to process, to heal, to find your way back to you. Because life doesn't come with a manual. And healing doesn't have to be complicated. When you are ready to reset, we'll be here.
Hello and welcome, everybody. We are super excited to have you all here, a part of the Global Grief Conference 2025. Now, it's crazy to think about what has been all around the world talking about this amazing passage that I think a lot of us sometimes don't understand the concept and the experience of it. And it's important for us to know that as we are here in this human experience, it's important to discover what we need in this journey. My name is Shanice Bestluck. I am here in the remote wilderness of the Rock Lake Provincial Park here in Alberta, Canada. And this is what you've seen through our commercials throughout the conference, is about understanding the real root and the truths of what our existences are. Sometimes it's hard for us to believe why things have to happen to us, and it's sometimes understanding so much more in our depth of who we are to our core. As the journey has been through so much of our grief, our stress, our happiness, our joys, a lot of us sometimes don't understand the why until it is shown to us. And that is where I grew up as a redneck farm kid here in Alberta in a rural roots experience and really saw the 360-degree journey of life. And so, as a farmer, we have seen lots of that experience of life, death, and also understanding that there's so much more about who we are as a character. And that is what is sometimes what I call it the sculpting or the carving of our stories, is because we have these experiences that are truthfully real, raw, and uncut. And so, as that tone has really been a huge theme throughout not just my life, but my family, generations, people I've worked with, people I have as friends, or just seeing the world in its whole. Sometimes it's overwhelming to understand what is the real definition of grief. And that's where in this hour, we're going to dive deep into these different roots, these experiences, to start ending those traditions, those cycles, those programs, and really allowing us to dive deeper into our belief and our understanding. So, if you have a pen and paper, I would highly recommend that. If not, you can catch this again on replay and just absorb what you hear today, because there's a few exercises that you're going to witness and experience throughout today. And it's also going to be about discovering the roots to you. So let's grab our next chapter of where did this all start? A lot of time we heard about this word grief. Now, sometimes we hear it through stories, we have it through movies, or we've experienced it in our hands-on experiences. Now, a lot of people sometimes don't know how to put words to these experiences. And that is why I feel it's so important that grief needs to have a voice. And with this conference, you've heard different varieties and experiences and missions about this journey. So it's really important to have so much more about you realizing what is your voice about this life. As we have kind of muddled through our sometimes muddy waters, not knowing where to go with it or how to deal with it, because we do see that as we've watched all these different things be kind of abstract or not maybe been gifted as a proper rite of passage in many of cultures and teachings, a lot of people are stuck in a rut. So we feel like we're in that mud. We feel like we're at those rock bottoms. And that's where we start to see so much of our quote unquote negative experiences. We have addictions, we have our relationship problems, we have weight gain, we have weight loss, we have extra work or less work, abundance issues, health issues. So when we start to realize that, I was really starting to navigate this as a detective, as a younger kid, growing up and knowing what death meant. And this was because I've had my best pets pass away, animals pass away on the farm. We've had neighbors, accidents, and then having our own family members at a very young age passing. And then it turned into kind of this snowball effect as we started to grow up in these different atmospheres or environments. And so as a farmer and a stewarder of experiences, habitats, I look for what is out of harmony. Now, a lot of people say balance, but I hope that we can allow the word harmony to really resonate with many more ears and hearts and souls, because balance is sometimes that fear or that rigidness that a lot of people get scared of, where grief has to have harmony. So that's why we love songs. They're moving. They hit us in the right spots to get our emotions activated. So those harmonies and those frequencies are really important parts about how does your environment work. So with grief, as you're processing this, you're always observing and absorbing what is happening in your environment. And that's hard to understand and wrap your head around as a little one, because so many people, we see adults that have never cried. We've had grandparents that were amazing or very distant, parents the same way, siblings the same way, friends the same way, teachers, colleagues. We see the same rippling effects of the complete opposite to the complete, the yin and yang of our journeys of emotions and expressions. So grief sometimes I feel gets lost in the sauce. And I love cooking and bringing that nurturement to a home. So I see it as kind of a recipe. And when we talk about these journeys as what did your parents do, or what did your grandparents or their grandparents do, these generations are how we learn habitual patterns. So when you hear people talk about trauma cycles, generational trauma, when you hear the word of black sheeps in the family, ancestral curses, hexes, all these different words that keep kind of being thrown around in the mix when you're dealing with these, you start to ask the questions, if you've ever gone through therapy or a help support or healing circles or sharing circles, saying, well, how did your parents react to things like this? Or what were you taught about these experiences? Now, when you're in this investigation about your grief, it's sometimes very overwhelming because there is just so much that comes forward, because now you're starting to work with this word that I have been a part of the industry and the work that we all have been witnessing here today for the past decade, and doing that even earlier in my youth because of what we want so deeply in this time of life and our human experiences seek. And what that is validation. So I think this is a very well-known topic, but not really dissected in the way that I hope I can bring this to you all and give you kind of those aha moments. Because as we are processing those layers, it's sometimes hard to understand why we feel a certain way until it hits, it makes an impact or a ripple. So as we are journeying through these experiences in life, why I say they're experiences is because we see things as good or bad, evil, horrible, amazing, fantastic, the best thing since sliced bread. But grief is about encompassing all of it. It is a blanket of all these mixed emotions and these experiences. Hence why I chose the background that I did, was because I really wanted people to understand that this is the art of grief. This is how we flow and we process. And I think a lot of people think it's just one way in a box when they are, supports or friends or family, coworkers, our partners, thinking that grief should be a certain way depending on who has experienced it. And we have a lot in the line of work that I do. We see a lot of people sometimes struggle because their partners have never lost a significant loved one, or that they have had a lot of loss and are very shut down, or they're very empathetic. So again, we're talking about these contradictions, these balances, and knowing how do we harmonize with grief and working with the word of validation. So what does validation mean to you? And when I asked that question for the past decade and doing the research that I've been doing, it's been very interesting to see what is so important to understand. You are the only one that's going to understand those keys that unlock those specific validation. I would like to say it kind of like if you were playing a video game, that you had those surprise treasure chest box that you've gotten the golden coupon of. Those memories start to imprint. So does grief. So does anger. So does fear. So do all of the emotions that we wrap up in. And that's why we've seen the Disney movies called Inside Out. All of those different emotions are those little balls that keep coming around. And so when we have these impacts of grief that take over the control board, it sometimes is overwhelming for people, because just because they maybe had lost their keys, or a breakup happened, or they lost their job, or their friends aren't together the way that they used to, or their parents separate, when a human being is removed from that validation sector and is now having to experience the separation or the the disattachment to it, that starts to create these grief bonds. And so what happens is that now we're starting to overanalyze or underestimate what we're about to feel in the big kaboom. And so when we get to this big kaboom, this is where people are like, settle down. It's not a big deal. Get over it for the little things. But it is truly imprinted in something traumatic that already happened that caused you not to feel validated. And so with grief, a lot of people are like, okay, well, where are you going with this, Shanice? About my grandmother passed, my parents passed, I had a miscarriage, I had my best friend pass, I had to have an amputation on my body. There's a lot of loss that we can identify with, but how does validation and grief and loss have anything to do with it? Well, the biggest part is now understanding what is your definition of grief. Now, in the line of work that I do, I ask a lot of definition questions, because what happens is that what has been taught, communicated, seen, witnessed, or felt in your experience as a human. And so many of my teachings come from multiple cultures. And so as I have been taught, we journey through the turtle teachings and the moons, because our journey as a child is that we have to work through our 13 moons. Now, what happens is that every time you are a year older from your beginning stage of birth to allowing yourself at the age of 13, when we have a lot of our time that we are rites of passage of from girls to women to men, or to boys to men, this is where we have that adolescence, that teaching, that rite of now knowing that we are working with our moon times, we are working with puberty, we are working with these next chapters of life. But those 13 years are so crucial to the development of a child. And so what happens is that when somebody comes to me or in my office or over online, I witness and see them right at the age that that impact has literally put a pause at their state of life. So people are like, what does that mean? What it means is that your inner child might be pretty stuck or in fear or in fawn or in fight or in freeze in this time, that an impact of grief, pain, or non-validation had happened. And now what happens is that you are now stuck seeking to fill the void of that age that had the trauma and you've been living throughout all these years with a constant billboard saying, this is what I need. So when you come to therapists or healers or elders or sharers or support members, many people start to feel sometimes too seen, or starting to realize this is so real and it's hitting home quickly. Now they start building those blocks in front of them and their walls. So they start creating more distance. So this is why you see a lot of people through grief processes having their walls up, or the common tones, I'm fine, thanks for asking, how are you? They're constantly on the defense blocker action, because they don't really want to have the ability or feel safe to actually activate that full breakdown, the full mental release of the wounds or pains that they've been struggling with. And then it comes into these aspects that then the floodgates open, is what we say. So when those things are being blocked, this is where we need to understand, what does validation mean to you? What does safety mean to you? What is grief truly in your eyes? What does it mean to finally have that forgiveness, or knowing that you are in a safe space to express your feelings about the loss? And if we don't have safe habitats, ecosystems, or containers, it does cause a huge just kind of tsunami of just putting up boundaries and saying, sorry, none shall pass, and then floods us back in with our own emotions. And we constantly cycle. That's why we get into those next layers of addictions, to constantly numb and just have those kind of the things that we want to have harmonious in our life, they start to just keep getting numbed and shortened into its actual life expand. And then we start to cause ourselves a lot of disharmony in our life. So that is when we start to get isolated. We are very strong in people pleasing sometimes when grief and loss happens like this. We start to just think that nothing matters. Jealousy, ego, fear, a lot of stuff starts to creep into its zone of our living. And then we start to realize that we don't even realize that that's what's happening. So when you come in a process of healing, therapy, processing of any cultural practices and ceremony, interventions, discoveries, midlife crisis, something has to finally hit that activation button for you so that you have the abilities to start making choices again. So a lot of people are like, well, why did this bad thing have to happen to me? Because without baking soda, vinegar, we don't have the science experiment that we have. We need something that is the activator, the catalyst, and also something that is going to be the solution. So we start to make this reaction. So if any of you have heard this phase of energy cannot be created or destroyed, it's constant. What we're doing as energy molecules is we're constantly working. So when people say, oh, I've done my healing, I don't need to do this anymore. I've worked through that. I've grieved that. I have dealt with that. What's happening is that you're trying to just stagnate and put distance between the molecular processing of work and energy. And so what happens is that when you keep distancing yourself, then we start to disassociate our experiences, our feelings, our past, our passions, anything that can do with the hurt. We want to get the hell away from that as far as we can. And that's hard because then you start having people who think they're very solid and very strong because now their base, their foundation is wider versus what this would look like. But it's very shallow because it's only enough to keep it being protected away from each other versus what this is. It's a whole tree, trunk, and root system that's underneath doing the work to create that strong foundation. So when we are dealing with that grief and we're trying to figure out how to be validated about what was lost, then that is where it kind of starts to get to those tricky parts. And I want to give you some tips and tricks. If this is a journey you're going through yourself, this is a lot of work that I have witnessed and experienced through myself, through communities, through colleagues and work, and also through the science and the studies that we've worked through, but then also the phenomenon of life and what Mother Earth and nature really does show us in those cycles of grievance. So hopefully this will help you. If you are somebody who is wanting to support somebody through grief, I'll give you a little bit more of those tips later on, but this is currently right now for somebody who is in grief in their mode. So some of this stuff might irk you, and hopefully you've seen my commercials to understand that I do have a very kind heart. I am nurturing and I am here to support you, but I also am a little bit of that Buckley's cough medicine for you because the shit works when you are getting to the root. It's not that I don't want to care or hear your story again. What I'm asking you is that finally something is brought you to here right now, this moment. I have a very important prayer that I hold since I've started this journey is that anybody who does cross my path is ready for the messages and the connection of what they are about to hear. I am a channeler. I am a processor that helps project what is happening in your closed four walls so that it's just specifically for you. It's nobody else. I don't have any gain or joy out of something that is just specifically for you. This is just to help those that are ready to do the work. I know a lot of people get triggered when I say that. I've done a lot of work. I've done this. That's great. But now this is the things that are going to crack and start to really move the foundations and activate what's really a part of this journey moving forward. Because as you see, as the art all behind me, everybody is different. We have unique things, but there's a lot of common still paints and brushes and little add-ons and sparkles that we need to work with through our grief process. So as you're working through your grief journey, you have to understand, what is it that you're truly upset, hurt, angered, fearful, or just maybe excited or just relieved from about the loss. Now, I say the loss is either the person, the place, the environment, the people, or the community, or the thing or theme, or the identity. Those are usually the common things that we are working through in grief. So as you're working through those, what are you truly what has truly been lost? So for an example, I'll say that I lost my best friend. That's the first one that's popping to my mind. So I identify that I lost my best friend. Now we're looking at what age was that impact at. So he passed away when he was 26. So I was 25. And what did that do to my environment? What happened? What was the impact of that? Well, I was supposed to be on that boating trip. I was supposed to go. I was like, you'll start running through the themes of it. And I'm giving you a true life experience that I had. So you see how this example works. So what I had to deal with was not the fact that only that person is gone, but I had to deal with, I didn't choose to go on the trip because I was worried about working. I chose more things about doing money. I thought I had to be more responsible. You know, there's those layers, those are roots that are the finite kind of hidden gems that are starting to make more sense through the grief. Because yes, you've lost the person as the example, but what are the underlying things that are kind of the quicksand that keep us stuck in those roots of sadness, fear, grief, like I said, a range of emotions in that process. So when I started to work through it, it was more about I couldn't protect, or I didn't do things that could have changed the course of life. So when we come into those aspects, those survival guilts, we start to realize that you are trying to play, what my words are, is that you're trying to play God. You're trying to change and time machine something that was divinely going to happen at whatever divinity it was meant to be at that time. So it's sometimes that hard pill to swallow, being like, well, no, that's not my intention. You are looking at the excuse queen, the white liar. I've been in those shoes and those experiences, hence why I do the work that I do today. And I am helping those be the success for themselves, because it's just being the life tour guide is what I call myself. Because you have to allow yourself to see where are we getting blinded by these experiences. So that one example about my best friend, that was an impact at a very important time and age in my life, because that's a quarter of a century. That is something that you're never going to get back, that first beginning trial run of your 25 years, that you're really here to understand what was that impact at those certain times. So for another example, when I chose to end my oil patch career and not knowing where to go, I was losing not just what I was as an employee, because I made that choice, but it was because I also was trying to take control over my life again, not feeling the same person that I want to be or needed to be, had so many rock bottom and heartaches and pains through the journey, and understanding how much of a people pleaser I was at that time. And so when I started digging through those layers of the grief, it was because I was losing an identity to what I thought I needed to be and what I built up so strongly in the time frame of my career that I started to realize that it wasn't necessarily that I'm not going back to this. It's that I couldn't talk like that anymore. I didn't have the same circles. I started losing some of the skills that I just knew off the top of my head. So it was kind of this like retirement loss that I had, but it was a good, healthy way for me to realize, what did I really need to identify myself as? What is my identity? So that is something that I think is so important as you're dealing with grief, because a lot of people sometimes just think it's about death or a loss in something else, that maybe we don't really identify that we lost our favorite pair of shoes or our favorite outfit, or the jeans finally ripped somewheres where you didn't need them and they couldn't be mended. There's things that we build up so strongly on items, experiences, situations, and environments that does create such a ripple in all. So remember earlier on, before I was talking about all this, the big kaboom part? Well, this is where it starts to happen. So, for example, in my life, I lost my grandparents at a very young age on my mom's side. I had lost the identity of what my parents should have been as they were struggling through their journey of parenthood in my childhood. So I felt like I lost my childhood. I lost a very important family member that was an auntie to me that felt more of a parent figure. And then we lost the opportunity of speaking and being a part of my grad ceremony the way that I wanted to because of family situations. Then I lost my best friend. Then there was this impact of the environment that I was living in the oil patch life. I had a sexual assault attack while I was in there. And then it just kept rippling through these. Then an abusive relationship. Then it was suicidal ideations. And all this stuff started to just, like I said, it keeps packing in more of this dynamite around something that makes you want to go kaboom. The big boom is where people then start to see that it's one little fine hair that is the straw that breaks the camel's back, saying that finally ignites this whole package that we've been just bottling up inside. So what happens is, this is where people, you'll hear so often, is the midlife crisis, or the identity crisis, or that there's just this eat, pray, love experience. You know, all of these things start to just unravel the whole entire big, ball of mess that we sometimes wrap ourselves into. But the mess is what's beautiful. It's what creates our character around us to start showing what our true story is. And so when we talk about that, reality is that now nothing feels good enough. Nothing feels safe enough. Nothing feels important enough. And that is when we start getting into those real deep, dark those rock bottom moments, that suicide and those fears and those not wanting to be here and that grief pain just starts to really incubate in our soul. Now, a lot of you understand throughout this journey that you've been hearing from today, and you'll be hearing for the next couple of days, is that we are then starting to attract a lot of these grief and loss moments. So when we start to have those energy kind of antennas out there, you can see this scientifically, or you can see this juji. Juji means the energy, work, and the paths. If you've ever worked with me, that's the word I kind of use as the magic, the energy, the synchronicities, the consciousness that we live in. That if you start to now put that frequency and that harmony, being like, everything's bad, everything can't work out, I'm the problem, they are the problem, I don't have enough money, nobody cares about me, I don't care about my body, I don't care about my health, I don't care about my relationship. All those things start to create really big waves. Now, growing up as an avid fisherman and outdoors woman, I then have been on some pretty intense waves in my lifetime. And what happens is that when we start to create that instability, we start to get motion sick. And so what happens is that if you don't have your sea legs with you, that's where we talk about grounding, meditations, your nutrition, your hydration. All of those different aspects are really important for us to realize that if we don't nurture and take care of ourselves, it's really hard for the world to take care of us. Now, a lot of people want to have a superhero that swoops in and takes control of the problems, makes them feel amazing. But then remember, we talked about a really important word about this grief process. And if any of you have been watching and listening, what do you think that word is? If we're looking for somebody to come and fill a void that we are needing so desperately, what is that word that I've been talking about throughout the process? You're very welcome. It's about the validation. We want somebody to validate our story. We want to be heard. We want to be felt. We want to be loved and nurtured because, again, what did we talk about again earlier? We're imprinted in somewheres in our childhood that was causing us to feel this inadequate, safe, nurturing state. So now we are looking for somebody to fill that cup up. So it's kind of that little child's tale, dear Liza, I have a hole in my bucket, that we really now have to figure out how do we fix it. And it's something I think we don't realize, that we put ourselves through a lot of tumultuous and unsafe places just because we think we're strong enough, or we're adults, or we've done it before. What does it matter? Because I've been through worse. Like, when I hear that vibration and that tone that comes from people in their grief process, that is where we know that it's something that is not just a light bulb we're changing.